Good evening. Yes, we'll go ahead. Good evening. The time is now 7 o'clock. I'd like to welcome you to our Board of Commissioners meeting this March 26th of 2024. Today we have Pastor Jay Jones of Holistic Life Church. He will be providing our invocation, which will be followed by the pledge, which I believe will be held by our scout troop today of Troop 312. Gentlemen, are you okay doing our pledge today? Wonderful. So after our pastor does the invocation, you'll go ahead and immediately follow him with the pledge, which you could do in the center of the room or at the podium, and then we'll use the flag that's behind the Board of Commissioners. For those of you who are willing and able, please stand for our invocation and pledge.
Let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, I come to you right now in the name of Jesus. I pray that you keep our commissioners under your wing and help them continue to abide under your shadow. Renew and refresh their souls and bodies from stress and fatigue. Lord, cause their minds to focus clearly to achieve each task set before them. Lord, I pray that you restore, bless, and prosper their marriages, their friendships, and their relationships as they do their jobs. I ask you to loose your angels around them and about them. I ask that you guide and direct them in every way. Put your protective hand over them. Continue to give them wisdom as they continue to make decisions that some will like, some will disagree with, but at the end of the day, they're making the right decisions to move our county into the future. And now, Lord, I also pray for our great nation, the state of Georgia, and bless the people of Cobb County and all the cities and municipalities within it. I pray for all the leaders of our local, state, regional, and federal agencies, commissioners, and governors of this nation. I pray for the law enforcement officers, the emergency medical teams, the firemen, our city and county workers, regardless of their positions. Know that we are in continual prayer for the people of Baltimore and their families that was part of the collapsed bridge tragedy. Our hearts, thoughts, and prayers are with them for safety, strength, and swift recovery during this challenging time. And now, God, as we prepare to celebrate Easter, continue to grant us wisdom to know what we must do, the will to want to do it, the courage to undertake it, the perseverance to continue to do it, and the strength to complete it. Today, this evening, we give you all the honor, we give you all the glory and all the praise. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Amen.
Please prepare for the Pledge of Allegiance. Scout salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you again for that invocation and pledge. In fact, those gentlemen who provided our pledge can go ahead and come back up to the front of the room because you will be recognized at the top of this agenda. Anyone here as part of the presentation of certificates of achievement to our Boy Scouts who have earned Eagle Scout rank, please join me up front. Thank you. Not everybody can pivot quickly when asked to do something, and you guys did that for us as you were originally not on our agenda to do our pledge, so I really want to thank you for that tonight. That says a lot about who you are, that you would have the confidence and the wherewithal to do that, especially in a crowded room like this. I'm pleased this evening to recognize these three gentlemen today who have earned the rank in honor of Eagle Scout. Our Cobb County Board of Commissioners congratulates each of you on achieving the highly recognized and honored rank of Eagle Scout. We applaud your efforts to improve the community by providing necessities to homeless veterans. This is for Rodney Williams. Your project provided shampoo, soap, toothpaste, and undergarments, including socks and underwear, to the former servicemen and women, and showed empathy, kindness, and compassion for those in need. We wish you the best in your future endeavors and know that you will continue to have a positive impact on our community. This the 26th day of March 2024. This next presentation is for Michael Johnson. Michael. The Cobb County Board of Commissioners congratulates you on achieving the highly recognized honored rank of Eagle Scout. We applaud your efforts to improve the community through service, benefiting Leap for Literacy's Read and Go Project Bookmobile, which promotes both literacy and acts of kindness. You went above and beyond, collecting more than 1,000 books for donation to children who otherwise could not afford them. We wish you the best in your future endeavors and know you will continue to make a positive impact in our community. This the 26th day of March 2024. Last but not least, for Mr. Quincy Washington. The Cobb County Board of Commissioners congratulates you on achieving the highly recognized and honored rank of Eagle Scout. We applaud your efforts to improve the community through service, benefiting Turner Chapel AME Church. Your project, creating a fire pit for youth to participate in ministry activities, will provide a much-needed benefit to the church community. We wish you the best in your future endeavors and know you too will continue to have a positive impact on our community. This the 26th day of March 2024. Congratulations. And let's get those who are there with you. Why don't we get the, yes. Let's get 12. You'd like to share some words about it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this recognition. These young men of Turner Chapel have done such an excellent job. We're very proud of them, and we know that God is taking them somewhere greater. Thank you for this recognition today. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being with us. None with the troop master? All right.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Our next presentation will be brought by Commissioner Richardson.
And this is for Akaksha Mana and her family, I hear, is with us as well. So please join me up at the front. Good to see you again. All right. We'll make sure you guys get great pictures too. So, Akaksha Manna is a junior at an IB program at Campbell High School and is the only recipient of the Georgia Youth Leadership Award this year from our prestigious Cobb County. There were 21 recipients all over Georgia, and she was the only one selected in the entire Cobb area. Also, she was selected as the Rising Star for Atlanta Magazine's 2024 Women Making a Mark, a distinction reserved for a select group of women working to grow and strengthen the metro Atlanta community. Again, the only one from Cobb County. In addition, she also received the Carol D. Reiser Youth Volunteer Service Award, the Martin Luther King Humanitarian Award, and the Presidential Volunteer Service Award. Can we give her a round of applause? So it is with absolute joy and delight that I have the opportunity to present her with a certificate of achievement that the Cobb County Board of Commissioners commends you for becoming the only Cobb recipient of the Georgia Youth Leadership Award this year out of 21 statewide winners. The honor demonstrates your outstanding skill and competencies such as self-development, problem solving, communication, and integrity. Your exceptional work was also recognized by Atlanta Magazine when it selected you as a rising star in its 2024 Women Making a Mark issue. So on this 26th day of March 2024, I present to you this certificate of achievement. Congratulations. I had a chance to speak with her one-on-one as well, just to learn a little bit more about all the impact that she's making, not just here, but around the nation, and hope that you would share just a little bit of that.
First of all, thank you so much, Commissioner Richardson, for willing to give me this honor and honor me today. And thank you to the entire Cobb County community for supporting me in whatever efforts that I've made to improve the community. And just a little bit of what I think helped me get these achievements. I've been working on I created and co-founded a nonprofit organization called Sketching with Seniors, which provides free art classes to senior citizens around the nation and around the world, working with 15 senior living facilities in Canada, Texas, North Carolina, as well as all throughout Georgia. Also, I'm working on research solutions to bridge the healthcare disparities that are currently occurring in rural Georgia, and working with Professor Tyler Collette on a research paper on telehealth and how that can improve the healthcare of rural Georgians in Georgia. Thank you so much for this honor.
Thank you. And I believe after some work, we're going to do some partnering on some activities. We'll also try to come back with another wonderful accomplishment as well later on in the year. And certainly want to give a chance for the family to share any words if you would like to.
Just very touched that you gave her this opportunity. And yeah, just best wishes. She's very hardworking. She is very passionate about our Cobb County, very special to us. So your support will immensely help her going forward. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Absolutely. Super easy to do. So thank you. You're around again.
Thank you.
We are now at the public hearing portion of our meeting, and our first matter will be brought by the Department of Transportation.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Good evening.
Nope, good evening. We'll get there.
Long day.
Chairwoman, Commissioners, County Manager Drew Ressler, DOT. We have one item for your consideration on the public hearing tab from the department. Woodhill Drive is a public right-of-way in the Noonday Hills subdivision. A 345-foot road was constructed on a section of Woodhill Drive from Shadowwood Court to a dead end. This section of Woodhill Drive was never constructed beyond the dead end, and there are no plans to construct it. A portion of this unimproved section of right-of-way beyond this dead end is required to allow the adjoining property owners full utilization of their property. Therefore, the property owner has requested the county close and abandon this portion of Woodhill Drive, as this portion no longer serves a public purpose. In accordance with state law, a public hearing must be held prior to the closing and abandonment of a public roadway. Therefore, the department recommends the Board of Commissioners conduct a public hearing for the proposed closure and abandonment of a portion of the unimproved section of Woodhill Drive.
Okay. Thank you. For our public hearing, we can take an unlimited number of speakers to address this matter on the agenda regarding the closure and abandonment of Woodhill Drive. We'll take an unlimited number of speakers to speak a maximum of 3 minutes on this topic and this topic only. For those of you who are here with respect to changes in the county code, that public hearing will follow this public hearing, of which you'll be able to address that matter. So we'll go ahead again and open up this public hearing for anyone who wishes to address this particular matter. And for all, I know we have a lot of new faces who are here today. When you come forward and speak, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Craig Harfoot.
Yes.
And there's so much on this agenda, it's not funny, but this
We're
one
speaking
slipped
on
under
this
the
matter.
radar. But what I wanted to say about this one, what didn't you hear?
Someone from the audience provided they can't hear you. If you can speak to the microphone. Thank you.
We'll fix
and again,
that.
just to remember to speak on this matter regarding the closure of this roadway.
I didn't hear you.
Yes, this public hearing was with respect to the closure of this roadway.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
Well, what I don't know is this for a development.
Okay.
And that's a big one, because you're going to close the road, and if you're going to put more houses or density on it, that's what this whole stormwater thing's about. And I mean, if it was a farmer and it just had ag land there, I got nothing to say about it. But if it's a development, no.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else here wishing to speak to this particular road closure? Okay.
Yes, it's Jeff
Yes,
Quasha,
sir.
and
I'm sorry, sir.
Jeff.
Jeff,
My
what's your last name, Jeff?
Quasha. And my interest is, I would very much like to know that this road closure and abandonment, would that mean that this road is going to be owned by a private person instead of the county? And they would be necessarily responsible for any maintenance or lack thereof or anything like that? And would this is the only landowner who is adjacent to the road that would be abandoned? Is that correct? That there's no other landowners adjacent to the road?
We'll answer all questions after we hear from all public speakers.
Okay. Well, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, all right. I guess the question I would have is there any transfer of ownership of land in this, or is this just a right-of-way easement issue? If there's transfer of ownership or land, is how much are the people getting, and can we spend it on stormwater? Thank you.
Are there any other speakers to address this matter of the road closure? Okay, not seeing any, we'll go ahead and close the hearing. Drew, if you can approach, and I'll follow up with some of these questions that have been asked.
Would you like me to jump in, or?
Yeah, well, you can jump in if you took notes on what the questions were.
Sure. Just to provide perhaps a little bit more context, and then if I leave anything out.
That'd be great.
This map demonstrates the area of the right-of-way that is requested for abandonment, and I do want to be careful with words that it is the right-of-way that has been requested for abandonment, not the roadway. The lines indicate the end of pavement on Woodhill Drive to the north and to the east. The section in between those lines of end of pavement and end of pavement are where the dead ends of those roads are respectively. There is no roadway on that section. It was a platted right-of-way when the subdivision was developed. It was never improved for roadway, and there is not a public need given the adjacent access to other roadways. I'll additionally show this. Also in the agenda item, this shows some of the area currently that shows the approximate size of the parcels. You'll note there approximately about 3 acres on the southwest portion, about half an acre on the northeast portion. The request here is whether or not these roadways serve a public purpose, given that the roadways were never built and that there is not a public need for those roadways to be built, given that there's adjacent access for emergency and regular use. Therefore, the department recommends that there is no public use and would not need to be improved at a future date, but glad to take any additional questions that I may have missed.
Thank you, Drew. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Drew regarding this matter? Commissioner Gamble.
So, Drew, help me understand. So essentially, this parcel sits on a curve, right in the bend. So
it's adjacent to a curve in the platted right-of-way, but it is not a physical.
If you put that
I'm sorry.
photo back up.
Take it back.
And I will say it is odd that the parcel was split by where the road is showing on the plat. But essentially, if people enter here on Woodhill, they're not going to be able to go to the other end, right? We're going to essentially section the road off?
I'm sorry, they cannot today. There is no pavement on that. That curve does not exist except in just the platting of the right-of-way. There is no pavement on that section between the dead ends.
So are there any other homes on these other parcels that are between where it says end of payment and then end of abandonment? Are there homes on these parcels?
I don't know if there are homes on those adjacent to the unimproved, but their access is to the existing portion of Woodhill. The portion that's being requested for abandonment is outside of anything that serves a public transportation or otherwise a public purpose.
Okay, because I'm just wondering if the plat is current. That was why I was asking.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions? Okay, thank you, Drew.
Thank you. And Commissioner, there is also a request associated with this. Addition to the public hearing, the department requests the Board of Commissioners determine that said right-of-way serves no substantial public purpose and authorize the disposition of same by quitclaim deed to the adjoining property owner.
Okay, Commissioner Burrow?
Yeah. Did we close? Thank you. Motion to approve item number 3, the closure and abandonment of Woodhill Drive.
Second.
Okay, are there any comments? Commissioner Gambrill.
I'd like the clerk to record my statement as is found on page 292 of the current agenda.
And I've already handed mine to the clerk as well.
Okay. Are there any other comments or questions? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you.
All right, we are now at our second public hearing, which is to receive comments and to vote on proposed amendments to Chapter 50, 110, 122, 126, and 134 of the Cobb County Code. And our presentation will begin with our Director of Water, Judy Jones.
Good evening, Chairwoman, Commissioners, and County Manager. So I'm going to briefly go over the code amendments. I'm just going to touch on addressing some comments that we have and then highlighting anything that's been modified since the first public hearing.
Okay.
So Chapter 50, the only change that has been made to this chapter is to add an effective date of August 1st, 2024. But it's my understanding that the board may want to consider an effective date of January 1st, 2025. So Chapter 110 subdivisions, there has been no changes to this. All right. Chapter 122 utilities, the definition portion, we've added to the definition of impervious to include pervious pavers, pervious pavement, and green roofs are considered 60% impervious, added a homeowners association, and added a stormwater division manager definitions. And I know there have been some concerns about the definition of impervious included in this section, and so I just want to cover that. What governs the water system stormwater is Chapter 50, and the impervious definition here is consistent with Chapter 50, but is more specific to provide more detail. But Chapter 50 has the code ordinances that we're required to include by the state, and the state North Georgia Planning District and Atlanta Regional Commission. Our definition is modeled what they have in a lot of their plans that we're required to follow.
Okay.
So there's no changes to 122.302 and no changes to 122.303. Scope of responsibility, there's no changes in here, but I just want to clarify that and this section does not change what the water system currently maintains on private residential property. So it clarifies what we are currently doing, but it does not change what we are currently doing. All right. 122 nuisance. So changes made here are Superior Court was changed to Magistrate Court throughout, added a cross-reference to the nuisance abatement law, and added language requiring that if there is a nuisance citation for an HOA property, that the water system would notify all properties within that subdivision so that all properties are aware that the HOA has been cited for a nuisance.
Pause for a moment. For anyone who has an electronic device in the audience, I just ask that you put it on mute. It's distracting for those of us who are in the room and particularly those of us who are up here. Okay, thank you.
And then I also would like to clarify in this section that the nuisance language provided in here was moved from Chapter 50 to this chapter, and that does provide the legal path for the water system, the county, to take if there is a nuisance on a property that is affecting other properties. So it provides for us to cite that property owner if they don't do anything, to take them to court and let the court rule that they need to make the repair, and if they still don't make the repair, the water system can step in and make the repair. And then it does provide for us to charge the property owner, and then if the property owner doesn't pay, to lien the property. So that's the legal path, and that language is in Chapter 83 of the nuisance chapter of the county that also applies to all counties. So this process is process that's already in the code in other sections, and there are also other sections in the code that provide for the county to put liens on properties. But putting a lien on the property doesn't mean that the county would take the property. It just provides that we would.
Stop. Just stop.
So
Just stop for a moment. I just ask that we provide some respect for our director.
Will you stab us in the back? Give us some.
You will have it when you have your moments to speak and address the board for 3 minutes. I do ask that you allow her to speak, and for those of you who come, I try to make sure that you are also heard and that no one is interrupting you when you're speaking and providing your comments, as we know we have a number of speakers that desire to address the board tonight. But I ask for you to please allow her to get through her remarks today, please. Thank you.
So what it does provide is that if a property owes us money, that we would get that money back before it's sold. But I just want to, again, this just provides kind of the general legal path, that general information that the code provides, but code does not provide all of our details of policies and procedures. So the water system has not had to step in so far and repair infrastructure, private infrastructure on a private property. But if we did, we would work with the property owner on a payment plan, see what we could do, and spread that out over a couple of years if we needed to. But if we did, then we would need to put a lien on the property just to ensure that we're paid back. But that's the process we would follow if we had to step in and do something.
Okay.
All right.
Let's go. Oh, sorry, you're on chapter 306.
Yes.
Now. Okay.
So chapter 306, the enterprise fund. So we did make changes to this one. So it's the first public hearing, and we added language on the stormwater enterprise fund is subject to the terms of the governing county water and stormwater system bond resolution. So there were some comments that we received from the board at the work session this afternoon, and our legal counsel our county attorney's office did reach out to our bond counsel, and so our bond counsel did provide some revised language proposed to make it very clear that the stormwater revenues could only be used for an existing water bond referendum, because some of the existing bonds we have do reference stormwater projects, and then it's or stormwater system bond resolution adopted after the effect of it. So I hope that these highlighted sections, hope that those address what the board's concerns were that were expressed earlier today. So it does clarify the bond resolution issue. So it says that subject to the terms of any governing county water bond resolution in effect on the effective date of the enactment of the code section, or a stormwater system bond resolution adopted after the effective date of the enactment of this code section, the county may pledge all or any portion or all income and revenue to any nature derived from the operation of the stormwater management systems and facilities owned and or maintained by the county water department, including periodic stormwater service charges and other charges for stormwater services, to the payment of principal, of premium, if any, and interest on any revenue bonds or other obligations lawfully issued for such county water or stormwater system as may be provided in any such resolution authorizing such bonds or obligations, or in any trust instrument relating to such bonds or obligations. So there's been no changes to 122.311 or 122.312. And the change to 122.313 is we clarified that properties with municipal separate stormwater system permit revised to clarify that this applies to Dobbins, who has a permit with the state, a stormwater permit, and any properties around Dobbins that are part of their permit with the state. So they have their own stormwater permit with the state. We have no jurisdiction over them, and we can't do anything on their property, so it'd be very difficult to charge them when they have their own regulations with the state. So 122.314, changes that have been made. We made a clarification for customers who currently do not have a water account with the water system, that in the case that there's an HOA property and that HOA has no account with the water system, that if there's impervious surface for that HOA that serves all of the properties within that development, and give examples such as a roadway and parking spaces, that impervious could then be added to the calculation for the properties within that development. And then the other changes, we added a section on adjustments here, and so we moved the process for requesting an adjustment in the stormwater fee calculation to this part, and we also provide that the property owner only has to provide supplemental information if they request for us to revise their calculation. They only have to provide supplemental information if the Stormwater Division can't make a determination based on the aerial or going out to the site for a site visit. So if somebody believes that their calculation is not correct, if they think that we're calculating something as impervious that's not, then we first would review the aerial, and then if needed to, we would send somebody out for a site visit. And only if we couldn't determine by one of those things would we require the property owner then to submit some kind of information, which could be a survey depending on the situation. Let's see. There have been no changes to 122.315, and then there have been some changes to 122.316. So the appeals process has been changed to apply only to stormwater fee adjustments and credits. It deletes the requirement to provide a survey prepared by a land surveyor or professional engineer to request an adjustment on the fee. And then that information, that part of it was actually moved to the other section I just mentioned. And then this also adds a couple of layers to the appeals process. So first, a customer would appeal to our Stormwater Division manager. They'd submit a request for an adjustment on their fee. They would review it and then make a determination. If the customer was not happy with their determination, they would appeal to the director of the water system. And then if they don't agree with the director's determination, then the customer can appeal to the Board of Commissioners and then appeal to Superior Court after that. So we added several layers of appeals to this process.
Thank you for your presentation. We will now hear with respect to Chapter 126 on vehicles for hire. Hi, Sergeant.
Good evening, Board. Sergeant Dan Formato, Cobb County Police Department, Regulatory Services and Permits Unit. From the last meeting to this one, the only things that have changed have been just verbiage. So I can fit that all on one slide. So those changes are reference to the Department of Public Safety, Police, Public Safety Department were changed to DPS throughout the rest of the code sections under 126. References to Director of Public Safety were changed to Director of DPS in sections 126-54, 126-56, and 126-57. References to public calls was changed to public safety calls in sections 126-26, 126-30, 126-36, 126-53, 126-58, 120. That should be 126, not 128-59. I apologize. And 126-62. Section 126-30 was renumbered from 1 to 3 to A through C to conform with other sections, and we removed a duplicate word form in 126-53. Everything else is the same as the last time you saw it, and it was open for public hearing.
Great, thank you for your presentation.
You're very welcome.
Next, we'll hear regarding Chapter 134, which is our zoning chapter.
Good evening, Debbie Blair with the County Attorney's Office. As you recall, the proposed changes to Chapter 134 are primarily cleanup and deal solely with clubs and lodges. In 2017, the code was revised to require a SLUP for clubs and lodges in residential districts instead of being simply a permitted use. The first slide here, there were no changes from the first version in the definition section of 134-1, nor in any of the residential classifications where we were simply removing clubs and lodges from the permitted use list. On this slide, as it deals with section 134-37, special land use permits, we did make some changes from version 1 to this slide. As you see, there were 3 changes. The first 2 were comments from the commissioners, and the third is a correction noticed by ComDev as to the parking requirements for a club or lodge. And that's the end of those sections there.
Thank you.
So next slide. This is the second and final public hearing for the code amendments that have been presented. So we would ask that you open a public hearing for these amendments, and then after the public hearing, you will be able to vote on any of the amendments that have been presented.
Thank you. We will go ahead and we will begin our public hearing for our code amendments, recognizing, again, the same rules for the first public hearing apply here. We'll take an unlimited number of speakers to address the matters on our public hearing and those matters only. There will be a number of people that are here to speak with respect to this, and I see some people lining up in the middle, so we can encourage people to do that. But we will take our time here this evening and make sure that everyone who desires to address this code amendment matter tonight will have the opportunity to do so, whether or not you're standing at this time or not. With that, we'll begin, and again, just state your name for the record.
You know my name, Denny
Correct.
Wilson, District 4. I've got some pictures. Can we show the pictures? Okay, well, you guys need to see this because you guys are trying to charge stormwater. And on my walk through my neighborhood last week and today, this is what I found. This is what they're doing with the pipes in South Cobb. I mean, these are old pipes that are cracked and should not be put back into the ground. And this morning I came through, and they're covering these pipes up. And they're putting them back in the ground in this condition, and you're coming to us for a stormwater fee. And this, by the way, this is City View in District 4. And I had to raise my voice a little bit because this really pisses me off, that this is what you guys think of South Cobb. I mean, to put something like this back in the ground when you know that these pipes should be replaced. Also, too, I've been going back and forth with Judy Jones. We had a public town hall, or whatever you guys want to call it, in South Cobb last week. I went to the one in West Cobb the night before. This is the packet that was presented in West Cobb with all of the code amendments, everything in it. This is the packet that was presented in South Cobb. Half the code amendments missing. So what are you trying to hide from the people in South Cobb? I mean, because I'm sick and tired of being treated. I'm sick and tired of being treated like the red-headed stepchild with no representation. Now, Judy Jones is telling you that she's not going to put a lien on people's homes. And I'm glad to see that you guys changed how this thing is going to play out in the court system, because you got to take into consideration, you got some 95 and 96-year-old seniors that are still in their homes. They can't afford to make these necessary repairs, and this is happening all over the country. You know, they're taking people's homes away from them, and it's the water department that's doing it. I mean, so then she comes to us with this crap about, oh, well, we don't want to take anybody's home. Well, then why do you even have it in the amendment package if your intent is not to take these people home? Because you don't present something to the public that you don't intend to do. You just do not do it. So what I would suggest you guys do is you guys table this until you can come up with a better education system to educate us on what you guys are going to do, because I can't tell you, May 21st will not get here fast enough.
Good evening. My name is Sally Grubbs. I appreciate the public hearing. I feel almost as if,
Excuse me, we just have some electronic interference. I'm hearing a phone ringing.
I feel almost as if I ought to get down on my knees and say, thank you so much for allowing us to speak. I mean, this is our community and this is our county. You don't own the county. And I'm going to tell you, my blood is boiling right now. Ms. Jones, thank you so much for reading what you read. But now I want to know, if I have a swimming pool, is that considered an impervious surface? And are you going to tax the water that drops in the swimming pool? Thank the Lord above, this is Holy Week, and we had the deluge of rain we had today because it was raining pennies from heaven that's going to go in your coffers to do what you want to with it, because you just want to rule over us. And I'm going to tell you people that good leadership in Cobb County back in the days of Ernest Barrett and Bob Sutton and the people that developed this county, good leadership breeds contentment, which is what we don't need right now. So thank God you filled this room, and thank you to the Marietta Daily Journal and to Mr. Bush, who just put out an article about an hour ago, because now we know you're willing to come to the table with the Chamber of Commerce, and you're willing to talk about a delay from August to January with the Chamber of Commerce, but you don't want to talk to the people who get property tax exemptions when they get too old to pay their taxes. That's one of the things that drew people to Cobb County was property tax exemptions. They've paid their way, and now you want to take the money from them too. This is ridiculous. And Denny Wilson is right. May cannot get here quick enough because Cobb County needs to clean house. And at the Board of Elections, where they've upheld these ridiculous maps you passed, when you're violating what the legislature and what the governor said and what the Superior Court judge said, you're violating our rights for commission elections for one seat. You're doing that, and now you're taking money for the stormwater debacle? You ought to be ashamed.
My name is Betty Buran. I've been a resident of Cobb County for over 50 years, and I'm here to voice my complete opposition to the stormwater fee amendment. I don't understand how such a proposal can even be considered in the current economic climate, but I do understand that existing funds, which were earmarked for this critical infrastructure, had been diverted to the general fund. And why, pray tell, should this or any other Board of Commissioners have total discretion for the use of new funds? I understand that that may have been addressed, but like the sign says, I don't trust you. Existing homes were limited to a maximum impervious surface when they were built. The recent excessive development of multifamily housing, such as apartments and condos, is what has led to this issue, not existing homes. Therefore, developers themselves should be responsible to pay for additional infrastructure through impact fees or charges based on the amount of impervious surface they create when they build new developments. Residents are concerned about the increase in density of new construction in Cobb County because Cobb County is suburban. If we wanted a metropolitan area, we would have chosen another location to live. Yes. And I request that you table this whole issue. We have an election coming.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Slough, and I'm speaking, to express my strong opposition to the proposed stormwater fee amendment. In the current economic climate burdening us, your constituents, who will be voting in May, with additional fees and taxes is unnecessary, particularly when existing resources could be reallocated to address critical infrastructure needs. The allocation of $15 million annually from combined water and stormwater revenues to the Cobb General Fund raises serious questions about what you guys are prioritizing. This is a loophole that is current and looks like will be continuing. I don't care what you have up there, which is ridiculous, unethical, and morally wrong. Rather than imposing additional financial strains on residents, I urge you to explore alternative solutions such as reallocating existing funds or implementing impact fees on developers. You managed to find $25 million 1 week after the 2024 budget was approved for unbudgeted renovations to the Sheriff's Department facility. So why can't you find $11 million for this? Maybe because you don't want to? You already increased the general fund this budget year and raised the water and sewer rates by 5%. Maybe you could cancel part of the $15 million transfer from water to the general fund and allocate that money to stormwater. Maybe you could charge impact fees to developers who are the main cause of these issues in adding the impervious surfaces that cause runoff, drainage, and stormwater problems. I implore you to just table this or toss it out. It's not necessary, and prioritize the financial well-being of us, Cobb County residents. I've lived here 40 years. We are your constituents. These are tough economic times, and we, the people, demand that you tighten your fiscal belt like all of us have had to do. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Kim Berry, and we've been in Cobb County 20 years in the home that we're in, and I'm speaking just because we had a personal experience with the stormwater management issues on our street. We had a catch basin when I first bought the property, and I had it reinforced with brick. It was like a 4x4 brick catch basin on the property. It was exactly 33 feet from the road where the water dumps out from the street, so it's 3 feet just beyond what the county would maintain. To the best of my knowledge, it was installed by the developer in 1966. The county approved the demolition of homes at the top of the hill on the street we live on, where 2 homes stood. Now 4 homes are there. They filled in a natural depression and let the water run down the street, down a driveway onto the street. Next door neighbors there are not there to complain. So all the water from the top of the hill to our house, and we're 4 houses down the street, ran into the storm drain in front of our house, which emptied into the catch basin on our property. It blew out the 4x4 brick wall structure on our property. My neighbor ended up with water in his basement because the surface water overflowed into his yard. Because it was not on the plat, it was not approved for repair by the county. We spent $3,000 repairing the catch basin to handle the huge amount of new runoff caused by the builder up the street regarding their properties. All the county did was ask them to put up plastic sheeting for the runoff that was creating a flood that was about 3 inches deep from curb to curb coming down the hill. That was a lot of water. I have pictures of it. And it all ended up, just because of the curve of the street, it ended up in the storm, whatever you call the vent is on the side of the street, ended up on our, going through our property. So I know you need more money to make these repairs. I'd just like to ask if there could be a provision for homeowners that make these repairs. And the reason we had to make the repair is because they didn't account for the change in the stormwater. I mean, we were doing fine for 20 years, and now the developer came in and put those houses in and blew out what we had. So we had to go in and fix it so my neighbor doesn't get water in his basement. But there's no credit for me. Now that I've gone and remediated the stormwater, I'm going to going forward, you're going to charge me more for storm water management, and I've already taken care of it, and I've got a bill, but it seems like there ought to be some kind of credit written in there for remediation. And I'd also, in hindsight, I wish I'd known all this issue.
Ma'am, you're 3 minutes are up. Sorry.
Well, I just want to say I'd be in favor of
Ma'am, 3 minutes.
development impact fees.
Ma'am, your 3 minutes are up.
Yeah. Nobody else got interrupted. Thank you.
Sarah, I believe that you've been here before, but for any of our new speakers, there should be a clock that's up there that will tell you as your time is running. It should be set for 3 minutes. Okay?
Hello, I'm Tracy Stevenson from Marietta.
Excuse me, sir. I'm not being disrespectful to you by clarifying how you have time. I'm asking again for you not to be disrespectful for anybody who's here today. Go ahead, sir.
I'm Tracy Stevenson from Marietta. The stormwater, we agree on a few things. The stormwater system is in need of repair, has been neglected for decades, and it needs additional funding. The numbers, current stormwater collections are roughly 8 million. The proposed budget requests a total of 17 to 19 million annually. The requested increased funding is therefore 9 to 11 million. Where we disagree, this is a money grab, not a plan. This is a strategy to codify this as a fee rather than a tax so future boards can raise the fee structure at will. We robustly demand that this agenda item be tabled until a well-thought-out plan, engineered drawings, and implementation strategy are put before the board and the public. The work session I viewed today only reinforced that this is not ready to vote on or implement. The plan should include a thorough inventory of all the existing systems, piping, and structures to document exactly what is and what isn't the responsibility of private property owners. Post it for all to see. There is currently a stormwater fee based on water usage. Some of those fee dollars were shifted away from the stormwater system for over 30 years, which allowed it to rot in the ground. The transfer of $15 million of the Water Department to the general fund should stop immediately and relocate that money to stormwater. This would immediately begin to fund the process of clearing the backlog of emergency repairs. You tell me that only $500,000 of that $15 million is from stormwater revenue, but you can reappropriate it to stormwater. You managed to find $25 million weeks after the 2024 budget for the unbudgeted sheriff's facility remodel. So why not $15 million more now? Is this less of a crisis? Your posted YouTube video would say otherwise. You should implement an impact fee program immediately on new developments. You tell me that if you were to implement impact fees, there are state law restrictions on how that money can be used. Really? Now state law matters to you after you decided using home rule to redraw district maps in 22 is okay? Why not use your home rule powers again to circumnavigate the state laws, since you've shown us by example you believe you have that authority? You said today that tough choices must be made sometimes. Why do your tough choices always result in more money from us instead of making wish list cuts on your own like your $1 million discretionary fund? Why do you always have excuses but never reasons? Today you mentioned impact. You failed to mention impact fees. Is that because developers and other large businesses are big campaign contributors which influence decisions? I would love to see a readout of that recent meeting with businesses you alluded to today. We each only have one vote, but this is an election year for some of you. We have heard a lot of robust no's today in the last few weeks. United we stand, divided you will fall, press this boondoggle at your peril.
Your time's up.
Hello, my name is Becky Klein,
In February 2022, I spoke to you about the damages our property and a home had occurred from the September 2021 flash flood. We experienced damages to our basement, had to replace the furnace, and repair our hot water heater. On top of that, we discovered a massive sinkhole in our backyard and a crushed culvert pipe that was part of the infrastructure to allow water to drain into Soap Creek downstream from us. This pipe crosses over 3 properties and is 100% buried on our property. This pipe was put in the late 70s in order for the builder to develop the last 3 plots of land in our neighborhood. And this pipe sits close to our foundation and had to be put in prior to our home being built. It was not until this flood happened did we discover our plat was not drawn correctly and that we are also responsible for maintaining this infrastructure. This is not a normal home repair that owners expect to take on. My neighbors and us paid over $100,000 in repairs, of which $60,000, and let me repeat, $60,000 was to replace just the pipe and fill in the sinkhole that was threatening the foundation of our home. And we had quotes for $85,000 and up just to get the culvert pipe and sinkhole repair. And as a reminder, no home or flood insurance covers damages to the property. It only covers the home. I had to work 2 full-time jobs to pay for these repairs on top of my husband's full-time job. I don't ever want to do that again. And frankly, I am sick and tired of talking about or thinking about stormwater. And while I wholeheartedly agree something needs to be done, and I applaud Ms. Jones for trying to put an updated plan together, but unfortunately I do not agree with the stormwater tax fee, or whatever it is, how it stands. I do not agree that the county can pick and choose which pipes it will maintain. It is not fair that some people can avoid this hardship where there are many of us who are left on the hook for these repairs. This tax or fee, whatever it is, will not prevent this type of damage from happening to our home again, since funds collected will barely be enough to cover the backlog of those who are lucky enough to have the county pay for their repairs. I do not agree that the county can put a lien on our property if we don't make the repairs. It was a nightmare to find a contractor that was willing to make the repairs and who could purchase a replacement pipe, because again, this is not a normal repair. You can't hop down to Home Depot and pick up a 5-foot diameter, 40-foot long corrugated steel pipe. And while my neighbors chose to move once the repairs were completed, this doesn't solve the problem. This just passes the live grenade to someone else. Please consider tabling this vote until a plan can be fully fleshed out. Voting yes as it stands will cause further hardship to us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria Z. Cooper. I have lived in Cobb County. We've owned for 31 years. I want everybody to see this. This is, I use it as a purse, but it's a backpack. There we go. I love this country. I love America. It is a republic, a government by the people, for the people. By the people, for the people. My family came here escaping communism. We personally experienced it. Communists just come in with the help of social media and take what you own. They go after the owners of businesses, the owners of property, the owners of industry. Read your history. Read your history, okay? It is not right for you guys to go after the property owners for this, that, and the other. It is not right that all these years, that money was siphoned off into the general fund or whatever, instead of being used properly for stormwater management. It is not right, it should be illegal that developers they can do whatever. Chop down trees, whatever, put up more concrete, and they have no fees, or they should have more fees, significant fees to pay for this. It should not be up to us, it should be up to the developers, whoever causes it, or not at all. Maybe the money that's already there shouldn't be siphoned off.
That's right.
Let's start there. That money should not be siphoned off. Stop that, okay? This whole thing is not right. It is so not right. It stinks to high heaven. And it smacks of illegal, dirty, all the above. And the other issue is amending or changing the rules of speakers in meetings such as this. That's outrageous. That's downright censorship. Remember, this is a republic. You guys work for us. You guys work for us. So how dare any of you consider limiting our ability to speak, whether you like it or not? Anyway, those are two issues that you guys need to throw away because they're not right, they're dirty, they're nasty, they're probably illegal as well.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Good evening, Commissioners, Madam Chair. Debbie Fisher. I would be a hypocrite if I started out and said I don't approve of a stormwater utility. I've come before several of you in the past asking for a stormwater utility. The reason is it's a dedicated fund that must be used for the purpose it's charged. That isn't paying off a bond for things that you've committed to previously. That isn't for adding other things. And what I'm going to say to you, this isn't ready for prime time. You're pushing this through for one reason that I can think of that makes sense. And that is to make sure you still have your majority vote to be able to pass this. And with that, I'm going to do a little picking again on the modifications. One thing that I did not see under definitions, what is infrastructure? Isn't that interesting? We're paying you so you can fix our infrastructure. Huh, it's not even in the definition. And this is shocking to me. Under private stormwater management systems, I assume that is all the private property owned with all the very sad stories that we've heard from several people. Let me read it. Private stormwater management systems and facility means those natural man-made channels, swells, ditches, rivers, streams, creeks, branches, reservoirs, ponds, drainage ways, inlets, catch basin, pipes. We have one thing that is infrastructure, head walls, that is infrastructure, storm drains, lakes and other physical works, properties, and improvements which transfer, control, convey, or otherwise influence the movement of stormwater runoff or water quality that are not public. Really? So in other words, that definition in my research that I've been doing for 10 years is...
Ms. Fisher, your 3 minutes are up.
That's really unfortunate. I'll pick it up on public comment.
I'm Susan Strevens, and I'd like to say, sir, you are not the board. This is the people's business. With those that were elected, well, maybe they were elected to be in those positions. And you don't have a right to interfere with our business. Where is that in the Constitution? Please, sir. I'm here. I gave notice the last time I was here. It was just my notice. Today I have 136 notices that I would like attention for immediate due care. And the notice is to render to the following persons: the Cobb County Board of Commissioners, the Cobb County Manager, John Burns, who is the Georgia Speaker of the House, Ed Seltzer, who is one of our Georgia State Senators, and to our Cobb County Sheriff. And I want you to know that this notice, to take notice, that notice to agent is notice to principal, and notice to principal is notice to agent, which means that the persons that receive this notice are to distribute it to all the government servants and add it to the public record that all receive this notice from the people, by the people. And there is instructions in here that if you have affidavit to give constitutional, where you have authority in the Constitution to rebut, that you have an affidavit sworn under the penalty of perjury, and that it be sent certified mail to the sender that's listed below. So this is 136 notices, and I am serving it, and I guess it goes to the clerk. Is that correct? Make sure that you have it. Thank you. And I attended one of the sessions in East Cobb with Miss Judy, and she confessed that the commissioners have taken money out of the stormwater fund and put it in the general fund. Where is the stewardship to put that back and to make that fund whole in the first place? Right. That's lousy stewardship. You have committed gross maladministration. And the way for you to cover it is to charge the homeowners, and you swore an oath. You swore an oath.
Ma'am, your time is up.
And you are public servants.
Ma'am,
Your time is up. The clock has run.
You
Thank
swore
you.
an oath.
Ma'am, your time has run.
No, my time hasn't run out because I have the right to regulate internal government.
I'm sorry. I'm
And
going to
that's
ask for you
what
to
I'm
please get
here,
down from
is
the
to
dais.
regulate internal government. In the name of Yeshua. In the name of Yeshua.
I need some assistance, please, because this is not
You
going
can stand
to...
up there, sir.
Excuse me,
That's
sir.
great. Enough is enough.
Thank you.
You don't have the right to remove these.
Hill, before you go forward, I know you've been here many times and you're aware of the policy. For any of our speakers, we will take an unlimited number of speakers to address the code amendments that are before you today. You have 3 minutes allotted. When you go up on the dais, and Hill, if you can check and just confirm with me, there should be a clock set for 3 minutes that should be running down. Just make sure you check that time as you're speaking so we can be mindful of that and be respectful towards others who will only have the same amount of time. Okay? Thank you. Is the clock up there set for 3 minutes?
It is, and if you don't interrupt me and
All right.
take my time.
I just want to make sure. It's
Okay.
not, I haven't started yet.
Hill Wright, I stand before you today to address the proposed rain tax in Cobb County. This tax, wrapped in a deceptive package of as stormwater code change, is nothing short of a betrayal of the people of Cobb County. Brace yourselves for what I can only describe as Chair Cupid's love for taxes, Richardson's rain tax, and Sheffield's soap scheme, the Cobb County comedy of tax hikes. The county insists that we, the people, must shoulder the burden of replacing funds that were irresponsibly transferred from the water department. In essence, they want us to tighten our belts while they continue to spend their spendthrifty ways. But it doesn't stop there. The county's audacity to reach new heights as they shift responsibilities on the homeowners based on lack of records. Consider the wake of the 2021 flash flood. Homeowners were wrongly informed that costly stormwater repairs were their responsibility due to the inaccuracies of property plats. These plats, supposedly the record, failed to adequately reflect stormwater features and responsibilities. Homeowners were left holding the bag for the repairs that should have been the homeowner's responsibility, the county's responsibility all along. Take, for example, the case of a homeowner where 4-foot diameter pipe collapsed in his yard from overstressing from age and increased development upstream. The plat indicated that the pipe was located on the left side of the yard and extended only halfway, when in reality it was located on the right side and extended to full length. A decade before, a deck was built over this pipe, and Cobb County made a previous owner do a survey and sign an agreement for the owner to remove the deck when the county had to make repairs or replace the pipe. The funny thing is, this deck was over the section of pipe the plat did not show. The owner got lucky because the agreement was still on file at the courthouse, not at the water department. And what happens if homeowners can't afford these exorbitant costs? They face the threat of liens on their home. What happens if a lot of homes has money tied up in liens? Will the county find a way to come after all that money? But it gets worse. In recent work session, it was revealed that the burden of these costs would be shifted further onto residential properties, while big business, probably donors to certain board members, are left off the hook. It's a slap in the face to hardworking homeowners already bear the cost of the excessive taxation. Commissioners try to justify this debacle by claiming it's necessary for progress. So I implore you, commissioners, do not proceed with this ill-conceived plan. It's not fair, it's not ready, it's certainly not a plan. To quote Commissioner Richardson, you can't stop the whole system from moving forward because it's not ready. Chair Cupid, we can't stop moving forward because we can't see everything. Commissioner Sheffield, the problem is it's going to fix itself. But I counter, why move forward at all without a clear direction, with a rushed code changes full of concerns, with a clear view of the without a clear view of the problem, without letting citizens participate in defining the solution? Come November, the actions will have consequences. If you choose to move forward with this half-baked scheme, you will have nothing but this hanging around your neck. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Marshall, and I'm a taxpayer here in Cobb County. Certain members of this administration have launched an attack on the quality of life of Cobb residents. It's called death by 1,000 paper cuts. I remember distinctly that last year, prior to the vote on whether to roll back the millage rate, the current commissioner of District 4 asked the CFO about the financial impact for most residents should they fail to roll the rate back. And the seemingly innocuous amount of $17 more a year was thrown out. Oh, so they will only bleed a little. Why are they so upset? Go cry to the school board. Their knife is much sharper. Yet here we are today with this proposed fee schedule. If passed, the majority of residents will supposedly pay only $4 per month for now, which translates to $48 more a year. Let's add that to last year's little $17. Now we're up to $65 more a year. But don't worry, with this administration, the bleeding should stop soon. Just ignore it. But to be clear, by soon we mean in about 30 years, because we also want you to vote for the IMSPLOS later this year. We have already paid for what this stormwater fee is slated to be used for, not once, but twice. First, when we paid our property taxes, which if there was proper budgeting, money would have been appropriately allocated to stormwater management. Then second, with SPLOS dollars, which the code allows use of those funds for capital projects involving stormwater management. Yet here you are again preparing to cut citizens, Cobb citizens, once again, by asking us to pay a third tax to be used for exactly what the first two taxes should have already covered. You would have gone beyond the rallying cry. You would have gone beyond the rallying cry of double taxation without representation if you vote for this measure to pass. You will have entered into triple taxation despite economic inflation. This administration's continuous attacks are seeping the life out of the quality of life of Cobb citizens. Your fiscal irresponsibility has made the majority of you a liability, and we the people, we the Cobb residents, are not your insurance policy. Vote no on this measure, come up with alternate solutions, find a way to use the millions of dollars you have already collected from us, and show us you are willing to stop inflicting damage on Cobb citizens and stop the financial bleeding.
My name is Walt Lyles. I'm a resident of Cobb County up off of Trickham Road. I totally oppose this whole thing that's going on with stormwater management. I attended the town hall meeting the other night with the director, and I listened very closely. The need is real. The problem is that the county has ignored this for over 30 plus years. So the fix is going to be 30 plus years to get it back balanced. It's not going to happen overnight. I almost guarantee you, if I walked in her office and looked at her backlog, to get contractors and the supplies and everything, just to handle the backlog, I'm probably probably nod your head right. I'm probably 5 years just to catch up your backlog, just to get it even caught up close. That's how bad this county is out of whack with this issue. Now, the other side of this thing is the business side. You're going to go after businesses, churches, taxpayers. You can't do this. People work on budgets. You know what they're going to do? They're going to pass the money back to the taxpayers through their bills and their businesses, but they can't balance their budget. You work on a budget, our families work on a budget, businesses work on a budget, churches work on a budget. You're going to blindside them, surprise them with all these extra new bills coming in, and it doesn't work that way. This whole stormwater is real, and we have to address it, but it's not time to pass this way of getting the money. Maybe that 30-year transportation bill that you want to do the 1 cent thing, maybe that's where this money needs to go and give you a 30-year fix on the 1 cent tax instead of going back after us individually as homeowners and taxpayers. Because it's just getting old, and it's getting old to keep coming back and asking for more money and find out this administration didn't do it, and this administration didn't do it. I don't care if you get voted, reelected. I don't really care. What I do care is how it impacts me. In the next 10 years, how am I going to afford this? How are these families going to afford it? And everybody's just tired of it. And you can look at this room. Look at all these people here. If you vote yes tonight and you pass this, look at these people. They came out to tell you they're against it. Maybe there's a few, but I haven't seen anybody come up here and saying they're for it. So if you pass it, you're going against the wishes of the residents. And I don't understand it. I've been in a meeting here before, and I watched everybody in this room being against something, and it got passed. Well, it's not supposed to work that way. This is the people speaking and giving you an honest opinion of what they feel. Even the turnouts at all your town hall meetings, they were strong. They're telling you something, and quit ignoring what they're telling you. And they're taking the time out of their personal lives to come in these meetings and these rooms to share something with you. They have something real to share with you to explain why they don't want you to pass it. Just to rubber stamp it to send it on. That's what's been happening for all these other administrations. They keep passing it. So what do they keep passing? I'm watching the clock. I've got 14 seconds. They keep passing the ordinances to keep doing construction, and keep doing construction with a lot of the surfaces that will not drain the water correctly. So that's where you're at, and I'm out of time. I'm stepping down. Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, my name is Richard Grome, and I am here representing East Cobb Civic Association and to present ECCA's comments on Chapter 122. ECA has given the BOC written recommendations and requests that this chapter of the code be held until some changes and issues have been resolved. For example, Section 122.301, we believe that definitions should be consistent throughout the code to avoid confusion. Section 122.304, scope of responsibility. It now says that the stormwater, that the county water system may provide stormwater services. Well, considering how much we're paying, we think that should be shall provide stormwater services. Section 122.305. I know what Ms. Jones interpreted the code, the proposed code to say. Unfortunately, that's not what it says. at least not what I've read. First of all, is putting a lien on a homeowner's property whose entire savings is that house, is that the answer? I don't think so. We're led to believe that this was just moved over from from Chapter 50. No, there's no place in Chapter 50 that says you can put a lien on a residential property. It says you can put the lien on a commercial or industrial property, but it does not say a residential property. Language has been added to the revenue bond issue pledging stormwater management. Okay, now it's not just for stormwater management utilities, but it's for the water system and or stormwater management utilities. Section 122, 314D, which should have been little f, adjustments, the customer shall be required at their own expense to provide any required supplemental information. While the county can, but is not even required to visit the property. Gathering this information is time-consuming for the customer and could be very expensive. I called a surveyor today and said, listen, if I need an impervious surface survey done on my property, R20, for a survey, how much would it cost? $975. Okay. The county proposes not to reimburse any customer cost, even if the county is wrong. Stormwater manager makes the decision whether or not to make any adjustment to the fee. If this is appealed, then the director of the water system makes the decision. Now, we were told that after that it comes to you. Now, that's not in the code. That's not what I read in the proposed code, unless it was put in this afternoon. So it doesn't come to you.
Mr. Grome, your time's up.
We recommend this be held.
Good evening, Commissioners and Madam Chairwoman. My name is Jill Flam, and I am presenting ECCA's comments on the proposed change to Section 110, Structural Stormwater Controls, also in our handout. In the past, stormwater facilities were included on private homeowners' property, HOA property, and even a combination of the two. Some facilities were even split between homeowners, or there were two or more different subdivisions. This did not work. Most HOAs and or homeowners do not have the expertise or money needed to maintain a facility on their property, especially with those with lakes or dams. To compound the issue, some HOAs are no longer in existence or are no longer mandatory. The solution to future problems was to have new developments put these facilities on a separate lot with access to a street. These were supposed to be turned over to the county once the county verified these were up to code by the developer. Cobb County Stormwater Management has the expertise to maintain these structures. In fact, stipulations to that effect were put into place with rezoning applications restating the code. Now we are learning that this never happened in a lot of cases. Why not? What group in Cobb County was responsible for making sure this happened before development was completed? Was there a procedure in place? Or is this a case of, like open space, there was no procedure to make sure it occurred, and it was by luck that it happened? Now the county wants to go back to the old way of requiring HOAs to bear the responsibility and expense of maintaining stormwater facilities. These HOAs could be as small as 3 homes. The safeguard to make sure this happens is the requirement that a mandatory HOA be established that spells out in its covenants that the HOA is responsible for maintaining the stormwater as well as giving them the authority to collect money to do so. Who in the county is going to look at the covenants, make sure they contain the appropriate language and are filed? Who in the county is going to make sure adequate fees are collected for stormwater management? The county has said they do not enforce HOA covenants. Are they going to do so now? Or is the county planning on using the legal system as a way to force property owners' HOAs to comply? What happens if the HOA ceases to exist? Who will the county require to maintain these facilities? ECCA recommends that the section be removed. Having HOA or homeowners maintain stormwater facilities has not worked in the past, and there are no guarantees that it will in the future. We recommend that the current code remain and internal procedures be established, guaranteeing that developers turn over detention facilities to the county prior to any building permits being issued for the project. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen Mann. I'm a 40-year resident of Cobb County. As I understand this in a nutshell, money that was supposed to work on stormwater management was put in the general fund and allocated to other purposes. In order to acquire more funds, you have a three-prong approach. Number one is to divest responsibility for certain infrastructure assets, dump them on the homeowner for management. Item number two, for that privilege, you're going to charge a fee. Not a tax that we could vote on, a fee, which you already state you plan on raising in 2025. And then the third way is by charging the homeowner when they don't maintain these assets according to your standards. What standards? We don't know what standards. If we knew what the standards were, we might not accept responsibility for that asset. Basically, this is not acceptable. If you vote for this, I will do everything in my power to keep you from being on this board after the next election. Thank you.
My name is Leslie Davis, Marietta. There are a host of reasons why you should vote to table this matter tonight, all of which I've emailed you about. So in my 3 minutes, I'm going to focus on funding. Before a stormwater so-called fee should have ever been considered, the county should have addressed general fund spending waste. Mike Boyce came to us years ago with his proverbial buckets and said if the county could just raise the millage rate, the essential buckets would be filled. The majority passed that, and somehow that still wasn't enough. Every year we get raked over the coals when you vote to raise the millage rate back to the previous year's rate instead of letting it roll back to the tax neutral rate. That's still not enough. You raise the water fund year after year, currently 6%. You know that you can put all the extracurriculars and pet projects into the general fund bucket and then cry, the sky is falling, when a true emergency or need arises. Then we hear, oh, we need to implement this new tax to address this or that. It's always more, more, more. We need a county that prioritizes the shared community assets, infrastructure, and services instead of special interests and pet projects. Stop the water fund steal.
Good evening. My name is Sue Marshall. I've lived in Cobb County for 47 years. We have 3 pictures. I don't know if y'all can zoom into this to put it up. How has everybody been doing that? Okay. Okay, anyway, we have a walk bridge from the second phase of our subdivision to the third phase that the stormwater has washed out that bridge, taken out the rock that was around it, felled trees. This was in August of 2021. A month later is when the big storm came and knocked out the same culverts going under Bird's Mill and under Land's Mill. Those roads came out. Yes, you all had to repair that, but nobody would come out while they had the backhoes down there getting their culverts out to come get the one across the walk bridge because you all said it didn't show up on the plat. I understand from the meeting that we had at the town hall that Commissioner Burrell ran, that a lot of those records are gone. How many other records are missing that would show the infrastructure that was on there but isn't now, but this pipe will probably remain forever because it's now in my next door neighbor's yard and he's not going to pay to have it removed? When we get more stormwater, it's going to run down and knock out the bridge that you all just repaired on Lands Mill. We vote no on this, table it, come up with other ways, and help all of us with what's on our property to be identified so we know what we do have to deal with. Thank you.
Jeff Quasham, 35 years. 65 years ago, neighborhoods got built. One house invariably ends up at the bottom of two hills. That house got a stormwater drain in their yard to deal with all the water from the houses on the hills above. Today, Cobb County admits, well, they lost the records and they'll maintain all the infrastructure you can prove in court. Otherwise, that one unlucky taxpayer gets to drown in an $8,000 bill to fix it. Making them pay to fix neighborhood infrastructure is called equitable, because without those records, it's what a court of equity might do. Meanwhile, the fees to maintain that infrastructure have been drained into the general budget for any 5-year plan this triumvirate wants. A fair policy wouldn't pretend that a regressive tax on existing property is a solution to fund the infrastructure demands of new development. A fair policy wouldn't demand taxpayers pay to refill monies siphoned off for political purposes. A fair policy wouldn't put a lien on grandma's house of 30 years because the county lost the paperwork. This board wants to rob Grandma Peters to pay developer Paul because it suits their agenda, not any higher purpose. Fairness demands you reconsider this equitable regressive tax. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Robbie Huck. I live in the city of Marietta, and I spoke at and I don't see the clock. Oh, okay. I spoke at a meeting earlier this year, and I thought that we had separated the Marietta water from the Cobb, but I'm pretty sure we're all connected, especially when it comes to codes. And I just want to be one more voice on record of asking to table this. And some of the definitions in the codes are completely off. To say that a gravel driveway is an impervious surface is wrong. And I've got a chance to look at the rate schedule that is proposed for this stormwater runoff. And it doesn't take into account a property owner who is already acting as a good steward of the property and respectful of the neighbors by having their property undeveloped. And whatever the structure is, it should incentivize property owners having undisturbed land that could absorb the water that runs off their roof. And then, I want to, I'm supportive of almost everything that's been already put on the record. Impact fees are the way to go because not everybody lives in Cobb but wishes they were in New York. We live here because we like breathing room and we like the small town feeling. And I do want to end with a positive note. I applaud this board for grabbing the bull by the horn. So many boards before you have passed it on, and it's an important issue because we've already seen flooding, the 500-year flood a few years back. Everybody kind of felt it then and just walked right by. So yes, we need to do something, but it's not ready. We need to fix it so that it supports sustainable stewardship of private property by promoting non-developing of your entire parcel. Thanks for your time.
Larry Wills, Marietta, Georgia. I've lived in the same spot for about 75 years. This is really interesting. It's like shooting at a moving target. Now, if I understand correctly, we're talking about an enterprise fund that's going to be set up. That's a whole different ballgame. And this all seems to be about money for the county. And what you're proposing will not stop flooding as long as you continue to allow the current rate of destruction of natural areas. Homeowners have no control over impervious areas anymore. This feature is built into the shrinkflation of subdivisions they are forced to purchase now. Home footprints have decreased. Yards are the size of postage stamps. Houses are crammed together and they cost $500,000. The entire footprint of these residential developments are now impervious. The 5 to 20 acre tracts are clear cut and scraped flat down to the topsoil scraped completely away and compacted by heavy equipment and developing an impervious clay pan. With the disappearance of the root system, humus layer, and tree canopy, transpiration does not take place, and every raindrop is forced into a retention pond, stands in puddles on lawns, or overflows in sheets downslope into the next impervious development. As long as you continue to allow row house and connected town home developments, which are really condominiums, flooding will continue no matter how much money you take from homeowners and businesses. You have to stop replacing tree canopies with tightly packed roofs and start respecting the benefits of transpiration and spongy water absorbent forest litter and humus. If you are serious about stopping flooding, declare a moratorium on future developments that engage in clear cutting and soil strip mining and get professional help.
Sir, your time's up.
In
3 minutes.
creating
Your 3 minutes are
meaningful
up.
regulations. This whole process that you're proposing seems really Mickey Mouse.
Sir, your time is run. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Tony Gasper. We have met the enemy, and he is us. We stand here and talk about unaffordable housing, and we take actions that create more unaffordable housing. That's what this is doing. We're paying a tax disguised as a fee for stormwater. Now, it's my understanding from the presentation at Tim Lee Center is that the school system will be participating as well in paying that fee. Are they going to go out into their magic money tree and grab a dollar to pay that fee? No, that's coming back to us on our property taxes. And I may look real young to you guys, but I am old enough not to pay property taxes for schools. I was told as well, and I understood that the county would be paying the fee on their property. Where's that money coming from? The same money tree? It's coming from property taxes. And if you're a renter, the landlord's passing that on to you. So, you know, how often do we have to pay this tax? It's not just on the fee we pay. It's downstream from another bunch of other fees we have to pay, taxes. We talk about a unified development code. And we have a great example right here tonight with the code where they mentioned changing 70 to 55 or whatever of impervious surface. By what definition of impervious surface are we using? This code creates a second definition for impervious surface for the county. And that's going to cause confusion. And I'm not sure that the way I read the proposed code anyway, that a staff member of the county makes the final decision on the impervious surface. That is not correct. That should not happen. And the enemy is us. All of us. Together. How many years have we allowed the county commission to move money from the water utility to the general fund? That's our fault. Yes. Get out there, vote, and do something about it. Thank you.
Jeremy McCowan, West Cobb. If you Google rain tax today, right now, you'll find that Toronto, Canada is currently discussing this same topic. I bring that up because this isn't an organic discussion. The reason that you're not worried about your jobs come next election is because you have bigger plans. I come here today to show some of that to the rest of the people here. The book I'm holding in front of me is called The Nature of Sustainable Development. This is written by Ms. Sharon Beater. This is a college textbook from 1993. And I'm going to read to you on chapter 14. What is equity? It represents a belief that there are some things which people should have, that there are basic needs that should be fulfilled, and that burdens and rewards should not be spread too divergently across the community. That policy should be directed with impartiality, fairness, and justice towards those ends. Jim Falk, 1993. What I bring to you here is the housing assessment for Cobb County 2023, last year. Page 2. Let me read to you what it says on page 2. Equity represents a belief that there are some things which people should have, that there are basic needs which should be fulfilled, that burdens and rewards should not be spread too divergently across the community, and that the policy should be directed with impartiality, fairness, and justice towards those ends. And I ask you, where did this information come from? It came from a United Nations speech in 1990 called Our Common Future. I stand before you here today, everyone here. You voting these commissioners out will not end this. It has to go beyond. And you all know where you're coming from, and you know where this is coming from. Anyone who supports ESG, DEI, or sustainable development will follow the path of these commissioners, and you need to address everyone who follows.
Hi, good evening. Thomas McCoy. I feel woefully unprepared with everyone that's got notes and things like that, but it's my first time coming here and just listening. I feel very incensed at the feedback that I'm hearing from my neighbors where they've already dealt with undue burdens for things that have happened along the lines of the stormwater and other water management issues. And I want to stand and say that I also disagree and hope that you will not just table, but just discard it abjectly from being a topic that's up for discussion. Having seen the property taxes for my particular property go from $753 to nigh $5,000 in the past 4 years, I think you've collected enough money from me to certainly help with that matter, not to mention the increase of density that has happened. So you have more people paying into the general taxes that are available to you to draw from to appropriate some of those funds and be able to contribute and or manage some of these items. So that's really all I have to say. Like, you are collecting more revenue than ever before. You need to take a look at that, work on the budgeting there, stop diverting money to general funds and whatever else that you're doing, and actually try to look at the money that you are collecting that you continue to increase. I mean, that's not just a one-time fee, right? That's something that I will be paying as long as I own the property within the community. So, you know, you're guaranteed that money, or I guess we're back to taking people's houses again, right? So, you know, consider that and don't table it, just discard it and look at the money you're already collecting and find a way to make that work for what you're budgeting for. That's it.
Good evening. I'm Donna Court,
Cobb County, District 2, Chairwoman Cupid, Commissioners Dr. McMorris. I come to support however our board chooses to vote. I have trust, and I thank the board, and I thank all of our staff and employees for all of the hard work that you do.
Just stop right there. We know we want to allow the speakers to be able to make remarks, but what they are not expecting is to get insensitive remarks from those that are speaking alongside with them. If any of you are speaking who were to hear some of the things that we just heard as she was speaking, you would be as bothered as we are. To be honest, we have some people who, and I don't want to make a threat, but I do need some help here as we are trying to listen. But it just seems as if the envelope is just getting pushed further and further. And we need some help to ensure that people are abiding by the rules of decorum that should be in this space. So I'm asking for support from those in this room who can do that. We are adults here, we are not children. Ms. Court, please continue.
Thank you, ma'am. I actually had not planned to speak tonight, but I do speak in support, and I thought of 4 things that perhaps maybe everybody in this room could agree upon. All human beings need water. Water is a precious resource and must be managed. I think, or maybe it's just me, but I like to assume and believe that most people have positive intent no matter how they act. But I do assume positive intent for everybody's actions. I also know from my profession, and I know many of the people in this room are, all of our staff for sure are working professionals, that it is always, I come from a healthcare background, so we find that it's always preventing something from breaking costs many more dollars less than having to fix something once it is already broken. So that's a principle that I'm hoping some people in this room may be able to agree upon. And as always, I thank you all, but last but not least, if I may just enter into the clerk's records, we made the front page news with Cobb County's journalist in the room, Taylor Croft, and it actually had a very good overview of the drainage and what led us to where we are today. It was the 2021 storm, and I encourage everybody to look it up, and if it's okay, may I enter it into evidence? Thank you. Thank you all for all you do.
Okay, my name's Veronica Cook. I've been a homeowner in District 1 since 1989. I asked at Thursday's meeting we had in West Cobb for a total amount of money that's been siphoned from the water system to Cobb County General Fund. And she even asked, you wrote that question down, we're gonna have that, right? At the meeting. Well, it didn't make today's meeting. I will be here at every meeting you have asking for that number until it makes it into the public record. On the question of what will keep the storm money fund from being raided. Okay, so yeah, the bonds, but not everything they're gonna be spending is on bond. They're gonna talk about how they wanna have their own in-house group. What's gonna keep that money from being raided? The only way will be to write it into the ordinance that this fee will be used for stormwater, period, and that it will take another action, a new ordinance to have that changed. I would like to have all homeowners and business owners be able to see how the calculation for their impervious service was done, not just a final number. If we got the calculation, I could tell you whether or not I need to appeal. But with just some magic number out of some overview for my home, not going to be helpful. Last, when will Cobb County District have time to do their own calculations? If there's a 30-day review from the time the assessment is given. Cobb County School has a whole bunch of stuff. And here's the thing, when you start charging them a fee, that fee becomes a tax because Cobb County schools get their monies from taxes. How much will they be assessed? I just did some little Google map thing cut out a square of what the stadium looks like, looked up measurements for that, put them on several schools, 2 elementaries, 1 middle, 2 high schools, came up with a number, multiplied by that magic number that's in the slides, and came up with a minimum of $750,000 in new taxes that we'll have to do to make the Cobb County School meet their impervious service. I fully believe that this group will not table this tonight, and that they will vote in 3-2 vote to have this ordinance as it is. Should that happen, you can count on me having grounds now, since you'll be charging me, having grounds to sue the unconstitutional composition of this board.
Madam Chair, Board, my name is Robert Maynard. I'm a resident of Marietta since 1985. I've heard a lot of eloquent speeches here concerning the downside of this stormwater fee as such, and I don't believe I can add much to that. But what I would like to do is comment on the rules that you plan on changing in terms of the public participation.
I'm sorry, sir, that's outside of the scope of this hearing.
Pardon me?
Even though somebody intertwined that in the public hearing, the changes to those rules are outside of the scope of this public hearing. This hearing is to address the code chapters. That is to address the BOC policies and procedures.
Okay, well, what you had this afternoon was called, I believe, the Board of Commissioners Agenda Work Session.
Yes, sir.
It's not called a meeting. And therefore, if you take that in the consent agreement to pass these rule changes, you're not following your own rules, which says you have to have a meeting before that to announce them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairwoman.
Yes, sir.
My name is Dan Johnson, resident of East Cobb, and I'm here representing the Cobb Chamber tonight. I want to first off by thanking Director Jones and you all for bringing up an issue that is very important. I think we heard a lot of people tonight talking about stormwater issues. So we know there is an issue with stormwater in Cobb County, and we thank you for bringing up ideas to address this issue. Secondly, I want to thank you for changing the appeals process. The way the appeals were written previously, it gave a perception of unfairness, and I think you did a great job by changing that to make sure there is a fair process for appeals that has other bodies reviewing items that come from staff. As it relates to the rest of the code, as we provided in our letter that we sent to you on Friday, we are asking for further consideration before a vote is made on this particular ordinance. We've heard information about kind of the average impact on property owners and commercial property owners. We haven't really heard a lot about how it's going to impact others. We do have a lot of large employers in Cobb County, whether it's Six Flags over Georgia, the Cobb County School Systems, Kennesaw State University, Cumberland Mall, Town Center Mall, and others. We don't really know the impact and how it's going to have on some of these large employers in Cobb. This could be a substantial impact in the middle of an operating budget that would have detrimental impact on them, and they would just pass that fee on to others, renters and others that would be paying these higher costs. So we would ask you to consider a delay in order to address that, as well as address the issue of some of the credits. The credits are a very important aspect of this. We've heard from Director Jones that a lot of the services that are being provided on this are going to be provided to our residential property owners and to our subdivisions. We're not saying that they don't deserve assistance, not at all. But we are saying that there are commercial property owners that right now would be providing this fee. They're not able to provide their infrastructure to the county for maintenance, so they'll be paying a fee and not receiving a lot of services in return. So we would ask that to be considered as part of this, so that there could be a proportional share of the benefits of this to the fee that's being paid for those commercial property owners. With that, we do thank you for considering an important issue, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary Jane Burma, and I moved into my property in 1973 and became the proud owner of my first home, which had a pipe running under the road through my yard, and it ran there until the builder across, a new builder built homes, which I became flooded. And when I called Cobb County, they said, well, you don't have a pipe on your property. And so they came out and I showed them the pipe, and they just said, well, you know, I don't know, it's not nowhere to be seen. So I have the pipe, I have the flooding, I have the new builder, which I was supposed to have improvement. First big rain flooded me out. They ran plastic strips all through my backyard. Looked like Noah's Ark is what I needed. So I would like to just ask you and just say one thing. Shame on you, Cobb County. Shame on you. How dare you push your stormwater responsibilities onto Cobb citizens, to families, retired or disabled senior citizens. Those of us who have lived and raised families and paid taxes into the system for the past 50 years are now going to be asked to shoulder more taxes and expenses even unto the grave. Shame on you. It's that you just must want to take our properties, otherwise you would not propose these new expenses and foster more fees onto our already bent shoulders. While your coffers increase with each new multi-million-dollar subdivision, aging homeowners are continually strapped with more fees, more taxes, resulting in less and less income. There are 3 new subdivisions on my street now, and instead of the builders paying for the added stormwater, citizens who stand to gain nothing from the million-dollar homes are being asked to pay up when they can least afford it. How in the world do you expect senior citizens or young families to take on Cobb County's infrastructure problems? They're your responsibilities. They shouldn't be ours. We were only just made it through the worst pandemic experience of our lifetime, where corporate America got richer and continues to do the same, while we struggle to survive and buy necessities. And there's been little let up at the grocery store, the gas pump, or the utility companies. Now you want to throw us down to the stormwater ground where you can put your feet on our necks and stamp the last dime from us. How do you sleep at night, and how do you think we can pay for pipes that are as old or as older than some of us are? How did you come up with this methodical plan?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time's up.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name's Kathy McLean. I've lived in Cobb County for 20 years. We bought another piece of property about 5 years ago, and our Commissioner, Kelly Gambrell, has helped us with the development that came about behind us. They developed 20 acres, and it caused storm water to come onto our property and caused a lot of runoff and created a big old mess. But thanks to Kelly and the builder, he fixed everything, you know, and made everything right. But I'm here to say you've got a problem. You've got angry people. We're supposed to be a community. We're supposed to be working together. We vote for our leaders to come. Yes, your servant leaders. We respect the fact that you've stepped up to lead. But when you go about doing what you've done, having meetings, but you listen to people, but you don't implement their concerns, you have this, you have outrage. We've been watching our country being taken over by socialism. This program that you are using has been going on for 20 years. Well, probably longer. Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, now it's Agenda 2040, or is it Agenda 2050? I don't know what they're working on. But it is a one world government, one world order. It is taking the power away from the people. It is taking away local control, communities, where we meet together and we decide how we want to live. You are taking it out of our hands when you force feed United Nations agendas down our throat. There's another way. I really do believe that you want to build community. You need to have a board with maybe some builders, developers. Excuse me, I think you probably should put a moratorium on development across the county until you get the stormwater issues taken care of. I'm from New Orleans. Stormwater is a problem. My house of 48 years had 2 inches of water, just 2 inches of water. It seeped up 5 feet, and we had to gut the house of 48 years that I grew up in. My parents had to move. My father was never.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up.
Please do what's right.
Good evening, ladies. Donald Barth over out of Marietta. I'm here tonight because the community is together. Look out here. Our community is together for a reason. One of the reasons is the stormwater tax fee. You understand the questions that are out here? You understand that this is not ready for prime time? There are too many questions. Why are we here talking to you? Did you hear? See, there's a question. Did you hear half of what was said out here? Any of you? Do you understand it's not about you? It's about community. Is there a stormwater problem? Ask yourself, there's a question. Is there a problem? Well, the answer is hell yeah. There's no beating around the bush. It's a hell yeah. Do you have a solution that will work? I think the answer is hell no. So I got a hell yeah and a hell no. It's not right to sit here and waste y'all's time. Anybody hungry up there? There's a question. You'd like to take a break, wouldn't you? We all would. But we can't. We've got to come to a solution on this tonight. You're not ready. Judy Jones' original proposal at the first hearing, it sucked. And that's no reflection on her. She wasn't ready. You know why she wasn't ready? Because you didn't have your ducks in a row. You got to line everything up. You got to know what you're talking about. Instead of you trying to run the bus, let's let Jackie McMorris get a team of people. Let Jackie do this. That's what we pay her for. She's the doctor. Is there a doctor in the house? Well, hell yeah. Does she say something out loud? Did she trust you? Hell no. Hell yeah, hell no. What are we going to do about this, Miss Cupid? It's time to come to a decision on something like this tonight, and I'm going to ask you, you know you're not ready. There is a solution to this problem, impact fees, talking about things like rain gardens. You know what the hell a rain garden is? Probably not. Do you care? Probably not. I've told them like it is. They don't listen. I need you to listen. You're not going to ruin me. I'm 70 damn years old. I'm going to die before you do anything to flood me out. But you're going to keep coming up with more money and more money and more money, and you're going to run me out. I can't come up with more money.
Sir,
I need you.
Mr. Barth, sorry, your time's up.
I got 6 seconds.
No,
Thank you.
it's beyond. It's going down.
Good evening, Chairwoman and Commissioners. My name is Christine Rosman. I'm going to finish Kathy's story because Kathy McLean, about her parents getting flooded out, and then they had to move. And they tried to make their life whole again, and they couldn't because their whole community got destroyed. And that wears on people. That wears on these older people that have an older house, and then they're supposed to be totally responsible for the infrastructure that is crumbling. Okay, this crumbling infrastructure, it's not like, oh my God, how did that happen? You knew that it was happening. And for 25 years, you've been, not you all personally, but it's been that we've always done it this way, is that you rob from the water department and take it over to the general fund, right? So then you're looking at, what is that, between 6 and 10% over the last 25 years. That's several $100 million, I believe, if I'm not a math person, but somewhere in that vicinity. And if you knew you had a water problem, you knew you had an infrastructure problem, why wasn't it addressed before? Instead of saying, hey, taxpayers, this is on you. It's not, the problem, not being able to say no to zoning, not being able to say no to Kevin Moore, the attorney that comes up with all this stuff. And so not just Kevin, but other attorneys, but he seems to be the name in every meeting, whether it's Cobb County or City of Marietta. So here's another thing too. So one thing is that you all took an oath to uphold the Constitution. The Constitution is about us. It's about us. Its Constitution is about us so that we would make sure that government didn't take over. And so when you keep taking a little bit of this, a little bit of that, that is what the Constitution is about, to not grow and mushroom the government. So if you're looking for some cash, I know where you could get some. You had no problem coming to us and say, hey, you know what? Your house is ruined, go pay for it yourself. If you would instead have the Braves pay for that instead of leasing them, you'd make hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer money, and we could end this show. And I believe that, that's it. Thank you.
My name's Patricia Hay, and I'm from South Cobb, and I hate public speaking. The only reason I'm speaking is because I feel like I need to. This proposed tax or fee is fundamentally flawed and needs to be set aside for a future commission, one that is willing to take the time to generate public buy-in, pre-planning, build consensus planning, and ultimately design a program that will be effective and appropriately funded implementation. You've skipped over the first two and landed on implementation. I don't understand the hurry to get something done immediately reproached. The commission says it's data-driven. Give us some data. Show us analysis. Tell us what the problems are. Show us how this added fee will fix these problems and how much money is going to be generated to fix our aging infrastructure. Are there other solutions to the flooding problems? I believe there are. Couldn't we halt high-density development? You keep saying progress. You're going to flood us all out with all your development, like the guy said. Do you not understand why people are calling this a rain tax and it's equal to a slush fund? I'm going to begin telling other people that the stormwater utility mess is going to be a preview of the UDC plan and how it's going to unfold. And all the stuff that these other people have said, I agree with them totally. And you're not thinking about us, the citizens, at all. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Pamela Reardon. I live in East Cobb. I've been there for 25 years, going on 26. I guess you can tell from the room tonight that this is a bipartisan problem. This is a bipartisan issue. It's not a racist issue. There's a mix of people from all backgrounds. They do not, they look at this, and as anybody with, common sense looks at this and they go, there's something wrong here because rain falls from the sky, it goes and hits the ground, the hard surfaces that runs downhill. Okay, if you've got a lake, a lot of impervious trees, bushes, grass on your property, it tends to absorb that. But if you have a subdivision that a developer did right next to you that does not have that amount of trees and grass, but they have more cement, and they have bigger houses on smaller lots, and that developer was not made to plan for rainwater and sewage, then that's why you have the problem, and we have it 150,000 times that. That is the problem. I am recently retired from real estate. I can't even begin to tell you how many things I've seen in this. I was showing property in September of 2009. My clients and myself came out of a house, and there was a river right down the street that wasn't there 30 minutes before that. That's how fast this happens. And you think back 2009, we'd learned something. And also in Estelle, it was very flooded because of the railroad tracks. Because they were blocking, because of the way they're built, the water could not get away and run down, therefore flooded all of the homes and the yards. Now, and you can see that you've exempted the railroads from this. So, we're not solving the problem here at all. We're not. We're just taxing people. We're not solving the problem. I really think you need to stop it. You need to get people together. We need to come up with better solutions, because there are solutions. Because I don't like getting flooded from the people next door. We had to put in a French drain. I took care of it. But not everybody can do that. Not everyone can see where the rain's coming from. But thank you. Please put it on hold.
Hello, Board of Commissioners. I'm Sheila Edwards, and I come before you today because I care about Cobb County. But under failed leadership and poor decision-making from this board, I'm frightened, and I'm concerned because of Cobb, and from what I've heard from the audience this evening, they're afraid as well, and I suspect the same for those watching on TV. I'm concerned about the lack of transparency and accountability by some members of the board to the citizens of Cobb. You act like you don't owe us anything. Well, I'm here to tell you, you do. You sit there and listen to speaker after speaker on issue after issue, and then you make a decision that hurts citizens, ignoring our plea. I point back to the millage rate last year. You could have offered relief, but instead you told us to go eat cake. Your failure to address the issues that affect our community is nauseating. and placing tax after tax on our backs will no longer stand. I point to the rain tax you're pushing. You've heard the passionate commentary from citizens on that. I point to the 30-year transit mobility tax you have on the ballot in November. No one knows what transportation will look like in 5 years, let alone 30 years, yet you want citizens to say yes to this. I suspect we will be in flying cars by then, but yet this board supports a 30-year tax that will outlive most of us in this room. Like me, many in Cobb are tired of the triple taxation that burdens our community. We are also weary of outside politicians and special interest groups, each with their own agendas, meddling in Cobb. These entities attempt to dictate our choices while shamelessly promoting politicians who impose burdensome levies on citizens. I'm frightened, and we should all be frightened. I have some advice. If you want to find some money, stop paying millions of dollars to consultants to tell you how to do your job, instead of relying on the talents of Dr. Jackie McMorris and her highly skilled and highly talented staff under her leadership. Paying a consultant $2.5 million to tell you how to spend grant money is a waste of $2.5 million. And tells me that you are not ready for prime time and you're not ready to lead our county. I want to be clear about something. This is not a Republican issue or a Democratic issue. It is not a black issue or a white issue. It is not a male issue or a female issue. It is a common sense issue. Citizens are no longer willing to remain quiet while you abandon common sense and make more decisions that hurt us, our families, and our community. As a homeowner and taxpayer, I've been deeply involved in Cobb since my family relocated here in the 90s, where my husband was transferred to Lockheed. I mentioned Lockheed because of the poor decision-making that was made to place condos next to Dobbins. What happened next was a land swap, swampland for prime real estate off of Terra Mill.
Ms. Edwards, your time is up.
Thank you.
Christian Larson, property owner for 20-plus years. And basically, my comments go out to the community out here. These people aren't part of the community. They're the parasites. They're the ones living off us. This morning when I got up, the last place I thought I'd be is in front here trying to keep government in check. I didn't know until 5 o'clock this afternoon that this was going on. Otherwise, I would have at least 20 other property owners. So, these people probably know how they're going to vote. I'm against it. I would like a show of hands of who's for it or against, who's against it. Who's against this? This is just a sample of your constituents that care about what's going on in their community. And yeah, that's all.
Good evening. My name is Barclay Russell. And most of you will not like what I have to say, but I have lived in this area most of my life, in the greater Atlanta area. And I have seen too many elected officials be afraid to even bring up an issue of an additional tax, no matter what it is. And this is more of a fee structure. You can watch the city of Atlanta as an example. I have many friends there, and the infrastructure problems that they have now got because it got kicked down the alley or the street every time there was a person.
We're not interrupting the speaker, please.
Every time a new administration came in, they didn't want to deal with it. And I watched other counties, because I've always been interested in government, do the same thing, and they're all suffering. You have to, at some point in time, stop kicking it down the road and act to bring this around. We do not want to see what happens here in Cobb that we're seeing in Atlanta. Consistent infrastructure failure. That is just not good for the county. I don't have a problem, and I've worked in economic development, making the larger property owners having to pay their fair share, because that is where many of our areas or problems are coming from, is their impervious surfaces and they were built before we probably had stringent rules in place on the new developments. But, you know, just remember that this problem is worse today and costing us a lot more money, because when you have deferred maintenance, it hurts everybody. You know it about your house, you know it about your neighborhood, and I know this needs to be given serious consideration, but I just was hoping to put a little thing into perspective because of the impact it would have on your community by continuing to kick it down the road. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners and board members. Audience, no applause till I'm done. I want to talk about, I did a video. I opened up a dialogue online. It's already over 150 hits since last night. And it was 11 o'clock last night. And it's called A Better Path for Cobb County. And I did a 20-minute video, and I showed what happened with stormwater when they put curb and gutter in to do sidewalks on Lower Roswell Road. Well, we used to have ditches, and they mitigated water. But the SPLOST project widened the road and then put in a pipe and then just dumps it down the existing paths through subdivisions, which, you know, that's what the people are suffering from when a bigger, denser subdivision goes into a 50-year-old pipe. And that's what it needs addressed in zoning. In your stormwater assessments, I sat through plenty of zoning in 2005 on, and I ran against Olin's, and I got the push things from Georgia Right to Life, Council for Quality Growth. Now that's the one. The one guy here is asking you to hold it, and he's the lobbyist for Council for Quality Growth. He's the one that they give you the push cards because they're going to ask, you know, depending on your answers, that's who funds your campaign. And I say this to the ones running and why the guy said what he did. And the whole thing is the citizens of Cobb County are pretty united, and I think you could actually have a grassroots thing where you wouldn't fund anybody the traditional way, and that's who they serve because they want to stay on elected board. And the problem, you need to just throw this out the window, start over, and that what I put up as a website, that's the discussion forum. I'm not going to edit it. I'm going to let anybody say what they want to say. And I forwarded it to you guys first because I don't think you understand where the water goes. I showed what happens with Park Air. I showed what happens in our neighborhood, and we're R20 zoning. There should be no fee. But when you see what's coming, the whole thing, stormwater, all this stuff started with DOT. When you first put a road across a stream, you had to either pipe it or build a bridge. And when you do that, or the railroads, like she mentioned earlier, these are your problems. And you don't even have them addressed in the SPLOST, and you want a 30-year one. It should be an infrastructure SPLOST. It doesn't need to be transportation. If you're going to do something, be honest. But actually, the SPLOST is an extra tax
Mr.
on our
Harfoot,
water fee.
Mr. Harfoot, your time's expired.
Hi, my name is Cheatham Delano, and I just wanted to just sort of make sure that nobody loses sight that everybody's here and everybody agrees that there is a stormwater problem. So nobody's saying kick the can, you know, down the street. We don't want to address it. We do want to address it, but we don't believe that the proper solution has been put forth. And it does seem like there's a lot of unfair approaches putting a burden on citizens rather than commercial and other entities. So just want to make sure that everybody here, like nobody thinks that we don't think this needs to be addressed. We don't want to be like Atlanta. We don't want to be like, we don't want any of this to get any worse. But we want a plan, and we want it done the right way. And we're just asking for a little bit more time to get that plan in place and make sure that we're all on board with the approach. And I guess I'd like to say that I pretty much agree with most what everybody said here, and we are united. So we really, really hope that you'll take that in consideration and work with us to come up with a plan that's going to be workable. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mary Jo Foster from East Cobb, and I'm not here to try to convince you of anything, but I am here to give you my perspective. I think there's a lot of verbiage that's been thrown around about the code changes, and there's a lot of definitions that need to be further defined. I do have a suggestion that you, as the Board of Commissioners, put the money that you took out of the stormwater and put it in general fund, that you put it back in the stormwater so you'd have money to deal with the problem. I think that might be the easiest way to deal with it, and further planning. Otherwise, you're really guilty of maladministration. Thank you.
My name is Leroy Empkin. I've been living in Cobb County for 23 years. I'd like to remind you a comment that was made earlier, that this is a republic that is by the people and for the people. You are elected officials. You are supposed to represent the interests of the citizens of this county. The plan you have put forth for stormwater management is simply not workable. I believe you really care about this issue and want to find a solution. The solution you have put forth so far is not workable. It puts almost all the burden on the taxpayers. And this is just not proper. Your management of the funds that you receive from our taxes also has some problems and needs to be corrected. And perhaps if they were corrected several years ago, we might not have a financial problem associated with solving this water management problem. We are the people. We are the ones that you're supposed to represent. A great cross-section of citizens are in this audience. I'd like to ask the same question that another speaker asked. How many of you are for this plan that they put forth? Raise your hand. A couple of people. How many are against it? Okay, remember, you work for us. We provide the dollars that you are supposed to use to manage this county and the important issues. We're asking that you do that. The citizens here believe that the plan you put forth so far is not the plan that we feel is appropriate for us, the taxpayers, providing the money that should be used for this purpose. We're asking you to table this and work on a different approach that would be satisfactory to the citizens of this county. You cannot make decisions completely independent of what the citizens of this county feel strongly about which we feel strongly. You've heard it. The stories that you've heard are tragic. Some of the stories that some of the people have described here cannot be ignored. They are serious, and they represent problems that many, many other citizens in this county are feeling and don't have an opportunity to come here and express those issues themselves. So we're asking respectfully, please table this at this time and come up with a better plan that this county would feel is appropriate. Thank you.
Hi, Sophia Farouk, South Cobb, and
I have listened to all these people today come up here and speak to all of you, sharing not only the issues that are being created, but also saying thank you to you for identifying a problem. So yes, we are grateful that somebody's willing to finally step up and say there's a problem and we need to address it. So I sincerely thank you for that. The problem that we have, as you've heard from all these wonderful people who've taken time out of their evening to come here and implore upon you, that you are forcing our hand. You are forcing our hand to now take action against what you are trying to stuff down our throats. One tax after another tax after another tax. We, the people, we are working class people. We are not the wealthy. This is not Buckhead. This is everyday people. We've offered you solutions on how you can address this. We've said, okay, put the money back in the fund that it came from. You've taken it out, you've misappropriated it, and please put it back. Let's start putting the money where it belongs and using it as it belongs. But yet you want to put a tax on us, a new tax. Where does this stop? We are turning into slaves for you guys, for you to fund things that we don't agree upon. You step out of this room and then you approve something new, or you mismanage funds by approving projects that you know are underfunded. We are getting tired of this. We cannot sustain it. Working class families cannot sustain it. Yes, you can keep building apartments. You can keep doing all sorts of wonderful things to destroy Cobb, but know that we will stand up and we will continue to stand up. And I just want to point out one thing that you all need to be aware of. There is an actual Georgia code that you're violating by moving funds. This misappropriation actually violates Georgia Code 16-8-4. Very important for you to look at it, because we will start filing complaints against your licenses and start making that clear. So please, please vote no. I know people have said hold off on the vote. Actually, it should be a vote of no tonight. There is no reason to hold off on this vote. Vote no. Thank you.
We're going to take Bradley, we'll take a 10-minute recess and come back. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back to our Board of Commissioners meeting. Our public hearing is still open if there are any other speakers to address our code before it is closed. We are taking any final speakers to address our code amendments before the public hearing is closed. Okay, not seeing any, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. We do have three main portions of code to cover. The first one pertains to the stormwater utility, the second one to vehicles for hire, and the last one to zoning. Because there have been really no comments or controversy with respect to the zoning and vehicles for hire, I'm going to ask that we go ahead and deliberate on those first. For our attorney Blair, if she can come up and help us address that, and then we will move to discussion of the code associated with our stormwater utility. Thank you.
Good evening again. If there's no questions on Chapter 134, I would like to recommend that Chapter 134 be approved as presented, which includes code sections 134-1, 134-37, and sections 134-193 through 134-200.
Okay, so moved as presented.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
And as to Chapter 126, does the board have any questions that the sergeant can address? He's available if you have any questions.
Just a comment of the change for DPS and public safety calls, not public calls. That was changed. And
That was, yes.
That helped a lot with clarification.
Okay. With no more questions, we recommend that Chapter 126 be approved as presented, which includes sections 126-26 through 126-37 and sections 126-51 through sections 126-63.
Okay. So moved.
Second.
Are there any comments or questions? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Debbie. We will now deliberate on our codes pertaining to the stormwater utility. Good evening.
Good evening.
Commissioners, we have Chapter 50, Chapter 110, and Chapter 122 that pertain to this code or pertain to the utility. We can take each code section at one time.
So I would suggest that we start with 122 because whether or not some things are approved in there would affect things that are approved in Chapter 50.
Okay.
So maybe we kind of work backwards.
Okay.
And do you want to go through it section by section?
Okay. That will probably be the easiest way. I see the proposed revisions in the table that have been provided to commissioners, and I'm going to go to the corresponding code section.
Is that in our book?
Oh, you don't? I may have printed it out. Okay. We can talk through these. There may be opportunity, Judy, to just talk through general issues too that have come up with respect to the stormwater utility. We can go through each code section. There may just be some general concerns commissioners may have. I think that may be easiest for the audience to know that we've heard some of their concerns and for commissioners to share that. So I don't know how that will correlate directly to each code section, but at least it'll help to get the general tenor of where things are going. So why don't I just go ahead and I'll start down the dais with Commissioner Gamble so she can provide any of her We're just going to go with general observations, concerns with respect to the code. Yeah.
So as far as in 122-301 definitions, I know the public asked for a definition of infrastructure, and then also definition for the standards of maintenance. So is there a way that we can include that within the definitions section of the code?
So the way we define the stormwater systems is the term stormwater management systems and facilities, rather than using the term infrastructure.
Repeat that again, please, Judy. Can you repeat
So
that?
when we're talking about stormwater pipes and stormwater detention ponds and those type of things, we refer to that as stormwater management systems and facilities.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm not seeing a definition for that.
So there's a private stormwater management systems and facilities and a public stormwater management systems and facilities.
That's in the code section 122-301. So if you look in the code book, it's going to be at the bottom of page 29 and at the top of page 30.
Okay, and I now see it, but within that definition, there is nothing that speaks to means collection and conveyance systems for stormwater runoff. It says either owned by the county or have been dedicated to and accepted by the county. I don't see anywhere in this definition that it speaks about pipes that are on private property.
So that falls under the, so that if it's on private property and it's been dedicated and accepted by the county for maintenance, it would fall under this definition. If it's on private property, but it has not been dedicated and accepted by the county for maintenance, then it falls under the private stormwater management systems and facilities.
Excuse me, ma'am, I'm sorry. While we're deliberating, we ask that you're not communicating with staff or with the commissioners from the audience. Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Gamble, was your question answered?
I don't believe it's answered to the manner in which we heard the commenters tonight bring it up. And then as far as the standard of maintenance, where is that defined?
The standard of our maintenance of what the services the water system provides? Or the
No,
So
I think the point that the homeowners are bringing up is what standard are they going to have to maintain this infrastructure to? Where is that defined?
So for, we do have stormwater management maintenance agreements that were put in the code a couple of years ago, and that was required as part of our permit. So those maintenance agreements going forward explicitly say how the systems have to be maintained. For older systems, there's not a definition of how it needs to be maintained, but it would be, let's see, there might actually be. Let's see, so it's under, I think it's under the nuisance that says, shall maintain a facility in such a manner as to perform as it was originally designed or in accordance with the inspection and maintenance agreement. So if there's not that maintenance agreement, it's such that it performs in the manner that was originally designed.
And will the county be going out and having maintenance agreements signed with all of the HOAs going forward?
So when a new system goes in, when we approve the plans and approve the plat, depending on if it's commercial or residential, yes, a maintenance agreement has to be signed. So if it was a detention pond that was deeded to an HOA, the developer has to sign that agreement, the developer has to record that agreement, and then that transfers over to the HOA once the property's transferred over to the HOA. For commercial property, the commercial property owner has to sign that agreement and has to record that agreement. It would follow with the property for future property owners.
Okay, so I guess, my concern is that while this is going to apply to new subdivisions and commercial entities going forward, we're going to have two different sets of we're going to have rules for them that they have to follow, rules and standards that they have to follow, but we don't have clear rules and standards for those who do not have these agreements. I have no further comments.
Yes, so the standard is that it functions as it was originally designed. And it's very difficult to get into very specifics in code that would cover every situation.
Right, and again, while we can sit here and say function as designed, we all know we sit there and see stormwater detention, because I have one that is not on my property but sits behind it and the water runs around it. So it's never functioned as it was designed because the water should flow to it, not around it. So to sit here and say, we have to maintain these as they were designed and they're supposed to function, if they've never functioned correctly, how can we hold the homeowners accountable to that?
So, as far as if they never functioned as designed, I can't really speak to that. I mean,
Okay, I'm sorry. This is just not going to work like this tonight. And I don't have a solution because I've never seen this kind of back and forth from the audience before. We're trying to do we still have a business meeting to run, whether or not you want to see this move forward or not.
We'll all stay here all night.
Thank you. I would love for you to, but you can't stay here like this. We've got to respect your opportunity to speak, and you need to respect our deliberation of this meeting. Okay.
so the systems are inspected by the county when they go in. And then after the development is accepted, then that's when it comes to the water system to look at them. And so if you give me a specific situation, we'll go out there and look at it, but it's hard for me to speak to a general situation when I don't know the details of a situation to get my staff to explain to me whether or not it's functioning as designed.
Okay, so I certainly do have some general comments, but I do want to start off with a couple of questions that came up from several of the speakers as well. Just looking at some of these recommendations, I did have a question about the nuisance language because it was my understanding that this was language already in the code with regards to the lien language. Are we introducing something new with this code?
So it's currently in Chapter 50 under the industrial commercial properties. In transferring it to Chapter 50, as I have said in previous meetings, it is adding it to all properties.
To all properties.
But there is, this nuisance language is also in the nuisance chapter.
We're going to go ahead and take another recess until we can get it. We'll go ahead and take another recess until we can get it together. We'll take 5. Thank you.
Do you have consensus of the board?
No, I don't, but I officiate this meeting, and I'm not going to Okay, there have been multiple comments with respect to decorum in this room, and we do have more officer presence in the room. At this point, there's just no more warnings. If you continue to interrupt the meeting, you'll be asked to leave the room at this point. Okay, our meeting is now called back to order. Judy, you can resume, please. Or Commissioner Richardson, I believe you're in the middle of asking questions.
Yes, and thank you for the additional insight on the lien language, because I think that is important to know. The second piece to that, you kind of shed some light on what that process looks like for the lien, because I know that there is, with the language as it's written here, there is concern of taking of that property. And I think you walk through a couple of what that would look like for someone if the county puts a lien on their property. And so I just want you to walk me through that again, and then I will likely just move to my general comments.
Okay. So if the water system had to step in and repair something on a private property, we would meet with the private property owner, and we would try to work out a payment plan for them to pay us back. And then we would file what's a lien agreement, if we work out a payment plan, to ensure that if they tried to sell that property, that we would get the money that was left that hadn't been paid yet before the property is sold. But we would work a payment plan out over years that was affordable for the property owner.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess I will ask a couple more questions as well. Earlier, we talked about the transfer and what that looked like, and I do have some, I'll include as part of my comments, some things about the transfer, but the total that we're looking at is $15 million right now at the 6%. And from your analysis, if we were to go to 0% and all of that would go to the water fund, $500,000 of that would be able to be allocated to stormwater?
Yes. So I estimate that out of the 15 million, about $500,000, maybe a little bit less, is from stormwater revenue, and the rest of the revenue is from water and sewer revenue.
And just to understand in how that budget is formulated, because I know you run that budget, stormwater itself is more of a reactive when issues come up or the projects that are in queue. It's tended to on that annual basis, and you're looking at contractor availability and then assigning at that rate. And so that's kind of what you're looking at as the expense. So it's not a true proactive, this is the, how do I say it, the strategic budget for stormwater management. It's more of a, this happened, we've got to allocate some of the water funds to deal with this stormwater issue. Is that a proper understanding, or is it more of a, is there more of a strategy that goes into, these are some things that we can do from a stormwater management perspective?
So we have in our budget, we have line items for our stormwater division and our operating budget. So we have that separated out from our other divisions, so we know how much we need for operating. And then we also have a capital improvement plan. And so in that capital improvement plan, we budget for pipe repairs and detention pond repairs as just one kind of lump sum, because there are a lot of very small projects. But if we have a very large project coming up that we know is going to be a substantial one, then we'll put money in that capital plan for that as a separate line item.
Understand.
And so as far as the amount that we budget the amount we spend each year on what we estimate is our revenue that's coming in. So we try to keep it close. The issue I explained this afternoon is there is no way for us to currently calculate exactly how much stormwater revenue we're bringing in.
Right. We don't know the exact revenue because it's not a true revenue driver, but we know the expenses as it comes. Okay.
Yes.
And then just another question, and I know I haven't asked you this question before, but how recent would you say the water department has started to take on stormwater costs? Like, are we thinking 30 years back, maybe 40 years back? Like, when did we start seeing that truly hit the budget or truly hit your responsibility?
So stormwater was transferred from community development to the water system in 93 or 95, in about that time period.
Okay. So we don't, and I would have to ask ComDev, I guess, to see if we have any historic records on prior to that for ComDev. Okay. All right. Thank you. So before I get into my comments, I do just want to start by saying I really appreciate you and staff for every bit of work that you've put into analyzing this over several years. I know even when we started this conversation and looking at different options for the county, you took the bull by the horns and really just tried to dig in to pull that data together for us to present to us. And I also want to say thank you to everybody who's come in today to share your perspective and what it is that has been proposed. I think to several speakers' points, stormwater is a big issue, and it's one of the issues I'm extraordinarily passionate about. It is complex. It is not one single solution that's going to solve it. I do understand there's a call for even the moratorium. Anybody who's been to any of the community huddles or chats, you've gotten a chance to hear the analysis on how we've gotten to where we've gotten to and how development does play a role, but not exactly the role that you may perceive. It only plays a role when things aren't maintained, and that's due to just the time and the changes in state law regarding how stormwater is managed and infrastructure standards. That has changed over time. And I know that even when we first pulled together, I think there was the big flood of 21. We had our first community chat several months before that because it was already an issue before it was known in a broader perspective as an issue within the community, because we have people that are still impacted by that flood that had happened. And we've certainly put in place a couple of short-term strategies, which is why we're not seeing the same exact kind of result. We're still seeing burdens, we're still seeing struggles, but we're trying to reduce that where we can. But in that original presentation, there were some 14 or so different recommendations that we were looking at that could potentially get us closer to solving this. The stormwater utility as a concept is certainly one of those things. And why? Personally, it's because it's a dedicated and protected fund that lets you scale for needs, not just as they come, but in a proactive, strategic manner. And that is what we as a community would be enabling our department to do, our agency to do, with that kind of dedicated fund. And certainly I've discussed this in parts of really two parts, right? There's the first conversation of separating it out so that it's a dedicated, protected fund. And then the second piece is what additional services. Two different conversations, but we're collectively discussing them as a board before us today, okay? So with that though, one of the biggest pieces that's important, the second most important part to this concept of a fee to me is attempting to combat the gratuities clause. That is one of the toughest things to overcome, and it has been mentioned by several speakers as well. If it's not platted, right? What happened to those records? This is private property. If we cannot justify that it is truly publicly owned, then we would be violating the gratuities clause. Now, there may be those that disagree with me on this, but I believe that stormwater management is a truly public service, and it shouldn't matter whether it's on public or private property. But in the state of Georgia, it does for every jurisdiction. And we have laws that are behind Florida in this. And someone said they were from New Orleans. I am too. I'm here because of Hurricane Katrina. Okay? It's important to me. And I know that today I've got communities, private property communities, whose infrastructure is degrading, and we can't do anything about it at all. And these communities may collapse if we don't figure out proactive strategies. But it is complex. And so the reason, like I said, why this fee is important, I do think that there are still some, and I'll get to where I think we can go, but it's important because we have to establish that this is a service we are providing, that it's not a reactive component to our budget. It begins the dialogue with the state for us to truly say, this doesn't violate the gratuities clause. that public influence in public community is public. Water doesn't care where it sits. So I understand where we want to be in the end state, but we're in the today state. And we're trying to navigate getting to that end state. And I definitely applaud some of those that said that they want to be a part of the solution, because, again, it's only going to get worse if we don't do something. So the gratuities clause is important to me. A networked approach is important after that. A true stormwater master plan. We can't even touch that until the gratuities clause is no longer applicable to this. That's what handicaps us in some of this. The fee allows us to move in that trajectory. The general fund transfer. This board has been, I hope continues to be, been committed to not having that transfer ever since the first year. We have reduced it at 1%, and it's one of those things that we're pretty much heels in the dirt on for continuing to reduce it at 1%. We want to get there. It's still not going to be enough by itself. Sorry. Even the right-of-way issue, we tried to estimate what the impact of that would be with DOT and water. We are looking at upwards of $1 billion. Guys, that's not local funds. That's not local funds. That's the third piece, though, is the general fund and finding ways to, I understand why we have the ability to transfer, but again, this board has committed to reducing it. It's not something that can happen overnight, but we are absolutely committed and have been committed every single year to reduce it. And you have to find offsets, because it's at least $2.5 million every year to offset it each year. And then the credit manual. So a lot of the open-ended questions that I certainly have are related to the credit manual. We know that there is a much heavier burden placed on commercial properties and just places with large parking lots. And while they are the greatest contributor to impervious surface, many of the newer developments are now actually having to abide by those new standards. As long as they're maintained, it works. But they have to abide by those new standards. And that credit manual, if we're talking about incentivizing good behavior, good maintenance, that's the key, is the credit manual. And I think it's very important, certainly for commercial property owners, because like I said, they're getting hit with a heavy price tag, and that might roll down for prices. It just depends on what the business management is for that property owner. But it also will have it's also very important to our residents. It can make the difference between you paying exactly what you pay now for stormwater. If you're paying $2.16 and you're able to qualify for certain things and get the 40% reduction, that could be amazing. But it also could mean, there's so much variability. I think it's very important that we're able to have a robust conversation regarding the credit manual. And part of what I will end on, because I know I've taken a lot of time, I care about this intently, but I want to see us get to the fee. I want to see us get there for the reasons that I outlined. And like I said, people can disagree. We can have a great conversation about it. Happy to talk about it. But I want to see a pathway that also includes some of those stakeholder sessions related to both the credit manual and the code. I think what we have is a really, really great start, and that's why I say I absolutely applaud all the work, because I do not want to, you've been at this and working, and everybody has, and you have so many other things you're tending to. But I really think that there is some opportunity to think about some other use cases and really be able to bring in those different voices from the churches, business community, and residents as well. Those are my general comments. That's where I am. I think we have an opportunity to revisit the stakeholder sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrow?
Thank you, Judy. Before I get into my questions and comments, I agree with a lot of the speakers here tonight, and I said yesterday at work session, this isn't ready for a vote tonight. I think that we need to revisit a lot of this. I know you've put a lot of work into this, and I commend you for the town halls that we've had. We've had the required 2 public hearings, additional town halls in our districts, and other, meetings and questions. But I think it needs some more work, and I don't think it's ready for a vote tonight. No reflection on you, because I know you've been working hard on this. But with the emails and calls we've been receiving from hundreds and hundreds of concerned citizens, and you see the room tonight, there's still a lot of questions from the public, from residential, from commercial, and even this board. Yesterday at work session, we had difference of opinions and questions back and forth ourselves. So I just think it needs more time and consideration. The main questions I have, again, were on the credits. We do have a draft of a manual, but no one has really seen it because it's not ready. And I know you say that can be developed after the vote and this is implemented, but I think it needs to all come together and be ready before we vote. And then there's the appeal process. It had some questions too on, how do we do that? So, what my main concern is with this whole thing is the water transfer. And just to give a little history, Judy did provide a slide today at work session. The water transfer was started in 1998. It is legal, but now we have a new code that one of the speakers gave us, Georgia Code 76-8-4, that I'd like Bill to review tomorrow and get back to us on, because we've always been told it's legal and it's been done since 98. But to me, it's not right. If you're charging fees in water, for water, and transferring out to the general fund, legal or not, those funds are needed in water. We're seeing the issues tonight that have been building up year after year, and older infrastructure in all of our districts. So that's and you know the history of this. In my first year in office in 2011, the budget had already been approved because we're on an October 1 to September 30th fiscal year. So I had no say in the budget. I didn't even know there was a water transfer because it only comes up in budget time when we approve the budget. So I'll never forget, former Commissioner Ott and I voted against the budget because of the water transfer. And former Commissioner Gorham, who was sitting at that end over there, said, rather than voting no, why don't y'all do something about it? So I got with Steve McCullers, who was the water system director at the time, County Manager David Hankerson, God rest his soul, and we came up with a plan to reduce it incrementally until we got it down to 5%, and then we were going to revisit it and see how we could, continue on that path till we got it to 0. So in your slides today, it was at 5% when it started, and then in 2003 it went up to 10%. The maximum is 10%. And at the time, in 2012, when we, first started to try to eliminate or reduce and eliminate, the 10% was about $21 million. And then in 2012, we reduced it incrementally because we knew we couldn't pull the plug on the general fund at $21 million overnight. So we agreed to do 1% at a time. And from 2012 to 2016, we got it from 10% to 6%. In 2016, we rolled back the millage to match the increase in the digest, and the following year, we had a $30 or $32 million shortfall, and it went back up to 10. So then in 2017, it went back up to 10. In 2018, we started the process again in the budget cycle and started reducing it, and that's how it got to 6% this year, for a fiscal year. So I know it's legal, and I know it's been done for 25 years, but to me, if it's generated in water, and we need it in water, obviously, or we wouldn't be having these code amendments and discussion tonight on stormwater fees. It needs to stay in water.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Does that conclude your comments?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Burrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Judy. I appreciate everything that you and your team has done to this point. But in speaking with respect to the water transfer, and there's been a lot of conversation and concern, understandably so, regarding the transfer. And you touched on it earlier at our work session, and I understand over the years it's decreased, it's increased, et cetera. But if you can add some context or a little bit more history for those that may not be completely familiar with why it started in the first place, how did we get there, how was it determined to use stormwater fee into the general fund?
Okay, so I think Bill Volkman provided some of the history of when it was first implemented.
Okay.
And so my understanding from what he said this afternoon was that there was some thought on that there are properties in the county that don't pay property tax, but they get county services. And so properties like schools and churches are those type of properties. They do get water service from the water system, and so they're paying a fee to the water system. So there was some thought about taking some of what they paid for the water system and that being used for county infrastructure that was funded or out of the general fund, so to help the general fund with some of the services that they provide for those entities that aren't paying taxes.
Okay.
That was my understanding from what he said this afternoon.
And I think he also mentioned earlier that was done in exchange for increasing the millage rate.
Yeah, yes.
Is that?
I think he said at the same time the millage rate was reduced at the time that transfer was implemented.
Okay, all right. And going back to the HOAs, just a few questions. There are some HOAs, and I'll take mine for example, we have 6 detention ponds, to which my HOA we pay for, we manage. With this code, and taking over the HOAs, what happens in scenarios where there are multiple ponds? But currently, we're still going to maintain the ponds that we have, that we've been maintaining, right? But you and I have had conversations about there possibly being a split or shared responsibility on HOA ponds between the county and the homeowner. And in our earlier discussions, we talked about the homeowners association being responsible for the maintenance, cutting the grass, et cetera, but then the county would take on the financial burden or take on the responsibility of maintenance for any infrastructure at the pond.
So the structural components, yes.
Can you talk about that a little bit?
So we did have some discussions about that. Ponds that are on a lot with a house, so ponds that were built in like the 80s, Those ponds, if they're on a lot with a house or multiple houses and they're in a drainage easement, the property owner is responsible for keeping the pond clear, and so mowing it, keeping debris out of it, and that type of thing. But the county is responsible for the structural components, so the inlet structures, the outlet structures, if there's a dam associated with it or a wall associated with it, and it's in an easement, then the county would be responsible. So one of the things we talked about for the ponds that were built later, that by the state were required years later to put the pond on an individual lot that's not on a lot with a house. And so we talked about, well, should we try to find a way to treat those like the other ones where the county is not having to mow it, but if something structurally failed, that the county would have the more expertise to go in and take care of that. So it was something we talked about, but then we also discussed that, well, what happens if the HOA is not responsible for the structural part of it? What happens, what's their incentive to keep it mowed? So we just would have to be careful about that to make sure that they did keep them mowed if we were going to have the HOA mow it and then have the county take care of the structural parts of it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I just, undoubtedly, we're dealing with an aging infrastructure, and I think everyone in here can agree to that. And I recall my first month in office, I visited a community in my district, which is an older community, and there was failed infrastructure and stormwater pipes, and it was a huge burden on the property owners. I also met with a woman who dealt with erosion on her property, and it was just heartbreaking to see. And the response is, I'm sorry, but can't help you. There's nothing we can do here. So I think that with this fee, it will cover a multitude of things. It will cover the staff, which we currently do not have to address these issues. We have quite a few agenda items nearly at every meeting where we are replacing, it's an emergency replacement of failed pipes, whether it's discovered through DOT, through water, or whether we have a homeowner to reach out to us to share that concern. So it's definitely failing. And yes, we need to do something about it. My fear and my concern is that if we don't, it's going to be a lot worse later on. And based on the comments tonight, I do believe that everybody, for the most part, feel the same way. It's just a question of whether or not this is the right way for us to move forward. It's the general consensus that I'm hearing from everybody this evening. I did want to touch on, okay, that's another section, never mind, I can hold off on that. But with the Chapter 122 under impervious surface where it says added, and this was brought up earlier regarding private stormwater management system and public stormwater, those are both detention ponds, correct? It isn't anything outside of that?
So the stormwater management systems and facilities, that's detention ponds, pipes, open channels, drainage ditches, anything that conveys stormwater flow. So it's a multitude of facilities.
Okay, all right. And there was mention earlier, and I don't recall if it was at the work session earlier or earlier meetings, but we currently are paying a stormwater fee.
That is correct. So customers who, properties that purchase their water from the Cobb County water system pay a stormwater fee. Properties in unincorporated Cobb that do not purchase water from the water system are not paying a fee. So there are some properties in unincorporated Cobb that we provide services to that are not currently paying.
Okay, okay. I think that's all I had for that. Thank you.
And I would like to mention that the stormwater management systems and facilities, the reason why we use that term is because that term is in our permit with the state of Georgia. So that's how the stormwater systems are referred to in our permit. So that's why we carried that language through the code. And that is typical language when we looked at other other utilities and the language that they used, that was typical language.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, for your comments. Thank you to everyone in the audience who is here. Thank you to those who've spoken, and thank you, Judy, to you and your staff that have been addressing the stormwater utility at least since 2021, most recently. My review of an article shows the consideration of a stormwater utility far back as 2006, I believe, when Sam Owens was chair. And there's some comments I want to read from an article written in 2010 that is perhaps applicable today. And in the article it states, it was called the rain tax. The public had zero appetite for the issue. Cobb instead boosted spending on stormwater using county funds, yet without a utility, the county will take longer to reduce its backlog of problems, he said. Several officials said their cities to propose new fees now because of the poor economic climate, or excuse me, their cities are hesitant to propose new fees because of the poor economic climate. And that was back in 2010. And there was a city that was considering reviving a utility, but disbanded it years ago and said, we are just now reacting. There's no way to pay for it without a utility. Today we have the same arguments before us. And I think the argument will continue to be that there is never a good time other than the current time. This has been on the table for us for almost 2 decades at this point, and we've only seen stormwater issues become worse. And at those times, some of us who said we've lived here for 20, some of us 30, 40 plus years, this has come up in a similar form, but yet we continue to be back in the same position with worsening conditions every time it rains. So I think continuing with the status quo is not helping us move the needle further. And what it does is looking in similar circumstances at the current economic climate, what it does is it further places the burden on our future. And hopefully some of us will be here in the future and will still be facing these same issues. So I would like for us to think about what we can do today to not have to be in the same position tomorrow. What our code does today, I'm sorry, I see you waving, and it's just very distracting. But I will share that what we have is an opportunity for one to provide transparency. People have talked about trustworthiness. Right now, there's no transparency in how we cover stormwater from the way that we are taxing or the way that we are charging residents for stormwater. Our residents, you are currently paying for stormwater today. You're paying for it in your water bill. Have you seen it in your water bill? It's and you're paying for it based on how much water you consume. Is that an equitable way for paying for stormwater? No. Thank you. I don't believe so either. And that's part of the reason that we're here. We don't believe that your impact on stormwater should be based on how much water you consume, because that is not contributing to our stormwater needs. It is our impervious surfaces, our development that's contributing to it. There have been some communications today will make the developer pay for it. But we also hear in zoning and other meetings that the developer just passes the cost on to the homeowner. So either you pay for it through it that way, or we're paying through it through some other way. And the reality is some of you already are. When we have our zoning hearings, a significant part of our conversation is detention. And they are having to pay for stormwater facilities through that, through those zonings. But it has not been adequate to decrease the continuing burden that we are facing with respect to stormwater. Certainly none of us are up here wanting to do anything that contrasts with the popular opinion, particularly of those that take the opportunity to come to our meetings. But it's very difficult as a steward of this county and dealing with the calls of those that have backlogs of issues that can't get addressed with the resources we have today and think that what we're doing today is okay. So we do have something that is on the table for us to put a framework in place to do something that we think will get us closer to addressing our stormwater needs. Is it a panacea? No, it is not. Are there some other things that need to be done? Certainly there are. We heard from Commissioner Gambrill this evening, and we heard from her earlier today about some other things that should be considered in our code. This is not necessarily a zero-sum game, nor is everything going to be resolved here tonight. But what we can do is continue to be proactive, or finally really be proactive in how we're addressing this, beyond as was shared in the article, beyond our general fund, and beyond what's in our SPLOST program, which have proven to be inadequate over time. There are some valid concerns that were shared during the remarks tonight. I took copious notes. I'm going to try to address some of those things because I think they are worthy of our response. One of the main issues that I've heard here tonight is the water transfer, and I do believe that is a serious issue confronting us. If we want to talk about equity and how we cover stormwater, it's difficult for us to consider that argument of equity when we are using funding from water to pay for things other than water. And this is something that we do have to address. And this is something that we are addressing every year. Our board has continued to decrease the transfer by 1% every year. I perceive that with the proposed budget this year, you'll see another decrease in that to the lowest that I've seen it since I've been here, which would be to 5%. There are some arguments as to why we do have that in place. And it's in place because of another conversation that our board diligently participated in today about a number of our property owners who are not paying property taxes but are receiving our services. Now, does their ability to pay for services need to latch on to water? I think this is a very serious conversation that we do need to have, and I believe that is a valid argument of those that have brought it up. But I'm also speaking with our director. She also shared that we are only receiving $500,000 of money from stormwater that goes towards the transfer. So I ask if this were to move forward that we've got to at least address that and make sure that the money that we're paying for stormwater is coming out of the utility instead of that transfer. There were some questions with respect to the sheriff's budget and how we found money to pay for that. Paying for stormwater is a recurring cost, which means that when we have recurring costs, we try not to pull money from a one-time revenue source. We use one-time revenue sources for one-time impacts to our budget. One-time impacts to our budget are things like projects and capital that only require for you to invest in it one time. The sheriff's request for addressing his building is a one-time expense of which we found one-time money for. What we don't have is a recurring source adequate to address the impact of our stormwater with our current budget. So that is why that was able to be considered and why we're looking at another source for this. There have been some people that have asserted that this is a fee disguised as a tax. If this were a tax, it would be based on your property value. This is, however, based on what is what is looking at the contributor to stormwater. Just basing your stormwater payment based on your property value, we don't necessarily think is an equitable nor robust way of paying for it, because if we're taxing you, then we would consider that with all the other taxes and all the other needs of the county, and there's so many competing needs that it could eventually end up thwarting that fee that would be or that tax that would be dedicated to stormwater. So as opposed to just taxing you and putting it in the general fund, it's easier to just charge a fee and put it in its own separate bucket that can be dedicated to stormwater and to stormwater only. With respect to a credit manual, that is very important and it hasn't been developed yet. I truly believe that we should delay at least implementation of this until we get a fee in place. But I also believe it's important for us to at least get the framework in place. Our code today would allow us to get the framework in place. There's another decision that we have tonight about implementation, which was already going to be delayed until August. I think delaying it until January of next year could give us time to make sure we're developing that credit manual with our citizens, with our business community. I think it would also give us opportunity to share with them more information about the calculations that we received. over time so that they can be more clear on what implementation of this actually looks like. So my request would be that we do delay implementation, but we at least put the step forward to put this in our code for today. There's also comments that we want to just take property taxes from our residents, and I think Commissioner Richardson addressed that. This is not a stopgap measure for our budget. This is a way for us to dedicate funds to address stormwater responsibly and equitably. There are some arguments that were shared to take time to educate residents first. I do believe that we do have opportunity to educate our residents more. I also believe we've had a number of public meetings that we've addressed stormwater in. We've had the recent floods that were in East Cobb, I believe, in 2021. I remember the floods in Austell, which drove me to study stormwater utilities back in 2011. There again, there have been efforts from our past leaders to address this. Can we address this more and more deliberately with the public? I believe so. But I believe if we continue to delay and kick the can down the road, I don't know if that's going to be a motivating force for us to, for people to want to become more aware, especially when we did have public meetings to educate and people came armed and ready just to attack as opposed to listen. I don't know how we get there in working together if that is not the interest of those that show up when we do talk about this topic. Let's see here. There's been some question about if what we're doing with respect to the transfer is a legal violation of how we are funding the county general fund. I believe that's been addressed in times past. It's been addressed through prior case law. And I just want to confer with our county attorney that there is state legal basis for the transfer of fees that are coming out of our water fund.
Correct. Like you said, we've been doing this for a number of years. We've reviewed it, looked at it, and it is correct.
This is not a dialogue at this point. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Correct. Our office has looked at it on a number of different occasions, and it is proper with the manner in which you do this each year for the budget.
Okay. There's been a lot of emails that I received that say we should not be paying for stormwater. The county should pay for stormwater. Who should be paying for stormwater? If the county pays for it, who is paying for it?
Typically, that would be property tax.
So either way, we're all paying for it. And we all really pay for it when there's a flood event and we have to respond. We are paying for it. Do we want to pay less today or do we want to pay more for it tomorrow? If we don't pay for it, we've been getting American Rescue Plan Act funds, IIJA funds from the federal government. That's been helping to supplement some of our stormwater needs, but it still is not adequate to cover all of our needs. And we're getting taxpayers from other areas to pay for an issue that we have the ability to address. Now, I do agree this is a regional issue. Not all the stormwater impacts are originating in Cobb. Some of it comes from other areas, and I know that there's a robust effort to address this from a regional perspective. But that doesn't mean we don't do what we can to address the needs and issues that we have in our county. Because whether or not we say no tonight, when it rains tomorrow, we're going to get the calls tomorrow. And it's very difficult to say that we are just going to continue to do the same thing. So I'm in support of us putting a framework in place, but I'm also supportive of us working with the public again on development of the stormwater manual to continue to do our part to educate residents, but to hopefully have the interest of our residents for us to be able to share information and to also be in a position to listen and hear those concerns. I believe our residents can help us as far as considering some stormwater credits that can be provided. There's a woman that spoke about some improvements that she made to her property. As residents are addressing this, we want to support that. We want to support them in communities and our developers and our businesses taking efforts to address stormwater. And that credit manual to me can result in reflecting a partnership of how we all address stormwater together. So that's really important to me. Those are the bulk of the issues or the main issues that I had. There are some other things that I saw here, but I would just ask for the board's support for us not to continue the status quo, which is not having a transparent way of recognizing what our funding is for stormwater. I would ask that our board consider not using consumption as the benchmark for how people are paying for stormwater, which puts a greater burden on residents than it does on those that have more impervious surface. I would ask for our board to consider how we educate residents and our businesses and churches after this. I ask for our community support to come alongside with us as we discuss those things and to help us with our credit manual and to help us address stormwater. And I ask for us to consider broader issues, that we don't look at this as being end-all, be-all. We know even with what's been provided, there's some things that we just did not put in the list of options because we didn't want this to be a grave expense for our residents. And there's some additional things that can be done. But right now we have how many matters on backlog for stormwater?
We have about 88. So it was at about 118 at the beginning of FY23, and with the help of the ARPA funding, the extra $1 million a year, we have been able to make a dent in that. And so we made a dent in it last year, making a dent in it this year, and down to 88.
Okay. So we will now be in a better position to address the residents who've been on a backlog of having their stormwater needs be addressed. And once we get through that, then we can look at some other ways to help reduce our stormwater impact without increasing a stormwater fee. And I hope that we consider those things, in addition to perhaps some code changes that Commissioner Gambrell had referred to that could help address some ongoing property issues that are being impacted by development. There's been a comment made about stop developing. If the people before us decided to stop developing, a lot of us wouldn't be here today. Every one of us that lives here contributes to the impact of our infrastructure here. I shared in one meeting, people complain about traffic, but if we're in the traffic, we are the traffic. If there's stormwater and there's contributors to stormwater, it's our rooftops, those of us that live here. But I asked somebody, mention Ernest Barrett. Ernest Barrett is known for really helping to move development along in Cobb County and putting a sewer infrastructure in place. I ask us to consider those that we consider our greats, that took time to think about Cobb County's infrastructure, which this board has the opportunity to do so today. And maybe we ease this burden for those that will come after us. Today is hard. Hopefully tomorrow will be a little bit less difficult because of some thoughtful decision-making that took place this evening. So with that, we have our code section, Judy. I just ask that we do need to walk through that code section. We do have that to address here tonight, and then we'll proceed.
And before I do that, I just would like to share a little context that there's over 60 stormwater utilities that charge based on impervious surface, including Ackworth, Austell, Powder Springs, Kennesaw, and Smyrna. And so when staff put this code package together, we did look at what other codes are. So, a lot of this language in here is best management practices from people who have done this before. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you.
All right, so do you want to start? You just want to start going through it section by
Excuse me, let me just hear, Commissioner.
I guess I'm certainly agree with not wanting to kick the can, but I do want to make sure that like I know where I stand on this right now is in a delay to incorporate those stakeholder sessions, because I think it's a step that was absolutely critical. While I do know we use the best practices, I know we did that research, we do have some unique cases that have come up for our unincorporated areas, and just things that I want to make sure we're thinking through, especially for our commercial properties, our churches, just different stakeholders. I mentioned residents as well, but you guys are here. But making sure that's incorporated alongside the credit manual.
Yes.
I think that's it's important for us to be able to actually move this forward. That's where I'm sitting.
Can you talk through the credit manual and perhaps some recent discussion?
Sure. I mean, so it's typical to approve the code before the credit manual is finished. Any time that something like this is put in place, it needs to be approved, and then there are certain things that have to be done before implementation can happen. So we're not doing something that others aren't doing by proposing the code and then finishing the credit manual. And we are certainly open to some discussions on credit manuals and what can be in there. Like I said, we have a draft, and I went through some of those things at the work session. But we're open to talking to the commercial community and getting some input.
I think there's some things that we can move forward today. I can be honest with you. We've pulled staff along, sometimes along coals to get to this point. And without them seeing definite direction to move forward, every time that they take time to do this is them not doing other things that they should be doing within their department. I think they need to see a good faith effort from us too, because we've been discussing this for over 2 years, Commissioner, with public meetings. I've had 8 public meetings last year of which this occurred, in which we had discussions with respect to this. I mean, we can't force a hand to move this forward of anyone that serves on this dais. But I am very concerned about the level of support that we may or may not receive, similar to the MSPLAS, when they don't see us taking steps to move forward.
I absolutely can, absolutely.
Oh, my Lord, have mercy. How many times have we told you? I mean, this is almost like being in elementary school at this point, and I've been trying not to say that, but I've seen children act better with their principal in the room than I've seen you act as adults. This has got to stop at this point. Okay.
I can absolutely understand where you're coming from, which is what makes this so difficult.
I know.
Because I'm very passionate about this.
Okay.
Very passionate about this. But I also was passionate about having stakeholder sessions last year.
Okay.
And I understand that somehow it got lost in translation somewhere, but I think we have an opportunity to do it. And I think it's important for us to make sure that that is incorporated into what we are voting on.
I agree.
I'm concerned about moving forward with what is, I think that, like I said, this is a great base, but it's kind of in a vacuum. From a technical analysis, from a very intelligent, professional technical analysis.
Okay. I don't disagree that there is more technical information that needs to be shared, and perhaps there's some disconnect in communicating. I don't know what meetings could have occurred last year, but I do know that there is a need to better share with the public what those credits could look like. I'm taking your input for what it is when you tell me about the creation of stormwater manuals and how that's occurred after the code. Perhaps one informs the other. But again, in our conversation with some of our businesses yesterday, there seemed to be some understanding of that being the process as you shared with how other jurisdictions have adopted their stormwater utility. I think during that meeting, we learned that there would still need to be a more robust way of educating citizens, which would follow, again, which would be concurrent with the stormwater utility, but follow that technical piece that is being put together that's showing how each parcel is being calculated. So if you can help talk through that, because I think that is important for us to understand what that education does look like with this process.
So certainly, so we do have a lot of information on our website, but I've already talked to Ross Cabot in the Communications Department about them helping us with some instructional videos and other things that we need to do to explain it better. We're also happy to go out and meet with business associations and with faith-based associations and any other groups that you want us to go out and meet with to help explain the purpose of this and why the fee structure was set up the way it was.
Thank you.
Just wanted to add, when we had conversations regarding notifications, because at the town hall we had last week in District 4, there were comments made about notification. And we understand that we've advertised, we had public session, public comments, but obviously the masses just may not be that familiar. But we do know that they all receive water bills. So as we move forward with the education piece, I would like to see like the schedule included in the water bill. We talked about postponing the date from August to January of next year. I think that would also be a good start. Regarding the credit manual, because that seems to be one of the areas where there needs to be a little bit more information shared. You mentioned that there is a draft of a manual, and I don't know if you have any information from that manual that you can share with us tonight publicly, just to kind of add context to the framework. But if you do, I would love for you to share some of those points with us.
So sure, there's several different things that are in the draft credit manual, and again, we are open to looking at it and adding more to it or revising. But let me see for my presentation this afternoon, so I don't miss anything. So the things that we have in the credit manual right now are credits, which is a reduction in the fee for retrofitting stormwater detention facilities, a credit for septic tank maintenance. So I know that sounds a little interesting for septic tank maintenance, but if you don't maintain your septic tank and the leachate field runs across the ground when it rains and it gets septage into the stream, so it's a water quality issue. So, and that's typical in the manuals that we looked at for other utilities. So if somebody shows us that they had their septic tank pumped, and then we would give them a credit for a couple of years. Another one we're looking at is no direct discharge. So some utilities will give a credit for properties that, say with us, like discharge straight to the Chattahoochee River, would get a no direct discharge because they don't discharge to the stormwater system that the county maintains. They wouldn't get a full credit because they do benefit a lot from all the things that are done upstream that helps protect that property. Another one is watershed improvement project. So any property owner that grants a property or an easement for a watershed improvement project, like if we did do a regional detention facility like we did on Chastain Meadows, or there's some projects that we've been looking up with doing with the Corps, some water quality projects up in Northwest Cobb, and we needed easements to do those projects. Those were donated, they would get a credit. And then we have watershed stewardship, so volunteers that come out and help us with stream cleanups and that type of thing would be able to apply for a credit. And also citizens who come to some of our watershed education programs would be able to apply for a credit. Next, typical of what we've seen in other credit manuals is a credit for industrial facilities that have a stormwater permit with the state, that they show that they are compliant with that permit. Those facilities are a little strange. They have a permit with the state, but then as part of our permit with the state, we have to monitor those permittees and make sure they're doing what they're doing. So it's kind of a partnership with the state. And then we have one for hotspot best management practice implementation. So hotspots are facilities that don't require a stormwater permit from the state, or like an industrial permit from the state, but they have a high potential to pollute. So for example, oil change facility, that if they don't maintain that oil and they just let it run across the pavement and get into the watershed, the streams, that would be a problem. So if those facilities show that they've implemented some best management practices to prevent that pollution, they would get a credit. And then the next one is low impact parcel. So the way we have seen that defined in other credit manuals is a property that's 2 acres or more and less than 10% impervious. And then next, reduction of impervious area. So if a property owner went in and reduced the amount of impervious area, then that would be taken into the calculation. So they could submit a request to have their calculation redone and reduce the fee going forward. For a residential property owner, it's only going to change their fee if they reduce it enough to reduce them down to the next tier. So it might not reduce their fee, but we want to encourage that. So on top of it affecting the calculation, there's an upfront incentive as a deduct to the monthly bill as an incentive to take that action. And then the last one we have in right now is maintenance of HOA maintenance of detention ponds, that the developer had the option to give the pond to the county or to the HOA, and they gave it to the HOA, that if that HOA shows that they are maintaining that pond, then they could apply for a credit for all the properties that they tell us are contributing to that maintenance. And so that's a little bit of the offset, because I know we've had a lot of concerns about HOAs. Why are we maintaining our ponds, and then we're having to pay this fee that would go to maintain other ponds? And so that's to offset that a little bit.
What additional work would be done with the credit manual? I mean, is it in a position for a draft to be shared where people can see where we are today?
It could be. I mean, I would first like to sit down with each of the commissioners.
Okay.
I've talked through some of these before, but I would really want to get all of your input first.
Okay.
And talk through each one with you and make sure I explain to you why what we have in here is what we have, and show you some other ones that have been done so you understand where we're coming from. So I really would want to get your input before we shared something with the public.
Okay. So there's 2 additional things that we saw outstanding. One was the calculation of actual impervious for property owners, and the credit manual, and then education. So what does that path forward look like for us? Mm-hmm.
So as far as sharing the calculation, we are working on some QC of data for properties that were under construction when the aerial photography was done, because typically the impervious area is overestimated for that. So we're going through those and checking those, and that would only reduce the fee. And once we get through that, then we will publish it on the county's GIS. Mm-hmm. So they would have a website people would be able to go to and see the outline of the area that's been identified as impervious and what that square footage is.
What's the timeline?
We are looking at having that done. I'm talking to our staff right now. We're looking at early June to have that done.
Early June?
Early June.
Okay. I mean, so based on what I'm hearing on education, if that's part of it, then this code could be delayed until then. What does education look like between now and then?
So we can add more information to our website. We have a lot on there, but we certainly can add more. And we will work with Ross to do some videos. And then we'll get with the chamber to see what we can do as far as scheduling some meetings with the business community and if you can help, if you want to help with trying to schedule some meetings with some faith-based.
Certainly.
And then, you know, we also can look at if we want to do more meetings out with residential property owners. If you want us to do that, we can.
Okay. That would be my ask. If this is delayed for those purposes, as we thought about implementation being delayed, but for the code to be delayed, I would be looking for support for there to be a clear path forward on how we address all of those things. With your support, definitely Commissioner Richardson, and again, with your support, Director, in us getting those calculations and videos or other educational efforts queued up. With respect to a delay in code, Bill, how has that worked in the past with public notice?
You would have to re-advertise again with the code, and then have to advertise 3 times in the Mary Daily Journal, have 2 public hearings, and go through the process again.
You have to go through the process.
Yeah,
again.
for the time, for the, what you're talking about to be able to cover.
So, yes, I mean, I'm doing this for the benefit of the discussion we've had here today, and if there really is a good faith effort to get that education done, I just want to walk away even understanding of Commissioner Burrow was just talking to me about specific dates for when we'd advertise again, Bill. So if we had to advertise before June for another June hearing, I just need your help. It's a little late for me, maybe it's a little bit less late for you, but what that schedule looks like for.
Yeah, I mean, and I have to look at a calendar, but it's 60 days before.
60 days before June.
With three consecutive Fridays, then the next 2 meetings after that Friday. So if you're looking in June, we'd have to start advertising in May, which would be the same time the budget would be.
Is the thought to have the meetings after the completion of the manual?
I would like for Commissioner Richardson to weigh in.
Right. The thought for me was to have the manual, to have some of the data that we know that people want to see for the properties themselves, and the stakeholder meetings, which would be inclusive of members of the business community, civic associations, and churches, for that to happen before we vote, so
Right.
that we would have that input integrated into what we're voting on.
Right, I understand, but specifically regarding lining that up with the completion of the manual, which is in June, so I'm not sure if our plan
I
is.
hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
We wouldn't, it's just to line up a vote for June with the completion of the manual.
It'd have to
Those
be
dates aren't probably, it would
advertised.
have to be after. If we do this, we've been it's been rocky to get here. So I'm just looking for support for us to get there.
Figure out the timeline.
And again, if we're looking at August, or let's say of June, when you said you'd be able to finish that manual, we're back at that August date.
Oh, I mean, I think we could have the manual completed by early June as well.
Okay.
We certainly could shoot for that. I guess, I mean, I would need to start with getting input from the board on the manual.
So we can kind of split a little bit, because the stakeholder sessions could still happen in advance.
Clearly, yeah.
So that if there are code considerations, because I use ECCA's recommendations as just an example, right?
Right.
But code recommendations, that could then be advertised out the 60 days before.
And that can be a part of the
And then the
discussion.
manual could still be worked on in that time period, so that by the time it comes before us for a vote, we have the manual, the code, the suggested code, and the suggested rate, the fee. That's what I'm thinking. They can be kind of parallel tracks. I don't know what your staff, though, understood.
We'll do whatever the board would like us to do.
Okay. So is there consensus from the board, commissioners, to move forward in that path? We can delay this until we have another opportunity to advertise, to prepare for getting that information by early June, which would put us really at that last meeting in August to have that 60-day runway. That would be August 27th.
Well, it'd be 60 days before June. Yeah, we would still be.
Well, for when we advertise, it has to be approved within the 60 days, so.
If you're looking to approve
Yeah.
it after,
Yeah,
if
right.
you're, after you get that manual, after you get the calculations, so you have a clear path forward, I'm looking at 60 days after getting that information in hand.
Right, but I'm saying the manual isn't a part of the 60-day advertisement. It's on a separate timeline.
It's just the code.
Because it's not the code.
Yes, but it gives you opportunity to educate the public about it, which is
Yes.
where I thought this was trending.
It is. It's just the idea that with the stakeholder sessions, if they are working collectively in helping provide that insight, then the manual won't be, there will be opportunity to see it.
I don't disagree with you. The part of the education, and perhaps I need to understand from you, is how important those calculations are. Because from some of the emails that we've received, that is going to help inform a lot of people about what their specific contribution will be, and that won't be ready until June. So unless you want to move this forward prior to that, then I'm trying to do things in good faith, Commissioner Richardson. So if there's that good faith effort to get that information, I don't see how you proceed that date of the end of August if you're looking at 60 days after that information is out.
Understood.
If you have a draft already started of the credit manual and the stakeholders weigh in with the meetings, then you still wouldn't have it final till June if you started now, tonight, or tomorrow. Are we in tomorrow yet?
Don't start. Don't start.
I mean, it's almost April as it is. It's almost April as it is, so to
I know.
coordinate some meetings and get those scheduled and to get input, it's going to take a little bit of time.
It may be September or October. But it doesn't need to be approved tonight. You can start the stakeholder meetings in education. You can start the stakeholder meetings in education, and then when you get to the final proposal, advertise for the 60 days and bring it forward.
Okay. Okay, so we can have a motion to table this. I would like to have a motion to table this to a date certain. So people know. That's, yes.
Okay, and I understand and I appreciate the conversation, but, I'm going to hit another hot button here, Judy, but we also know there might be potential changes that need to happen as far as the water rate. How is this going to impact? Because I know there was talk about implementing so it didn't all hit at once. So how is this conversation affecting the other side of your job that you have to tend to and make sure you're funded for?
So I guess, we are, looking at our capital budget and the expenses that are going up on construction costs for some major upgrades and some minor upgrades that we need to do at our wastewater treatment plants. And we will likely be bringing forward to the board to look for a bond referendum to have to borrow some money to pay for those. So we'll have to look at what those bonds look like and, what kind of rate increases we might need on the water and sewer side to pay for those projects.
Yeah. just think the more we arm people with information today about a delay for this, the better we are. It gives us a very clear date of which we need to be planning for, so we're not talking about doing things hypothetically and we end up in the same position. It also allows the public to have some knowledge of how they need to become activated so that they are aware of how we are considering these things as well, and they can be anticipating us having these meetings moving forward. My suggestion again for that consideration for when things may be done in June is for us to, now I'm forgetting my date. Yes, at the earliest, looking at August 27th, with some expectation that early June means by June 4th.
We'll certainly shoot for that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. It could, no, we'd have a little bit of flexibility. It could even be the week after. I'm just, see, 1, 2, 3, it's 28. 1, 2, 3. Yes, say by June 11th, the week after. It gives us more than that 60 days, but a little bit of buffer.
When would we need to advertise, Bill, based on that date?
I'm sorry, as I just heard, there was going to be the two public hearings would be the 13th and 27th of August, as I understood it.
Yeah, if we were to come back and consider this at that night meeting in August.
Yeah. We would need to start advertising the second week in July. But at that point in time, just to, not to throw additional wrinkle into this, but at that point in time, what we advertise is whatever the code is at that point in time. So if there hadn't been any changes or alterations to the code, then we're advertising the same code. But as I understand it, you want to
That's a good point.
get public input in order to be able to reflect what changes and how it might actually come back to something that would be an improved product. And we couldn't start that advertisement after those meetings occurred.
And that gets back to, we have two decisions tonight. One is just the framework.
I'm saying I'm not anticipating the same code to be advertised. I'm anticipating some different take in here on both sides, like in both for the manual, but the code as well.
Right. I said so there'd be even more ramp up for that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So is there some consensus for us to come back at the end of August, after there is development of the manual and the calculations?
Yes.
Okay. So with that, Commissioners, I move that we table consideration of the Stormwater Code Amendment to the August 27th meeting with direction to advertise 60 days prior after creation of the stormwater manual and following the calculation of the impervious surface for properties that will have that calculation associated with their parcels.
So, yes, I just want to clear, we already have the calculation. We've done the calculations, but for it to be available online for people to view.
Yes, because I think there was some refining that was needed because some properties may have developed over time, and we just wanted to go back and clean up some things before we put out something that may not be accurate of current conditions. Okay.
And just for clarification, were you clarifying that it's available for the public, or is it already
Internally,
available?
I mean, we use the calculations
Okay.
to develop the fee that we have, recognizing that there's still a few properties that need to be defined. So I just didn't want the public in hearing that thinking that we had not done any
Right. Okay.
calculations,
Got
that we
it.
had not
Yes.
started
Yes.
that. So the majority of them are finished.
Right.
But we want to finish the cleanup before we make it available to the public, because we don't want to have some that still need to be
That
refined.
are not
a little bit.
accurate, right? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And the idea around moving this code tonight was to still provide that runway for those calculations and stormwater utility We understand the desire for us to move forward and to still address stormwater, but for us to provide more opportunity for education. I think this is a good faith effort to make sure we're receiving that feedback. I just ask that our commissioners, that we are intentional about that. And I ask for our residents and our business community to please come alongside us and help us work together on that pathway of education. Yep. Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Are there any? Yes, Commissioner. There wasn't a second. Excuse me. There's a motion.
Second.
Thank you.
Because we were waiting on the date.
Okay.
Sorry, we were waiting on the date, so.
Okay.
I guess.
August 20th.
If I may, just for clarity's sake, I mean, the code is before you this evening. You're asking it to be tabled and then for it to be brought back in August for the 2 meetings in August? And for us, and for staff then to coordinate the advertisements, or what do we have to do for those 2 meetings?
Yes, help me
Okay.
understand this, though. So the first meeting, I just want to make sure I have my dates correct. This has to be advertised. We usually have 2 meetings on code amendments.
Correct.
So the 60 days, is that prior to that first meeting, not necessarily 60 days prior to adoption?
Yeah, I think we're going to probably have to advertise either the July 12th, 19th, or 26th, or either the 19th, 26th, or 2nd. So right before the 6th and the 20th, but I'll have to look at that. So we're looking at July 12th, July 19th to have everything done.
That's not 60 days prior to August, though.
We have to approve it within 60 days of advertisement.
You have to, I'm sorry.
We have to approve it within 60 days of advertisement.
Okay.
You have a motion and a second.
Modifying the motion to incorporate what bill? A second.
I did
Commissioner
second.
Sheffield.
Sheffield second.
Yes, Commissioner Brawl. Yes.
Okay, so this is going to be tabled, and we're forming a stakeholders committee that we all get to appoint to.
Is that a suggestion?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see why not, or at least recommend people
it's a
from
good
our
idea.
respective districts to speak with
that's a great
the
idea.
department, with the agency.
Like a board or something.
I think that's a
that we
great
do.
idea.
Yeah, but just from a coordination standpoint, even if it's one-on-one or all together, I'll defer to Judy.
But the 3 codes that we're dealing with are still coming back for the stormwater fee, but there'll be revisions made, and may be impervious, it may not be, it may be something else, right? I mean, it may be based on impervious or other
So
means.
I'm not sure we could do it any other way than the way we're doing it today, a fee based on impervious, or to pay for it through property taxes. Those are the ways that everybody else does it. If we chose a different method, it could be challenged in court.
So why are we tabling it and coming back? I mean, okay, I mean, I'm all for more input and education, because there's a lot of confusion of what's being presented now. But I'm not, if I vote to table it with revisions and input and education or whatever, that doesn't mean when it comes back that I'm still going to be in favor of it or not.
Sure, that's correct. It does give people an opportunity to look at this code again. I mean, when we first put it out, there were some questions with respect to time that people had to look at the code. I'm sure people have taken a closer look at it before tonight. It'll give them more time to do it, so that stakeholder conversation could be a place where people can have more deliberate conversation with respect to that. And then there's opportunity alongside that to have discussion about the manual and calculations.
Yeah.
Well, that's my thought. There may or may not be changes to the code. Well, we're long for your discussion, so I don't know. Yes, I see more mics lit. I don't, Commissioner
Well,
Richardson.
The motion is just to table it.
Yes.
Right,
yes.
correct.
And
It's not to vote yes or no.
Well,
Correct.
it's to hold it, it's to table it, but to bring it back and it's for a specific date and instruct, as I understand it, to instruct staff to have it ready for public hearings on August 6th and August 27th.
For the credit manual. Or
For
anything else.
consideration, yes, of education.
But it's
and credit
primarily
manual, yeah.
with the credit manual, just in the spirit of sharing additional information.
Okay, is there any additional discussion, Commissioner Richardson? I'll call the question. Thank you. All right, there's a motion.
I pushed the wrong button, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Thank you. The motion passes 5-0. Just, I need to take a 2-minute.
sorry.
Yes, I need to take like a 2-3
It's
minute
too
break.
late.
Thank you, Judy.
Welcome back to our Board of Commissioners meeting. It is still March 26, 2024 for the remaining 17 minutes, and then we'll be into tomorrow. We are continuing this evening's Board of Commissioners meeting, and we are now at our first public comment.
Chair, as the board provides the podium for public comment, it's appropriate to review the related meeting rules. When you come forward for public comment, please state your name, and if you're speaking on behalf of an organization, all comments should be addressed through the chair. Public comment is not a dialogue with the board, but an opportunity for speakers to provide their comments to the board. The comments should not be impertinent, derogatory, or offensive, or slanderous. To that end, the board encourages, regardless of the topic, for the audience to be respectful and courteous to the speakers. Everyone attending this meeting should give others the right to both listen and to be heard by treating each other with civility. Statements made during the public comments portion do not necessarily reflect the opinions of the board or the administration of Cobb County government. And as has been reminded a couple times this evening, there is a timer on the podium. The first speaker is Denny Wilson.
Denny Wilson, District 4. I see the microfilm is back here, and you guys are not letting people put the pictures up on the screen. But I see it sitting back here, but that's neither here nor yonder. I got to kind of change my speech a little bit because I was thinking that you guys were going to vote this thing through 3-2. And I had something a little bit more prepared, but I guess I can just wing it. But my public comment is directed at the one in the middle. Ms. Cupid, when you were elected the district commissioner, I, for one, thought that you were great. I mean, you hosted training sessions for the community in which I attended most of them. I remember you rushing in with donuts, pizza, breakfast, coffee, whatever it took to satisfy the community and prove to them that their votes were well cast. I remember you sometimes having your two sons would be sitting on the floor in the corner as you engaged with the people of our community. I believed in you so much that I contributed $500 to your reelection campaign, even though you didn't have opposition. But that's just how much I believed in you. But now today, if there's a way for me to get a refund, I would love to have my $500 back. Because your second term, I don't know what happened, but what I do know is you lost your love for our community. Someone directed me to your LinkedIn page during your second term. And according to your LinkedIn page, your longest employment was the Board of Commissioners. I mean, every job that you had, it was either 1 year or less. So I did an open records request with from the Human Resources Department to inquire as to how many staff members you had in 2018. This is a partial list here, but this is 8 people on here, and you can add about 6 or 8 more to this list. These are the amount of employees that you've gone through as assistants from 2013 up until now. One of them even being, I believe it was your first cousin whom you tried to block from obtaining employment from the county. But Mike Boyce, being the person that he was, he found her employment with the county because she had just recently bought a home and she needed a way to pay her house note. You call this leadership that you're doing, but I'm sorry, I have to disagree with you. This is more of a dictatorship, and it would have been even more tonight if you had pushed this vote through for this stormwater tax on these citizens. Since you have been in that middle seat, Cobb County residents have gotten nothing but taxes, 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 and tonight you are going to come with the fee. Since you've been in that middle seat, we lost a stormwater director, we lost a code enforcement director, we lost a DOT director, we lost a public safety director, we lost the police chief, and we lost the director of public services, all since you have been in that middle seat. This is what you have cost the county. You also replaced an African American with another nationality, but you got DEI at your forefront, and you always say this is about blacks. But it can't be about blacks when you had a wonderful black young lady working for you, and you replace her with someone else that's not a black person. So there's a reason county staff and employees are fleeing this county in massive numbers. And maybe you need to take a look in the mirror and look at that person that's looking back at you, because it doesn't look nice to us as citizens of Cobb County.
The next public speaker is Sabrina Mao. Then the next one is Donald Barth.
Good evening again, ladies. Or I hope it's still evening. It may be good morning. It won't be long. Tonight was an exercise in American justice. The people came here with questions, more questions than you had answers. One of the things that's really sitting wrong with me now is when I heard about the septic tank pumping, and that should be right up in her alley because it's full. And what I'm going to tell you about a septic tank, it's always full except for the last 8 inches. That's how it works. So who told her that you pump it out and it's going to help the drain field? By God, I want you to do your job when you come up here and waste my time. You wasted everybody's time tonight, and you lost. You lost with good reason. I heard you use the word infrastructure a little while ago. You did, and we're going to have it on tape. I want you to hear yourself use it. But wait, it's even better than that. You used the word too. Let's go to the dictionary and look up what an infrastructure is. It's the publicly owned utilities, pipes, conveyances, whatever it takes to get the job done. So now we're going to call something a storm water management system. You're kidding me, right? You couldn't remember that because you referred back to the infrastructure. That's what infrastructure is. It's the public conveyance of whatever. How can you sit here all night and you go back to using the word infrastructure over and over again when you sat there and we tried to deny this is infrastructure? You ladies have a great burden on you. You have to come up with things that make people mad. And that's what your job is. You set budgets, you change codes. That's what's in your job description. Poking a bear, not so much. You've got to stop poking people with some of your stuff. And I'm going to use the word stuff. I think you understand what I mean. You personally lost tonight. These other ladies did not lose anything more than time and maybe some sleep later on. We cannot sit here and listen to you try to steal Cobb County. You have tried to divide us. Do we look divided? We have come together. You have played the race card 101. How'd that work? We are coming together, and that's what you're going to do. You're going to force the people to like one another. Some of them. Some of them not. But what's going to happen is we're still in the middle of figuring out where the hell I live. Am I in 2? Am I in 3? Can I be on one of the boards? Is there a board for 5? Because I'm still being cheated by something that you set up. You set that up to protect Jerica. She's still sitting there. A simple thing a lawyer could have done was meet with y'all and come up with a solution to say, can she finish out her term per se in the state? But no, you wanted to call it something else. You wanted to steal an election. What does the Board of Election, why are they using a map that was used to put her in office? You did that. So now you're wasting my time and their time, everybody's time. Nobody in Cobb County will get a fair and equitable election because of something you did. Is it greed? Is it power? What could possibly motivate a person to try to ruin a whole county like this? Your job was simple. Set a budget. Sure, that's a tough job. Set a few codes. Not everybody's going to agree with it. But you came in here tonight with a stormwater joke. It was not ready for prime time. I heard it from commissioners. It was not ready. We had 2 public hearings.
Mr. Barth, your 5 minutes are up. The next public speaker is Debbie Fisher. The next one is Sally Grubbs.
Commissioners.
Excuse me, just go ahead and state your name for the record again.
My name is Sally Grubbs.
Thank you.
Not that it's really relevant, but I'm the chairwoman of the Cobb County Republican Party. And as Rahm Emanuel said, you never want a serious crisis to go to waste. And what I mean by that, it's an opportunity to do things you think you could not do before. Emmanuel was not the first one to express this idea. However, this statement, which proposed away the Obama administration, could actually harness the chaos of the financial crisis of 2008. It's become repeated again and again for many economists, policymakers, and business people who sought to improve the world's financial and economic systems. Well, I propose to you tonight, as I sat here and listened, first of all, Commissioner Richardson, thank you for showing some rational thought tonight. I do not address these comments to Commissioner Gambrell nor Commissioner Burrell, but I will say you are ruining this county, and we are tired of it. And I know you don't care. I don't think that you are the mastermind of the thought that goes into what you're doing, but you see the stormwater utility situation as a way to push through an agenda and amend codes to put the burden on we the people, and we the people are tired of it, and we are not going to take it. Now, I had the benefit of sitting here this evening among a lot of friends. And there's Democrats that I have that are friends too. And you know what? They're tired of the burden as well. And so you have outed yourself with the agenda. And this gentleman, Jeremy, I really want to spend some time with him because he gets it. I educated myself on Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030, and I'll never forget Commissioner Richardson was at an event that I was at, and I mentioned it to her, and she was like, I've never heard of that before. Well, I've got some oceanfront property on Whitlock Avenue to show you because I know better. Your actions and your words and the verbiage used to implement these policies is straight out of Agenda 21, the Rio de Janeiro Agreement. So you need to understand the Green New Deal and all these policies are geared to take private property rights away. And it's funny that Mr. Barth mentioned the septic tank because my son's septic tank had the lid break yesterday, and $4,800 later and a whole lot of crap in his backyard and all this rain, I'm sitting there going, the next thing we know, we're gonna have the Cobb County Stormwater Utility Police coming out issuing fines and fees because his septic tank overflows in the yard, which happens to be on a hill, and then it will run down into the ditch, and then you'll be able to levy a lien against a property for an accident that happens. What about the person that can't write the check to have that fixed? Then you're gonna rack up fees and fees and fees and fees, and the next thing you know, Cobb County is gonna be doing business with BlackRock because you're gonna have a whole lot of properties you're gonna foreclose upon for those liens and those fines, so that you can get us further down the road towards losing private property rights. We have rights in this county, and we had people that did great at planning. I have a family member who is a veteran of the Cobb water system. And if you don't know what you're doing, then I'm sure Dr. McMorris would be happy to call up some of the veterans that ran these systems for years. And yes, stop the building. If you can't manage the stormwater that we have, then stop the building. We have a crisis on our border, and I haven't even touched the election situation because you were lawless. You think you are above doing what is right by Cobb County people, and according to the laws of the state of Georgia, and according to the judgment of a judge of the Superior Court of this county. And it's time for it to stop.
The next speaker is Hill Wright.
Hill Wright, and you know, I don't really have to change much anything because you're still doing the same old crap you've been doing. Good evening, everyone. I have a deep concern regarding the operation of this board and our county government. It's evident that we are not upholding the principles of a representative government where the voices of all of our citizens are heard and their interests are duly considered. Instead, it appears special interests hold undue influence over decision-making process. Chair Cupid, allowing staff to craft policies without meaningful involvement from the public is not leadership. It's a disservice to the very people you were elected to serve. The recent handling of the rain tax issue, just like you did tonight, is just a prime example. You tried to do this very same thing with trash. Did you learn nothing? We're given superficial town halls where genuine input was discarded. A code change was dumped on us without adequate public review of the proposed changes. Subsequently, town halls were helped to manage the opposing views rather than genuinely address the concerns, then followed by a rushed vote to get it done before the people could learn enough to stop it. Chair Cupid, this pattern persists in various areas. The Unified Development Code, crafting policies behind closed doors and springing them on us without proper scrutiny or public input is unacceptable. We demand access to help craft the code, not just take what you give us. Furthermore, Chair Cupid, attempts to stifle public comment, as you tried to do 2 years ago, was smacked down by everyone and another slap in the face. The public has a right to be heard, and the move to restrict or manipulate this process without a hearing shows that you were afraid to let the people have a say. But we demand a say. Table number 24 and circulate any proposal for at least a month and hold a public hearing and face everyone and see if it stands up. Or will you just ram this down our throats? If you do, we'll ensure the spotlight remains on number 24, and we'll ask anyone who votes for it to be met with fierce opposition for the rest of their term. I urge this board to respect the voices of the people you serve, providing ample time for public review of proposed changes, upholding transparency in decision-making process, and genuinely involving citizens in shaping policies that affect our community. Operating with arrogance over the will of the people is unsustainable and unjust. The people deserve to have a meaningful say in the governance in their county. Now, if you think between now and August that you're just going to educate the people and somehow they're going to accept what you've been trying to ram down our throats, we're not. We want to have a seat at the table and be able to have a chance to craft our destiny. And telling us that, just coming back with something and saying, here it is not acceptable. This time, the people need to have an input. We need to have a say into how the code's crafted, and we need to get to the bottom of this. There needs to be an inventory of all the pipes in this county and a determination of the disposition of those pipes, and that needs to be settled before there's any code changes done, because unless you do that, you're just ramming this down our throats. And I tell you, it's probably going to result in, at some point, the only recourse is some legal action, class action against the county, because if you leave this unsettled the way you're going to do it and ram this down our throat, I don't see any other recourse. But, coming back and just in August, I'm sorry, but this isn't going to get better for you doing that. You need to let people have time to actually be part of this. That's the mistake you made this last time. You tried to go off and ram this down because you were after the money instead of actually coming up with a real plan. You don't have a plan here. What you have is something you're trying to ram down our throat, and it needs to stop, because the people aren't going to put up with it. I tell you, it's not going to get better between now and August. It's going to get worse. And if you don't involve the people in this in a genuine process, I tell you, we're going to rebel like you've never seen before.
That's the conclusion of the first portion of the public speakers.
Okay, thank you. Give me a moment. Let me find my notes. Okay, we are now at our consent agenda. Prior to the meeting and following it will be a list of the consent agenda items that we are voting on tonight. Commissioners, please note that agenda item 8 has been revised. That is pertaining to change order number 1 to the agreement with Itinerus for water billing. One second. There's a figure on there that has changed from 266 to $292,520. Also, agenda item number 23 has been revised. This is pertaining to Metro Atlanta Ambulance and Puckett EMS providing indigent, and county-required ambulance services. Then we have agenda item number 25, which has changed. That's pertaining to the statement of work with CGI Technologies. Let's see if there's another change. And those are all the changes that I have here pertaining to the consent agenda. Give me 1 second. Okay, and there has been a request that we pull the agenda item number 24, which pertains to the rules of procedure, out of consent. And we hear that following the consent agenda. Okay, Commissioners, I move that we approve the consent agenda as it has been revised.
Second.
Is there any additional discussion? Commissioner Burrow?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm opposed to number 13, the pilot program, and number 28, the water rates and fees.
Give me 1 second.
But I guess we won't have that one anyway. Or maybe
1
that-
second. We've got to address that. Number 13 pertains to Cobb Link Microtransit Pilot Project. Okay, and then what's the other number?
The water rates and fees. Oh, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
yes, the consent agenda ends at item 27.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Are there any other additional changes needed to consent or any other matters that commissioners may oppose that are on consent?
I'd like the clerk to note that I am opposed to agenda item number 11 and 13, please.
Okay, 11 refers to the FTA. And 13, again, refers to Cobb Link's microtransit project. Okay, are there any other comments or questions regarding consent? All right, we'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. We will now address the matter that we pulled off consent pertaining to the Cobb County policies. This is from the County Attorney's Office, agenda item 24.
Good morning, Debbie Blair with the County Attorney's Office.
You had to go there.
I had sent out to you all a document that highlighted each of the changes. I don't know if you each have that, but it was my thought, and of course we can, yes, do this in whatever manner you want, but as there are multiple changes, some sections have more than one change, so if we went through each of the changes and had a vote on those changes, but it's up to the board as to how they would like to proceed with going through the proposed changes.
Yes. There are a number of changes. I initially thought we'd just go through and see where there's commonality, but even that would be a timely process if we were to do that and then go back. So we can just take it one at a time. For instance, I'm seeing section 107 with respect to the agenda. We can start there and just go through A, subsection A through E.
Yeah, I'll just go through it, and then
Subsection at a
we'll do a vote on it as we go through, if,
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can go through it subsection at a time.
perfect. Okay, so the initial change that's proposed relates to section 1.07A, and the change in that section is simply the elimination of man So it will read, instead of on the advice of the chairman, it will read on the advice of the chair.
Okay, commissioners, is there consensus to make that change? I'm seeing nods. I'm thinking, should we have a formal vote for each section?
Yes. It's a motion to second for each time.
Thank you, Bill. Very adamant there. You don't usually get that from Bill.
Right in, didn't he, Debbie?
I didn't have a chance to say anything.
All right, I move that we approve Section 1.07 subsection A as it has been revised.
Second.
All right,
Second.
all right, is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
The next proposed revision deals with 1.07B, and this is a new section, and I'll read it. Each commissioner and the chair will have only one agenda item in the presentations tab to present proclamations, certificates, and other such recognition to groups or individuals who qualify under county guidelines, or to honor a day, week, or month recognizing special events or occasions. If a board member does not submit an agenda item for the presentation tab in that meeting, the position may be used by another with the consent of the board member. If applicable, the county manager may add a presentation for department accolades or awards.
Okay, commissioners, I move that we approve this section as it has been presented.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All right, call the question. Motion carries 5-0.
The next section is 1.07C, and again, it is a new section, and I'll read it. Resolutions in fulfillment of county business which direct administrative or legal action may be placed on the agenda without prior written consent. In order for a chair or commissioner-sponsored resolution to be placed on the agenda for other purposes, the commissioner resolution must have the written support of 4 district commissioners or the chair and 3 district commissioners. Once added to the agenda, a 4/5 vote will be required to approve the resolution. The balance of that is the same, which I'll read it in its entirety for clarity, I'm sorry. Should only 4 members of the commission be present when all offices are filled, or should there be vacancies in 2 or more offices of chair and or district commissioner, a unanimous vote shall be required. Should there be a vacancy in only 1 office of chair or district commissioner, 3 votes will be required to approve, shall be required to approve.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All right, call the question. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, and let's see. 1.0.
I have a
Commissioner,
question. These have to be approved by 4/5 of a vote, each section?
Yes.
Yes, correct. The next revision relates to 1.07B, which, I'm sorry, is the new D, but it was previously B. The only change in the old language, again, is to remove chairman in 2 places and replace it with chair. So the change that you would be voting on in this section is only the removal, or the change to simply the word chair in 2 places.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Debbie, did
Yes.
we vote on the, for agenda items pursuant to the Cobb County policy for naming county-owned properties, roadways?
That was
That
the.
didn't change.
That did not change. That was the existing B that simply moved to D because of the 2 insertions that we did.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a motion?
All right, there's a motion. Was there a second? I believe there was a second in discussion. Any additional questions? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0 on section E.
The next change relates to 1.07E. This is deleting some language at the beginning of the section and then adding a unanimous consent. So the proposal that you all are voting on should read, the order of business listed in the published agenda may be changed when it seems advisable by unanimous consent or by a 4/5 vote of the commission. Should only 4 members of the commission be present when all offices are filled, or should there be vacancies in 2 or more offices of chair or district commissioner, a unanimous vote shall be required. Should there be a vacancy in only 1 office of chair or district commissioner, 3 votes shall be required.
Okay.
And I propose that we vote on this in 3, there's 3 actual different changes. So the first matter that, or the first vote that should occur is to vote to approve the removal of the language, while it is usual for unfinished business that referred or held from another meeting be considered prior to new business. And so that would, the new version deletes that, and it's simply because we don't do our agendas that way. We do our agendas in consent, and regular and old business has a new agenda item. So it's what we do now. It's our practice.
Can we vote on the entire subsection as opposed to each minor part of the section? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we can see in the discussion if there's issues. That might help us to get.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. With that, Commissioners, I move that we approve subsection E as it has been presented.
Second. Second.
Is there any further discussion?
I do have one point of clarification. Just because of how it's written, it's really broad, that it's not referring to an item coming off consent, because right now anyone can pull something off consent, and while that doesn't change the order of like regular versus consent, it does change the order of business listed publicly versus.
And you are correct, and I meant to bring my rules down, but the consent section in the consent agenda, there is a section already in the code that says if something is to be removed from consent, 1 commissioner can remove something from consent. This is considering if for some reason we needed to move something forward, it was maybe item 50 and we wanted to move it forward due to folks being there or whatever that, whatever reason we might have to change order.
Debbie is right. Code sections 1.07.01 specifically references consent, and that only 1 commissioner is required to remove somebody off of that.
Thank you.
Okay, we're good. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Okay, we are now on to section 109, public participation.
Yes, in 1.09, in the very first paragraph, the proposal is to remove some classes of speakers, as in removing an announced candidate for public office or a salaried employee of the county staff, and removing the statement that policies or comments do not violate broadcasting policies of TV 23. Would you like me to read the proposed, or the proposed new paragraph would read, the Cobb County Board of Commissioners welcomes visitors to board meetings and is willing to hear any person or persons desiring to speak before the board, provided the person's comments do not violate the rules and standards of the Cobb County Civil Service Board. And that will be the new paragraph 1.09.
Okay, yes. Well, let's get a motion in a second, and then we'll, do discussion. Yeah, I'll move that we approve this as it has been presented.
Second.
And discussion, Commissioner Burrow?
Yes. Was that revised from this yellow sheet, the highlighted sheet?
I'm not sure what you're looking, I mean.
Well, I don't agree with that. I don't think employees should speak under public comment, or individuals can speak if they're a candidate, but the rules say now they can't announce that they're, or talk about their campaign or another candidate.
So when you're looking at First Amendment law, you cannot, if you open the comment, the public comment, which we have public comment here, we are in a limited public forum, which I think I've mentioned last meeting, and we've opened the floor to the public. And candidates and Cobb employees are the public. So when you open the public for that reason, you can't just, you have a limited public forum, you can't just eliminate certain classes of people. Whether or not employees would come and speak, I mean, I have no idea, just like I don't know if they're, I mean, obviously we've had some candidates that have come to speak, and we'll see a little bit later. We can limit their conversation. We can not allow them to speak as to their campaign issues, but we can't prevent the public from speaking in public comment. And that would be all classes of the public.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. They can speak as individuals, but not campaign for themselves or another. But
yes.
We've had that rule for a long time, so we've been doing it wrong all this time, all these years?
Well, you all have not actually been enforcing candidates. I mean, you have allowed them to come and speak, but you haven't, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Rowling, but we haven't enforced, I mean, we have enforced that they can't campaign, but we have allowed them to speak.
That's correct, but the rules said that they couldn't, but your county attorney was understanding the current rule of jurisprudence regarding public speaking of First Amendment.
Well, we had
advised
someone
the
a couple
board for
weeks
you to
ago
continue to allow them to speak.
that said she was, whoever she was, running for whatever office, and somebody stopped her.
We get to that language later, right, where they can't campaign.
Yeah, it's in there later.
Okay, so is everybody else in agreement with that?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with it. Just to clarify, and Bill, you can add in here. I know the public, the general public, was under the impression that by allowing employees to speak, i.e. removing them from not being restricted, that this would give them a first sign up to the sheet, to the list. Now, I have told folks that no, they would have to get in line and sign up. So if you could just please confirm that that process for signing up for public speaking would not change based on this amendment.
Correct. There'd be no changes related to that.
Okay,
I have a question for Debbie, just for clarification. You mentioned earlier that we can restrict candidates from speaking about their candidacy. But you also mentioned with employees that there can be a degree of restriction of what they speak about. Can you give us an example of what those restrictions would be for an employee?
They have to comply.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. They will have to comply with the rules and standards of the county, the Cobb County Civil Service Board. As civil service employees, they do have some limitations. It's primarily as to campaign, but we would not limit their content as any other member of the public. I mean, they would have the opportunity to speak. Of course, they couldn't campaign if they were campaigning, those kinds of things. But they are simply, they are treated the same as a member of the public when they are here in public comment speaking.
Right, and specifically the employees is what I'm referring to.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
That's not necessarily clear when I read this. Debbie, when I read this, it says, the Cobb County Board of Commissioners welcomes visitors to board meetings and is willing to hear any person or persons desiring to appear before the board, provided the person's comments do not violate the rules and standards of Cobb County Civil Service Board, of the Cobb County Civil Service Board. So it's making it seem as if everybody who stands before us must comport with the rules and standards
Okay,
of the
sure.
Cobb County Civil Service Board.
We could switch that, so it could say the Board of Commissioners welcomes visitors to its board meetings and is willing to hear from, okay, no. Let me think that through.
After a person's comments, you could say employees who wish to speak, as long as they do not violate the rules, standards, procedures.
Make a new sentence.
And just
what
one
about
other
Pam?
thing, with respect to the rules of the Civil Service Board, is it a plan to post that on the door? Like, how would a person be familiar with what those standards are?
If you are a Cobb County employee and under the Civil Service Board rules, a civil service employee, you should be aware of that. It is posted on iCobb, so all employees can access that. It would not be applicable to members of the public that are not Cobb County civil servants employees. But Cobb employees can access that on iCobb.
Okay.
And they should already be familiar with it.
Is it practical to contain what portions of the Civil Service Board actually apply to this section and just list it here? I don't know how lengthy that may be, but
Well,
refer to something
it kind of would be dependent upon what a person would want to talk about. The Civil Service Board protects employees, so they can't be compelled to support candidates and they can't be fired just because there's a new board that comes in. Civil Service Board protects the employees, but as a result of that protection, then they can't campaign for other people related to that.
I understand. This kind of gets to other code sections that we have that make references to other code sections. To me, because we don't have this before us, and let's say as a board, we are responsible for looking at the rules of procedure and ensuring that they comply. Unless we are familiar with it, we don't have that point of reference in front of us. So at that point, we're expecting that person to be able to self-regulate. And I think it would be more clear.
The other alternative would be, we cannot prohibit them from speaking, but they should have to follow with the rules related to it. So, that's.
I don't know if I'm being clear enough. What I'm saying is there a specific subsection of the rules and standards of the Civil Service Board that we can include in plain text in this code section?
Not tonight, and I think it would be dependent upon what the person was saying. It would be fact dependent upon the particular content of the speech at that time and what portion of it would impact it.
Okay.
So,
It's just odd to see another whole document being referred to without understanding what
what's in it.
clauses in there pertain to this. And I don't know how exhaustive it is, and if it's going to be realistic that any person that desires to speak will even know that that rule applies, will understand it, and it can just be made very plain if it was just included in the document. I mean,
I don't have that.
I just don't know what's in there to know what applies or not. I don't know how robust it is.
It's a multi-page, I mean, it's probably a 23-page document.
But do all of those 23 pages pertain to?
Oh, of course not.
So to me, there could be one sentence or two that we pull out of it and just drop here.
I can add that, but I don't know those, I don't know that off the top of my head tonight. So what,
Maybe we
if you
don't.
want to, I'm not sure if you want to have me add that section, or if you just want to leave it as is. I mean, I'm not sure.
It would be my preference for it to be explicit, if it can be, and not refer to something that we don't have documentation of here. It's just not clear.
Well, my feedback on that is if we're not going to list everything, I would just be a little concerned that the thought is they would only have to adhere to those items that are listed.
Yes. Right now, I just don't know what the everything is. You know, it could be one sentence or two sentences that we just plug in here, but we don't even know.
Says
So
23
right now, we're
pages.
approving a code section that we don't know
It's rules and
What section's
procedures for
upon?
employees.
Okay.
And they would specifically receive that privilege and protection under the Civil Service Board.
I'm asking.
Which wouldn't be all Cobb County employees. It's just certain
I'm
ones.
asking you to help me know what part of that specifically applies here, to have the ability.
And I
to
said
pursue
I will look it up, but I don't have it tonight, so I'm
Okay.
not sure how you want to proceed with this tonight.
this. Okay. I could be better supportive if it was made explicit, and that's just me, but it's difficult to refer to another document or manual without having some clarity on what that is.
Well, and then I have questions about the candidate thing.
Okay, so why don't we just pull that subsection? We've already spent a lot of time on that. We can go to subsection 1.09.01.
But can we continue this at our next meeting? Bring that back at our next meeting?
Okay, yes, thank you, that's a good, I didn't think about that. I move that we bring back section 1.09, the first paragraph, for consideration at our next meeting.
Second.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next amendment for consideration is 1.0901A, and this relates to the number of speakers. The proposal reads as follows: a total of 20 speakers are allowed to address the Board of Commissioners at each regular meeting of the Commission, 10 near the beginning and 10 near the end of the meeting, as specified in section 1.09.1. Speakers shall sign up with the county attorney, the police officer on duty, or other staff members on a first-come, first-served basis to begin 30 minutes prior to the announced starting time of the meeting and continuing until 20 speakers have signed up or until the remarks of the last speaker have concluded, whichever occurs first. No one may sign up for more than one speaking slot per meeting, sign up for another individual, or cede their time to another person. There is no limitation on the number of times an individual may speak throughout the year, nor a limitation on the number of times a person may address any given subject matter. Speakers may bring handouts to be provided to the board members, but no audio, visual, or media presentations are allowed. Each speaker will be allotted a maximum of 3 minutes to speak, and that's the proposed.
Okay. I move that we approve this section for purposes of discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a second for discussion, but I thought the revision included the audio-visual presentation component to be vetted.
The suggestion.
Right, but like to be screened for antivirus, I would agree with that over, I don't want to remove him.
Okay,
I don't
Commissioner
agree with
Braun?
removing it.
Yeah. I had suggested that we allow photos or videos on personal cell phones that could be, instead of infecting our system, because we don't know. And we ask people to submit them now ahead of time so that we can screen them, but Ross is saying he doesn't have the time or staff to screen all these videos, but if they have a recording, a video or a photo that they want to show on the screen, they can put it on the projector, and it's not getting into our cybersecurity or internet.
So,
And that would mean, go ahead.
no, good evening, Commissioners. Ross Gavitt,
No, it's
Communications Director.
morning. It's
Good
morning.
morning. I only have a 45-minute presentation, so I hope you bear with me as I work my way through this. So I've given you a copy of a memo that I previously sent you in an email that happened after an incident earlier this year at another jurisdiction that prompted discussion in our office about using audio-visual means, and as the memo indicates, temporarily prohibited using those. We had no rules or guidance or procedures and policies and still don't to this date, which is why I prompted that memo. About using cell phones, we're really not equipped to do that here. We could do it maybe showing pictures but not audio. They wouldn't really work together in that way if anybody had any audio. The issue that we've identified in talking with a lot of others in the government communicators industry is the dealing without regulations would leave us susceptible to having some stuff played in this room and on our TV streams that we may not consider acceptable for this meeting. For instance, someone could come in who's upset about the situation in the Middle East, doesn't matter which side, brings in a war propaganda video that shows gruesome war scenes, decapitated soldiers on the battlefield, dead kids at a hospital. That's one scenario that we may be, under these rules, be forced to show. Or somebody may bring in some AI-generated media. We've had all sorts of warnings about AI-generated media when it comes to the elections and these general communications as well. So if somebody comes in with a video of one of the commissioners, say Commissioner Burrell, saying you're resigning and you're going to follow your lifelong passion of attending Taylor Swift concerts across the country. Or more ominously, if it's an AI video of a elections worker claiming that they had flipped tens of thousands of votes in the last election. Or another scenario, let's say John Smith's wanted by the police for a violent crime. He sends his brother Jack here with a video of John who eviscerates the police and taunts the police and leaves an expletive-filled greeting for the commissioners. So these are things right now that we would have to show in this forum. If you think any of those are not appropriate, but still want to leave the door open, what would have to happen next is this board would have to come up with a comprehensive list of what is considered inappropriate material. And I guarantee you with the changing technology, it wouldn't be a comprehensive list. Then they would have to form a group or a panel, preferably made up of people outside of the county, to review those submissions for the inappropriate material. And then where that would all lead us in the end is at some point this board would be tasked with telling somebody they can show a video and somebody they cannot because it violates the rules. And it's in those situations where you can face criticism and possibly litigation about violating somebody's rights. Most of the other jurisdictions of this size do not allow this procedure. I would just ask that you recognize the lessons they've learned, the good governance they practice, and the effects on the staff here when you consider this changes to this code section.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. There's some discussion and concern with respect to the video and AV aspect of this. Is this something that we want to help? Yes, Commissioner Burrell.
This section also includes the number of speakers and the time. And I had offered a suggestion of keeping 5 minutes for the first 6 and doing 10 at 3 minutes for the second half. 10 speakers, 3 minutes. Because the way this reads, they would all go to 10 speakers in the front and 10 in the back, reducing the time of 5 minutes to 3 minutes.
I would only be concerned, even in instances like tonight, and everybody's lining up against the wall, and everybody's thinking they have similar opportunity to address the board. And I'd hate to kind of draw a line between the first half and the second half to feel as if they are being slighted from others that are having the opportunity to speak. I think it's got to be equal across the board.
Yeah. Well, the reason was because with the 10 speakers with 3 minutes each, we got a lot of pushback wanting to go back to keep the 5 minutes once the 3 minute was out there, and we didn't know, but we got a lot of pushback. And the first set of speakers for public comment is usually for things that are on the agenda. When you get to the back 6 or 10, whatever we're going to do, I mean, people can come and speak on whatever topic they want. It doesn't have to be on the agenda. But when we get to the last 6 or 10, the agenda's done.
And that is the unfortunate part about how we do things, because those that get the slots 7, 8, 9, 10, a lot of them want it to be in the first 6 to speak. It's just the way that we have it, they can't. But we have had a number of instances where they still address matters on the agenda that we already voted on.
Right. And I think also, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
I hear what you're
Yeah,
trying to do to
but I mean,
accommodate it, but.
It's first come, first served, so whoever gets here first is going to sign up for the first 6 slots anyway.
Right. But I think the spirit in this also is allowing more people to speak. Because concerns have been shared with me as well as people come in and they don't have an opportunity to sign up because the slots are filled, whether they're stuck in traffic or whatever the reason is. But this would allow for 8 additional speakers. And I think, obviously from tonight, people are very engaged, and more people are becoming engaged and have an interest in what we're doing on the county level. So I do like that we're able to add 8 additional speakers, so they too can also exercise their First Amendment right.
Is there any additional discussion?
So, I would say to keep it at 5 minutes for both sections.
Okay.
So my commentary is either we have 12 slots or we have 20. The split in the middle just opens up a lot of room for it's treated differently at different parts of the meeting, and I think that opens us up. And then for the second piece, I guess the first piece with the audio visual, I absolutely understand the concerns related to what could come. I also think it's a slippery slope for us to try to figure, I get the cybersecurity risk for things that may plug into our system, but I mean, if that's what someone wants to show, it's not based upon my morality.
If I'm just make one comment as to First Amendment, when you can limit features of speech in a limited public forum, provided they are narrowly tailored, they address a significant government interest, and there are alternative ways of communication. So in this particular instance, obviously our governmental interest is our servers. I mean, we can't risk getting something in the system, a ransomware or whatever those kinds of things are. It is narrowly tailored, and we're simply saying no, we're not offending any particular group of people. We're saying no audio visuals to protect our computers. We're allowing handouts, we're allowing emails. I mean, obviously, they can call and set up meetings with any one of you. You all do that regularly with your constituents. So there are multiple ways that they can communicate with you as a board, other than just showing audiovisual presentations here at the meeting.
Right. And I can appreciate that. I just also know we have a lot of constituents that leverage those mediums to convey complex ideas, including like a sidewalk project that was needed and showing different pictures of, I don't know what pathway they could have in a public comment forum that would allow them to tell that story or demonstrate that. And I understand the risk that comes with that. I mean, that's what we're discussing here. But again, I don't see where we should regulate that piece at all. I think I get it. I struggle with putting in the regulation on that.
I'm not hearing clear consensus on this, but I'm hearing 2 unique issues in this. I'm hearing one with respect to the speakers and one with respect to AV. Is there consensus with respect to the speakers? To changing it?
For 3 minutes, 10 each side, each front and back.
I'm amenable to more
Is that what
speakers.
you're asking, Madam Chair?
Yes, there needs to be 4 or 5.
I'm amenable to more speakers.
I'm amenable to more speakers, but one thing, Debbie, you've used multiple times, limited public comment.
Forum.
Or forum.
If I said comment, I meant to say forum,
Okay,
so I
and
apologize.
I might have said it wrong. Limited public forum. Where is that? I'm not seeing that stated anywhere in this document.
It's not in this document.
Does
It's
it need
first,
to be?
No, it's First Amendment law. So it doesn't affect your internal These are just how you all are conducting your meetings. So it does not need to be stated in these rules of procedure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I wanted to go section by section, but there's two distinct issues in this one, so I'm hoping it'll be clear. Commissioners, I'd like to, did we make a motion on this? We made a motion already, so we need to address the motion to approve this.
Can you amend it to just be?
Yes, I'm going to amend the motion so that we are approving increasing the number of speakers from 12 to 20 to allow each speaker to speak for 3 minutes.
Second.
Is there any additional discussion? There is from me, because I just want to provide a point of clarification from the audience. This is not my proposal. I did not propose this change. There has been some commentary that I've been, so I just want to share that. I'm just saying this is not something that originated with me, to go back to some comments that have been shared. I do agree with the commentary, though, that we have seen a lot of people participate tonight, and I think this does give more people an opportunity to address it, so I think it's a good thing. I just don't want people to think that I'm being draconian in trying to change this section. Okay. With that, there's a motion and a second. And again,
If I might clarify the motion,
Yes.
please.
Mm-hmm.
Are you simply, in this particular section, are we only changing number of speakers and
Yes.
the time limit? We're not going to say no one may sign up for more than one speaking slot, or the audio-visual issue. So
This
the
is
other
just
issues
part
are
A.
out.
Right now, we're just addressing the
Okay.
number of speakers. Oh, you're right. There's 3 issues. There's the number of speaking slots, because today somebody can speak at the beginning and at the end. I think the way the code is written.
No, excuse me, Ms. Rowland, we only do one. I mean, you can only have one speaking slot today.
That's not true.
Correct, that's how we've interpreted that, and this is make clarity for that.
We've had some come before and the end. It's not, I don't think it's clear with today's code. I'll pull it up.
So I think, Debbie, just to make it more clear for the motion, that essentially we would approve it up to the point where it says speakers may bring. That section to the end is not part of the motion. Does that help?
Well, the 3 to 5 minutes is in there. So we're approving all of the changes with the exception of the audio-visual presentations.
Okay.
In this section, if I understood the motion.
So we're approving the whole thing if you're taking out the video.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Well, it says there's no limitation on the number of times an individual may speak throughout the year, nor a limitation on the number of times a person may address any given subject matter. And then it goes into where Kelly was saying, speakers may bring handouts to be provided by the boards, but no audio-visual media presentations. So that we're not voting on.
Yeah. Well, the language you refer to, there is no limitation on the number of times an individual may speak, is in the code currently, in your rules currently. We are proposing, it is proposed that throughout the year be added simply to say, in any one particular meeting, you only have an opportunity to speak for one time, but you can come to every single meeting and speak on the same subject every single time if that's your desire.
Right, so that's fine, but we're not voting on speakers may bring handouts, but no audio-visual, and each, well, that one change is the only thing we're not taking out right now.
That's as I understand the motion, yes.
Yes, right now we're just talking about the number. I just want to clarify the language about no one may sign up for more than one speaking slot. That is new language being added. That is not in our existing code.
the terminology you just read is new, and it's more simply to clarify, again, the practice that we have in place, that we do, trying to clarify.
Okay. So, Commissioners, would you like to vote on both of those in this motion? Would you like, this motion right now just clarifies the 20 speakers for 3 minutes.
Is that a motion? Did we land?
We're still, this is part of the comment section of it, to know if there needs to be an additional amendment. Do you want to go ahead and add that? So we don't
I'm
have to do a
okay with
separate
adding
motion?
it since the discussion is around the number of speakers.
Okay. Am I hearing consensus for us to add that? Commissioners, I amend the motion so that we are now moving to have 20 speakers for 3 minutes apiece, and that no one may sign up for more than one speaking slot per meeting. No one may sign up for more than one speaking slot per meeting, sign up for another individual, or cede their time to another person. So I'm adding that language in the middle.
Okay, second. It's the last sentence that we're adding. Second.
We're adding section A, subsection A, all the way up to the middle where it says.
Right before there is no limitation.
Right before where it says there is no limitation.
Yeah. So you will be approving the proposed language with the exception of speakers may bring handouts.
Yes,
To be,
so
that is not going to, that will be deleted.
Yes.
Everything else will be
That's
considered.
the section, yes. So the amended motion includes that. Is there a second from who seconded it? Okay, is there any additional discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner Burrow.
Originally, I was in favor of the 3 minutes and additional slots, as long as the board had 3 minutes for our public address at the end of the meeting. But with the citizens' emails and concerns that they want to keep it at 5, I don't support this now.
Okay, so that's one. It takes 4/5 of the board to approve it. Do other commissioners support the 3 minutes for 20 speakers, or are there any other commissioners that do not?
I mean, as I communicated, I am in support because it does allow for more speakers to share.
We can address that with the motion. I don't need to ask that separately. Yes. Okay, so she's provided her comment. Yes, I'm going to call the question.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion moves forward with Commissioner Burrow in opposition. Okay, so the next motion is for us to address the latter portion of subsection A, that speakers may bring handouts to be provided to the board members, but no AV or media presentations allowed.
I don't think there's consent. I don't have.
Is there a second? That's just a motion. It can be for discussion, even though we've discussed this. Okay, so there's no second on that. I'm going to presume that's not moving forward. Commissioners, do you want to table that section for consideration for the next meeting?
Debbie, how does it read now? How does it read now if we left it out, if we left that part out?
That sentence was a new sentence, so it just would not be in there. It would be based, I mean, we would just leave that out in its entirety.
And I think we would consider the memo that I wrote in February to be still the only kind of written policy on that topic.
Which says what? I don't remember.
He just.
So then if this is
you
going to
just
be
gave it
Ross's
to us.
policy, we need to have it added in.
Oh, this one, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so commissioners, again, would you like to table this section? I'm seeing one nod.
Yes,
seeing one
I
nod.
think we need to table this section because as Ross has given us in this document why that language was needed, if we're not going to use this language, I think we need to incorporate Ross's document into the policy.
Okay, so commissioners, I move that we table the portion of subsection A that refers to speakers may bring handouts to be provided to the board members, but no audio, visual, or media presentations are allowed.
Second.
Is there any additional discussion? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0.
Chairwoman, can I just ask to the clerk, the section where it said throughout the year, was that included in the previous motion? It was.
It was all the language except for just that one sentence.
One thing, though, I did not do when I tabled this. Did I table this to the next meeting? Or did I just table? What do you have? Exactly, yeah. The last one I tabled to the next meeting. So I'd like to amend that motion so that we table it for the next meeting.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Call the question. Motion carries.
Is this on the audio visual?
Yes, ma'am.
Lord,
We're just tabling it to the date certain. Okay.
Okay, sorry. See?
It's late. Look, it's almost 1 o'clock. We are doing great. We're doing great. We are typically, most of us might be sleeping at 1 o'clock. All right.
I'm usually in bed as well, so.
Who is it?
So the next section up for consideration is 1.09.01B, and the proposed section would read, after each individual speaker's remarks have concluded, the chair may, but shall not be required.
I'm sorry, where are you?
1.0901B.
D. Okay, so do we have to vote on deleting B? And C?
Yes.
Yeah, so-
Yes,
yes,
we
okay.
do.
Can we go back to that? She was in D.
So if we want to, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
Current existing B says that an extension to either or both of the 30-minute scheduled public comment sessions or an extension of the 5-minute limit per person may be granted by a 4/5 vote of the commission. It is proposed that that section be deleted in its entirety.
Okay, commissioners, I move that we delete that entire section for discussion.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion on that?
Yeah.
Did you say yes?
No, I agree with removing that.
Okay.
We need to stick to our policy.
Yeah, and I'll just reiterate, every time we've tried to extend, it never passed, so.
Well, I mean, why do you have rules and procedures and you're not going to follow them?
I know I've been here in years past, the Braves decision. I remember we had biking along Collins Drive where the room was filled, where they allow additional speakers because there was a lot of community interest in a matter. And this is something that this board has not considered, but oftentimes there is such an exigence to a matter where the community does want that opportunity to weigh in. So if we strike it, it just strikes that consideration of that.
Now, we also now have 20 speakers per meeting.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It needs to strike.
Just a question. I know that we have real scenarios that require us to do public hearings. In advance of a topic that we know is going to be extensive, do we have consideration to have a public hearing instead of just like how public comment is 20, but if we anticipate a topic is of serious, involve?
These rules are the rules for how you run your meeting, and you have opened up public comment. Unless you write, I mean, again, to the chair's point, unless you left that in there, I mean, we can't change public comment to a public hearing.
That's not what I'm saying. That's
Okay,
not what
I'm sorry, I
saying.
didn't understand.
I'm saying, let's use a scenario. She brought up the Brave Stadium where it's something that we know a whole bunch of people are going to come and have, like in anticipation, weeks in advance. We know people are going to be interested. Can we, as a board, do we have the authority to schedule public hearing in advance on something of our choosing, not just of something that we're required to have a public hearing. It's a more generic question.
It'd have to be advertised and all that.
Correct.
But town halls,
Understood. I'm just asking, I don't know what we have the jurisdiction, like if that's in our jurisdiction.
I would, my response is no.
Okay.
But I can't think of any authority that would give that to you unless, again, you left something in the rules. I mean, you know, B allows the extension to increase that. I mean, that it's going to accomplish, Commissioner Richardson, what you are, I believe, asking for in certain instances. But again, you would have to just, I mean, you would have to leave that as is if you would want that option. Otherwise, you are limiting it to the 20 that is, that we just approved.
Understood. Thank you. Like I said, I was just curious from a procedural standpoint.
but that's for the meeting. She's asking if we know something controversial or major project is coming, can we schedule a public hearing with the proper advertising for a specific subject? Is that what you mean? Mm-hmm.
On what authority? My point is, if there's no authority for you to do that, then you don't have authority to do that. You can't just create reasons for public hearings.
And that was my question, is
Yeah.
do we have that jurisdiction? Because
No.
I don't know if we do. I know when we're required to. I just don't know if we're also allowed to do one.
I would suggest that if you had an agenda item asking for a public hearing, you could have a public hearing. An agenda item gives you the authority to act on the agenda item. The agenda item would then allow you to have the public hearing on that. And a public hearing, if you were creating it that wasn't trying to comply with state law rules of notices and things like that, you wouldn't have to do that component of it. You could have an agenda item that would then be voted on that would include a public hearing component of it. You could do that.
Thank you.
You like his answer better, don't you?
Okay.
I just looking for an answer.
We have to be more deliberate about our consideration of that. You just can't do that at the last minute at a hearing.
I mean, and to the extent that, I mean, I guess on a specific topic, it would, you don't want to open it to all the time, all public comment in every instance. So,
It doesn't quite affect this. I was just asking from an authority standpoint. And because I can understand, like, if we're just having a meeting and we decide we want to change, there are people who didn't know that there were going to be more spots. So I know in public hearings, everybody shows up because it's like, I know that I'm going to have a chance to address something. So that's where a public hearing can be advantageous from a public engagement standpoint. Just asking.
I don't have that language prepared, so.
It wouldn't be for this. Yeah.
Just do an agenda item.
Okay, so we do have a motion, I believe, to delete the existing B.
Okay, yes. All right, so this is a motion to strike that. Is there any additional discussion? All right, call the question. All right.
Next, the existing, at 1.09.01C, existing C, is the proposal is to strike that, and that currently deals with a written response to each speaker will be provided by county staff, and the board has the option to respond to each speaker's presentation. So the proposal is that that is stricken in its entirety.
And that's a written response that they get after public comment.
No, the existing C is simply an option by the Board of Commissioners to respond verbally. The written response is in the next, actually.
Oh, okay, well, okay.
Actually, Debbie, it's together in C, and then it's repeated in D.
Mm-hmm.
So we're
Oh,
Well, what I'm curious.
I've read that. I apologize.
So with C.
Yes.
Yes, I had.
So the answer, Commissioner Burl, is this is the written response, yes.
The written response that we post, that we sent a letter to a speaker acknowledging their comments.
We're striking that, though.
Well, that's
Yeah.
what I just want to make sure that's what that is referring to.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, Commissioners, for purpose of discussion, I move that we strike that section.
And that's C.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Second.
Existing C.
Okay, any discussion?
Just a point of clarification. With the letters that are sent out, it doesn't necessarily address the items that the speaker has shared in public comments. Is it more just thanking them for joining us at the meeting and engaging in the process?
It's kind of generic.
Okay.
I just want clarification because I thought
I'm not
I
sure
heard-
what those look like, so I don't know, but
Okay, thank
Dr.
you.
McMorris is shaking yes.
All right, thanks.
Because I know sometimes
used
it's
to be
come
in
from
a
the
book.
department. To me, it's an acknowledgement that that department has considered that comment. I really have heartburn because people are thinking when they come to public comment and they speak on something that if it pertains to a department, that's being given that's given some consideration.
If I can jump ahead, which might ease some of your concerns, the change to the new B would read, after each individual speaker's remarks have concluded, the chair may but shall not be required to direct the speaker to a staff member for further assistance.
Oh, okay, I need to further read that. Give me one moment. So that would allow us to refer them to the department?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure we have that still as part. That wasn't clear to me when I saw that being stricken. Okay.
Okay, so we're back to existing C, whether or not we're going to strike that in its entirety.
Yes, so that's the motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out where that was located, or direct to a director, to an agency director or
See,
someone.
it's different on this sheet than this sheet. And this is the agenda item 24,
I want to
under
make sure it's
separate
covered, because
cover.
I heard it was,
But this, on this one, it reads, after each individual speaker's remarks have concluded, the chair may but shall not be required to briefly respond either personally or through another member of the Board of Commissioners whom the chair shall delegate. Is that what is staying in? Because the other one is, it just says, after each individual speaker's remarks have concluded, the chair may but shall not be required to direct speaker to a staff member for further assistance. It says nothing about another commissioner or delegate to staff.
Yeah.
I know, I'm sorry. It's
No,
late.
no, no.
It is late.
That's my error. You're right. I mean, they are different. And I don't remember why it was changed to, to direct the speaker to a staff member.
Well, that is still
well
in there.
Right.
In one.
Could
Does
we
it need
get
to
back
be
to
stated?
C first and then address that section?
Okay. For one, before we continue, I just want to thank our staff that still have agenda items tonight. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you to our security officers, sheriff, and police. Thank you. This is very late, and we're trying to handle business. And, you know, again, this is not a time that we normally handle business of the county. Our clerks, thank you. Our communication staff, thank you. All of our guests who are here tonight still sticking with us, thank you. Our commission assistants, I feel like I need to call everybody out. Thank you.
Well, they
Thank you
get
for your
co-
support.
They get Friday off.
Okay.
I know.
All right. So we are still on subsection C, Commissioners. We have a motion and a second to strike that language. Again, I just have some concern. We said that we could address that in subsection D, which is the following section.
Yes.
I don't know if anybody else has concern. We can remove it with 4/5 vote right now. It's not something that I can support. But with that, there's a motion and a second. I'll call the question.
Are we going by the one where you?
We're deleting the existing C that says a written response, the proposal is to delete a written response to each speaker will be provided by the appropriate county staff, usually within 30 days. The Board of Commissioners has the option to respond verbally.
Okay.
The proposal is to delete that section.
Okay.
Okay, so Commissioner Sheffield, we
Sheffield.
need your vote. The section is deleted, passes 4-1. We are moving on to subsection D.
Okay, and I do have conflicting information here. So the proposal that was in the agenda would read, after each individual speaker's remarks have concluded, the chair may but shall not be required to respond briefly, not be required to briefly respond either personally or through another member of the Board of Commissioners whom the chair shall delegate. I think based on comments that I've gotten from some of the commissioners, the second version that I sent to you all, it would read, after each individual speaker's remarks have concluded, the chair may but shall not be required to direct the speaker to a staff member for further assistance.
Why don't we add a staff member or another commissioner? Because if it's in our if it's in my district, she could, say, meet with Commissioner Burrow or talk to Drew Ressler, if it's DOT.
So the proposal would read, after each individual speaker's remarks have concluded, the chair may but shall not be required to direct the speaker to a staff member or another commissioner for further assistance.
Isn't that good?
Okay, so moved.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All right, call the question. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, and that takes us to 1.09.02. The proposal would read, state his or her name and state address if desired, period. So we are removing the language that says address is required only on the sign-in list and may be omitted if the speaker does not wish to receive a written response, which we've removed a written response, so that is no longer needed. The sign-up form is not going to change. It will still have the address on it. So if the speaker wants to put the address on, his or her address on, it can be added, but it's just not going to be addressed here in the rules.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0.
And the next section that is recommended for consideration is 1.09.05, the first paragraph. The proposal would read, no person shall be allowed to campaign for themselves or other announced political candidates, nor shall any speaker make offensive or slanderous remarks while addressing the commission. And I would ask that offensive also be deleted because I should have stricken that and I did not, but that would, impertinent, derogatory, offensive is viewpoint.
Yes.
So we want to eliminate any viewpoint adjectives. So it would read again, no person shall be allowed to campaign for themselves or other announced political candidates, nor shall any speaker make slanderous remarks while addressing the commission.
I just have one change because campaigning for oneself may be viewed as being different from announcing that they're a candidate, Because as soon as someone said, I'm running for so-and-so, we've tried to cut off that person's speech at that point. Is that viewed as campaigning, or are they just declaring a fact?
I would say at that point, that is simply a fact, because obviously we can all look at the qualifications, you know, the website. I mean, if we've seen signage, that we would know that they are a candidate, but they can't talk about their, you know, their basis or any of their political ideas or how they plan to, what they plan to do when they take office.
So I'm asking commissioners, do we want them to even announce that they are a candidate? Because there have been instances where we have stopped a person as soon as they said, I am a candidate for this office, because we have equated that with campaigning. So I would just be very explicit and maybe add, where are we? Oh, no person shall be allowed to announce their candidacy or campaign for themselves or another announced political candidate. Should announce their candidacy or perhaps announce someone else's candidacy.
I'm supportive of that revision.
Okay.
Same.
It just takes out, to me, it takes out some subjectivity to what
Sure,
this
sure,
campaign
and
is.
I think
Just don't
that's
even
fine.
Just
So-
don't even refer to it. Just speak on the matter.
Sure, so no person shall be allowed to announce their candidacy or another's, nor shall they be allowed to campaign for themselves or other announced political candidates. And then, since I have another nor there, I'm going to have to say, speakers may not make, another sentence, speakers may not make slanderous remarks while addressing the commission.
Correct. All right, I'm sorry, thank you. Thank you. Say it, commissioners. What did you just say?
So moved.
Second, is there any discussion? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0.
The next section for consideration is 1.0905F, and this removes chairman in 2 places and, of course, replaces it with chair.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question.
Yeah, wait a minute. We didn't do A, B, C, and D under.
Those are that's part of existing code. There are no changes. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. We're just changing chairman to chair.
In 2 places, yes.
Call the question.
Call the question. Motion carries 5-0.
The next section for consideration is 1.09.08.1, and again, removing chairman in 2 places and replacing it with chair.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0.
In section 2.01.01A, the proposal would read, an exception to section 2.01 shall be that after the 30-minute session held for public comment at the conclusion of the regular agenda, each commissioner shall have the opportunity to address the public on any topic for no more than 3 minutes.
So moved. Is there a second?
Well,
Any discussion?
are we on 2.0101A?
Correct.
What this is doing is giving you equal time that the speakers are having that are participating in public comment. Is there any additional discussion? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0.
Section 2.0101B, removing the word chairman in 1 place and replacing it with chair.
So moved.
Second.
Any
Second.
discussion? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Last section.
And moving on to the definitions, there are a new definition for certificate of recognition.
Let's do it one term at a time.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
The definition would read, a ceremonial document issued by an individual commissioner and signed by same, provided to an individual, business, or organization to recognize outstanding achievements. Certificates of recognition may be issued during the presentation section of the regular meeting agenda, and no vote of the board is required.
So moved.
Second in discussion. It is, if we do a certificate of recognition at a board meeting in the presentations, we already voted on one proclamation per person. So where does certificate, does that count as the one proclamation?
That's a good point. Have to go back and see.
No,
So
what we
it includes
approved.
all of it. Part one presentation.
Yeah, this is proclamation certificates and other recognitions.
Which includes three of them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So we can only have one of whatever we're doing, a certificate or
Yes,
a
ma'am.
proclamation or whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a, did we have a motion? I don't even remember.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
had a motion,
What?
second.
All
I
right,
had
a motion and a second. Okay, is there any additional discussion? Commissioner Richardson?
One question, we are limited to one, but what if you have those scenarios where you do both the certificate and the proclamation in one setting?
What you've approved tonight is you have one presentation.
Okay.
One presentation.
Thank you.
So-
Combine them. Okay, we're good.
Well, I
We
do
have
have
another
an
comment.
additional question for clarification. So Debbie, in the scenario where there are multiple people that we're recognizing with certificates, that would still be considered one?
One presentation,
Okay.
yes.
Although there are multiple people? Or
Sure,
a
like
team?
the
Okay.
Boy Scout, yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Call the question.
Already voted.
Motion carries 5-0. Don't want to see any pork certificates of recognition, adding 3 certificates in one. Okay.
We can change it. I mean, okay. Although you did just, I'm sorry. We're not changing anything. Proclamation, the proposed definition, a ceremonial document that may be used to formally recognize certain events, causes, groups, or people. The goal of a proclamation is to recognize and celebrate extraordinary achievements of county residents and nonprofit organizations, to honor occasions of importance and significance to county residents, and to increase public awareness of issues with the hope of improving the well-being of county citizens. The proclamation may or may not be signed by all commissioners. The document is not legally binding, does not require a board vote, and should not be interpreted as a policy endorsement. Proclamations may be issued during the presentation section of the regular meeting agenda.
Go ahead.
So moved.
Second, is there any discussion? Call, yes. Commissioner Burrow?
I had a suggestion or request, but I doubt it has the 4 votes, 4/5 vote. We discussed this, Ross had it in the handout about.
The proposal that there's no religious topics?
Proclamations or resolutions.
If you do that, then you can't recognize any, I mean, if there's a pastor or another religious leader that you would like to recognize for service for so many years, you couldn't do that. You couldn't recognize a church for being, for providing service to the homeless or, food kitchens, those kinds of things. So you eliminate an entire group of things that you might on occasion want to recognize.
Said it better than I would.
Just a question regarding the location of presentation, because oftentimes, well, at times we'll present off-campus or off-site, but you do have May in here. Would that cover us for
That's
presenting
correct. So if
off-site?
you wanted to have a celebratory event and give a proclamation, that's certainly you're right. It does not have to occur during the meeting itself.
Because these rules are only for the meeting. So you can do any of these, or not, I guess you couldn't do resolutions, it requires a vote. But any of the two other ones you can do off-site.
Okay.
Yeah, and I try to do that now with, 100 birthdays or 50-year anniversary for a church or something.
We have a motion and a second for the language that is here. Is there any additional discussion? We'll call the question. Motion carries 5-0.
And the last definition for your consideration, resolution would read, an action taken by the board to approve county business and transactions directing administrative or legal action. Chair or commissioner-sponsored resolutions may be used to express the board's policy or to make a public statement from the board. A formal action by the board is used to indicate approval or denial of the particular action. Resolutions are adopted during regular or special called meetings of the board.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I'm still reading. So I thought resolutions had to be 4/5 of a vote.
This is simply what is a resolution. The process you all approved in the first section, 1.07C, which requires the process. Commissioner-sponsored resolutions do require a 4/5 written approval to get on the agenda, and then a 4/5 vote to approve.
And those are commissioner-sponsored resolutions rather than resolutions that come up as part of your normal functions.
You have a question?
No, I just don't understand it.
Many times, well, not many times, but in certain instances, county action requires a resolution. So in that case, obviously, staff does not have to have a 4/5 vote to get it on the agenda. It can just go on the agenda when it's county business related. But the 4/5 requirement is related to resolutions that you all might want to bring for whatever purpose you want to bring that resolution.
Okay, but that requires written approval?
The way it is proposed right now and that you all have voted on, yes, it requires the written support of 4 district commissioners to get on the agenda. And then once on the agenda, a 4/5 vote to approve it.
Okay, so how is it, where's the written 4/5 vote? An email?
That was approved, the third item that was approved tonight.
No, I think she was asking
I
what
know.
medium are we submitting a written? Okay.
Well, that's for county business.
The first sentence deals with county business. The rest of that 1.07C deals with the commissioner-sponsored resolutions.
Okay, but what my question is, in order for a chair or commissioner-sponsored resolution to be placed on the agenda for other purposes, the commissioner resolution must have the written support of 4 district commissioners or the chair and 3 district commissioners. How do you obtain that? Because I have, let's say I have a resolution that everyone has agreed on, and it hasn't come yet.
Sure.
So when I send it out to the board and they write back, they support it, is that the written to get it on the agenda?
I would think that, yeah, just an email that says, yes, I support this resolution going on the agenda.
Okay.
And I would suggest it be the actual verbiage of the resolution when the commissioners are approving it. And then that's provided to when your staff enters it. I mean, these are just the practical things, but then when your staff enters it, provide that information to the clerk. So.
Okay. I'm sorry, so you have.
Okay. A motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? Call the question. Vote carries 5-0.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate it. Thank you for all your work on this.
Thank
This
you,
has been a
Debbie.
long
Thank you.
time coming.
Okay.
I don't even know where we are. on the
Now we got
agenda.
this one.
Okay, thank you. We are now at agenda item number 28, I believe. Yes, we're at the water system for DOT.
Yeah, Kim. You can go home.
Does it make sense for us just to pull this item? Yes, why don't we go ahead and just pull this? Okay, thank you, Judy. Thank you for all your work.
I'm telling my commission, my
I told my
assistant.
Drew, thank you.
Thank you.
It's the Drew Show.
Are y'all ready?
Go ahead, please.
All right. Good morning. DOT has 6 items for your consideration. First item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners authorize the allocation of FY24 District 4 contingency funding for procurement of solar-powered flashing LED stop signs in the amount of $4,286.10 for the intersection of Brookwood Drive and Belmead Circle, Compton Drive, and further authorize the corresponding budget transactions.
Commissioner Sheffield?
So moved.
Second.
Any additional discussion? Call the question. The vote carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve project number AR-16 Task Order Number 1 to the 2022 Master Task Order contract with Pond and Company in an amount not to exceed $499,963 for transportation planning and engineering services for Factory Shoals pedestrian bridge over Interstate 20 scoping study, authorize the corresponding budget transaction, and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Sheffield?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question. The vote carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners authorize submission of the Georgia Department of Transportation's locally administered project recertification application, adopt the Georgia Department of Transportation's Transportation Services Procurement Manual Version 1 regarding engineering and design-related consultant services, and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question. The vote carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve final change orders to contracts for various completed 2016 SPOS Transportation Improvements Program, 2022 SPOS Transportation Improvements Program, Water System and Transit projects, a total savings to the project in the amount of $519,975.61. Authorize the corresponding budget and accounting transactions, and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Gambrill?
So moved.
Second.
Any additional discussion? Call the question. The vote carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners authorize the request to hold a meeting at which the governing authorities of the county and each qualified municipality are to meet to discuss possible transit projects from the Regional Transit Plan for inclusion in the Cobb County Mobility Special Purpose Local Options Sales Tax, MSPOS referendum, and the proposed rate of tax.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question. Vote carries 5-0.
Thank you. And our final item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a consultant services agreement with Parsons Transportation Group, Incorporated, in an amount not to exceed $1,715,640.36 for preliminary engineering design of South Cobb Drive, traffic safety improvements, Cobb County Project B2435. Authorize a corresponding budget transaction, and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Burrow?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Just thank you. I'm happy to see this move forward. Call the question. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Commissioners. Thank you, Drew. We are now at our Public Services tab, and the first few matters will be, I think all of them will be brought by Parks.
Good morning,
Chairwoman, Commissioners, Madam County Manager.
Thank you.
We have three
for
items.
hanging in here. Yes.
Sorry?
Thank you for hanging in here.
No problem, no problem. We have three items for consideration. First item is for the Board of Commissioners to approve a contract with CBA Sports to provide construction services for the replacement of wood gymnasium floors at 3 recreation centers under the 2022 Park Splash program. This contract includes construction services to replace the gym floors at South Cobb, Fair Oaks, and Ron Anderson recreation centers. The floors have become worn due to heavy and consistent use and have outlived their useful life. We ask the BOC approve the contract with CBA Sports in an amount not to exceed $658,759 for the replacement of these wood gym floors, authorize the corresponding budget transactions, and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Gambrill.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our second item is to approve change order number 2 to the contract with Triscapes Incorporated for the Violet F. Stout project under the 2022 Park Splash program. This change order represents a change to the contract for unforeseen conditions, including additional aggregate, concrete, fencing, and grading in the project. We ask the BOC approve change order number 2 with Triscapes for unforeseen conditions on Phase 1 project of the Violet F. Stout Park Master Plan under the 2016 Park Splash program in an amount not to exceed $39,494.92. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Sheffield.
So moved.
Second.
Any additional discussion? Call the question.
Thank you. Our final item is
Motion
to the Board of
carries
Commissioners.
5-0.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Trying to get you out of here.
Trust me.
Our final item is for the Board of Commissioners to approve change order number 1 to the contract with HEC Construction Solutions, LLC for the barn renovations at Violet F. Stout Park under the 2016 Park Splash and 2022 Park Splash program. This change order represents a change to the contract for unforeseen conditions in the structure of the building and additional labor and materials to bring the building into compliance with required current life safety code and code requirements. We ask the BOC approve change order number 1 with HEC Construction Solutions for unforeseen conditions on the barn renovations under the 2016 and 2022 Park Splash program in an amount not to exceed $106,611.88. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions and further authorize chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Sheffield.
So moved.
Second.
Any additional discussion? Call the question. Vote carries 5-0. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
We are now at our Support Services tab. Okay, our first matter has been pulled. I believe that pertains to Agenda Item 38. So we are now going to hear from Property Management. Hi, Andrew.
Good morning. Property Management has one item this morning. Property Management would like to request the Board of Commissioners authorize an interfund transfer in the amount of $933,727 from the FY 2024 General Fund budget to the Property Management Capital Project Fund for the completion of the previously approved renovations to the Community Development Facility, authorize the corresponding budget transactions, and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Gambrill.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you for being here tonight, or this morning. We are now at our second public comment bill.
Yes, Chairwoman. The first signed-up speaker is Tracy Stevenson.
Yes.
That was close,
Stevenson, I'm sorry.
I don't write very well.
It is early.
Tracy Stevenson. I was going to let y'all off the hook and not speak, but y'all wore me out with the whole rules thing, so now you got to sit and listen. First of all, I got to go back to the storm sewer. I don't know what this rush is. We agree, like I said before, on a lot of things. The stormwater system needs work. There needs to be a budget put in place. I don't disagree with that. I don't think most anybody in here did. But there's an old line, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And we're going into this thing without a good plan. I spoke before and I said the first thing we need to do is inventory everything. We need to know where the pipes are. We need to know where they're failing. We need to know what we need to do.
But instead, we're running around trying to just get money together and write code. I mean, if the indication on the rules if the rules conversation was any indication, we're going to never get this code written by August. I think we ought to step back, take our time, and do it the right way. First of all, like I said, you need a real plan, drawings, and engineering. Consultants may even be in place. Impact fees still need to be on the table. Water transfer, I think you need to figure that out. And maybe you look at charging the non-utility folks as a test case based on impervious surfaces. These are the people that you say they're not charging anything now at all. Maybe we need to reach out to them and start charging them. And then the developers, the businesses, and churches, they need to be reviewed. There needs to be a lot of conversation. And you mentioned stakeholder groups. I can think of nothing better than somebody like Hill Wright or myself being part of that. Sometimes you need a devil's advocate in the room. You need somebody that'll look at the other side of it and argue the other side. And that's all I really have to say about it. But I really wish you'd pump the brakes, do it the right way instead of trying to rush this. I don't know why August is such a big deal. I think everybody's in agreement, what you heard tonight, that we understand we need to address it. But we need to address it with thought. And we need to have a plan that works and a plan that's really thought through and executed. Thank you.
The next speaker is Robin Moody. The next speaker is Betty Hayden. The next one is Bob Maynard. Mr. Harfoot.
Man, this is a rough, longest one I've ever been to. I'm Craig Harfoot. You all know that. A Better Path for Cobb is a website that's up on YouTube. I hope you all participate. I sent you all, I took a tour of Park Air and R20 subdivisions and what happened after a SPLOST, and it made things worse. You widen the roads, you pipe them down the curb, and then you dump them where you used to have ditches. Now, I mean, that's the whole, you got to not make it worse when you're trying to solve the problem. And the whole thing about this public comment, it all should be before the consent agenda. You don't need me to tell you you did it wrong. I mean, you need to hear the input prior to you decide whether you do. And here's the thing, I've been coming to these forever, and sometimes you don't even fill up 6 slots. I mean, I've been here when it's like that, so if you give an hour, it can be flex. I mean, if you got 20 people, do 20 people. If you got 12, do 12, or you know what I'm saying. It's, you need to hear from the public, and you don't appear to be listening because, it takes a room full of angry people to get any response, and that's not the way to go. And the one thing you mentioned is it's public education. You talked about putting it in the water bills. Now, bad idea. State law says you can't use taxpayer money to campaign for a tax. And when they did redevelopment powers law and the Chamber and Cobb County got together, I took the state ethics. On its face, it was against the law. It took them 2 years to hear it, and they finally slapped somebody on the wrist. But the problem with all that was they started all these projects, and they took the money out of the school budget, and 2008 happened. And it's going to happen again. And as soon as that happened, fired all the teachers, didn't make the banks pay the taxes, and Sam jumps in the race and runs for Attorney General. Now you've hired him back as the lobbyist for the state legislature and the federals. Well, he does know the ins and outs, but he's the one that caused the stormwater problem, because in that bubble, 2005 to 8, they did all kinds of stupid in zoning. And the biggest thing, and I got kicked out for not swearing in. you need to all swear in before you say anything on that dais, because we don't have equal protection under the law in the zoning. If you make the public swear in, you got to make the zoning attorney swear in, you got to make the Council for Quality Growth swear in, and that's your lobbyist group that gets you elected. You know, it's like the developers, the banks, and that whole group, the engineers. But anyhow, so the Council for Quality Growth, you know, they send out these questionnaires and they ask you, are you for or against impact fees? Oh, they're not going to give a candidate that says they're for it any money. They're going to give it to the guy that goes, yeah, we're for you. And there's so much stuff. But I hope you watch the video. I hope you use that platform as an open dialogue. I'm not going to kick anybody's comments off. And it's like you can have the open dialogue there. The county people can do it. The citizens can do it. I don't, you know. And the mailing thing, you're really going to break the law if you try to do that. You know, it is, you can't, while you talked around the candidates announcing, you know, when you're doing all these awards and stuff, you're basically campaigning. You're rewarding the people that are your buddies, you know, and that should be illegal too. Because, I mean, you can't use the money to campaign for you. That's taxpayer money. And if you do any of these things and over the years, I've watched this, and the first thing you should do is quit funding nonprofits and put the money back into stormwater, because that's a charitable thing that we all can personally give to.
The next public speaker is M.Z. Cosper.
Maria Z. Cooper. This was my first time here. Amazing. Good and bad. But I just wanted to give some final comments for people to hear at the end. Hopefully, from what I said before and what I'm going to say now, it'll start some wheels turning. I heard a lot about community input, stakeholder input, educating the public. Let's have conversations. Those are all politically correct shell games and word games. It doesn't mean that the Cobb citizens will approve that tax come August that you guys are calling a fee. It still ends up being a tax on anybody that owns anything in Cobb County. More word games, infrastructure, end of pavement, abandonment, et cetera. That plat, in the very, very beginning, there was a plat that was put up on the screen, and there were all kinds of terms on it, like infrastructure, end of pavement, abandonment, or something. Why can't we use regular people vocabulary? It's so convoluted. It's like you guys are choosing vocabulary that is on purpose, trying to make it hard for the regular person to understand. Talk about red tape. Robert's Rules of Order is out of control. Having to vote on verbiage in codes, chapters, sections, subsections, chair versus chairperson. What? Like, who cares? Save that money. Save some forests, and then that money could be used towards stormwater management. And just imagine how much extra time y'all would have to take care of meaningful business instead of working on tweaking policies and procedure verbiage. Credits, when all the county has to do is say the plat is gone, it's missing, it never existed, or the plat is wrong. Y'all talked about coming up with a booklet or policies and procedures on credits. People tonight gave testimony to that already having happened multiple times. The plat is gone, or it doesn't exist, or it's wrong. The county has all the power. The owners seem to have none. So the credits, I mean, I don't know, like, who's going to enforce y'all to provide the credits where the credits are due without playing the game of, oh, the plat's gone or the plat's wrong? Stop approving developments. Fix the stormwater problem first. Cobb County is being destroyed. It's like the goose that laid the golden egg. Y'all are killing the goose that laid the golden egg. If and when you do approve, then charge them substantially and force them to develop appropriately. And those are all my final comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairwoman, that's the final speaker.
Thank you, Bill. We are now at our appointments tab. And I will refer to Commissioner Burrow.
Oh, really?
Yep, you got one.
We're changing things up. Okay, somebody needs to time me for 3 minutes.
It's your appointment.
Oh, jeez, I was wondering why. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's early.
Yeah. I would like to announce the appointment of Chris Lindstrom to the Planning Commissioner for District 3. She replaces Deborah Dance, who has been my planning commissioner for, I think, 3 years now. And I'd like to thank Deborah for all her hard work and great job for the last 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you. We are at the Commissioner's Public Address.
And I'm going to challenge each of my fellow board members to beat me on this. Good Friday is this Friday. Our offices will be closed, and have a happy Easter. Thank you.
You have one slide. 3 minutes. Here it comes. More like 3 seconds.
Look, I always read very fast. And no, I didn't beat you. All right. Happy Easter, Resurrection Sunday, and Good Friday. To all who celebrate, these days remind us of the power of resilience, hope, and the importance of community. Whether you're observing these moments in quiet reflection or with loved ones, may they bring you peace and inspiration. Please note, county offices will be closed on Friday. Next. Priorities tour is going on. If you want to share what's important to you, please book some time. Great. From the community. Keep Cobb Beautiful, Sustainability Forum and Expo. Super important. Cobb County will hold its first Sustainability Forum and Expo for the general public from 4 to 8 p.m. Thursday, April 11th at Jim R. Miller Park in Marietta. The free event will include demonstrations, food, interactive exhibits, and guest speakers on green initiatives. Keep Cobb Beautiful will provide the first 100 attendees with a gift. And as a reminder, homestead exemption deadline is next week. The deadline to apply for your homestead exemptions is almost here. Use the online form at cobbtax.org to submit the 2023 homestead exemption application. Applications must be received by USPS postmark by April 1st to be accepted for this tax year. Homestead exemptions are deducted from the assessed value of the qualifying property, 40% of the fair market value. Exemptions only apply to homestead properties, the homestead property you own and occupy as your legal residence. You can have a homestead exemption on only one property. If you are married by law, you can only have one homestead exemption between you and your spouse. And then just a reminder, we've got the priorities tour, Little Brazil Town Hall coming up April 6th, community huddles, March 28th and March 30th. You can always schedule time on my calendar to talk to me, sign up for the newsletter, and encourage you to attend the huddles. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrow.
First of all, thanks to everyone for coming out tonight and having a voice and a seat at the table. We appreciate all your input. And thanks to staff and the board members and assistants for sticking it out. Happy Easter. He is risen. All county government offices will be closed on Friday, March 29th in observance of Good Friday holiday. Cobb libraries will also be closed on Sunday, March 31st, and we hope you enjoy a fun and safe weekend with your family. You can purchase tickets now for the Veterans Gala. The Veterans Memorial Foundation is holding a military ball and gala 5 p.m. Saturday, April 20th at the Atlanta Marriott Northwest. The keynote speaker is well-known and highly respected retired General Jack King, and seating is limited, so go to cobbveteransmemorial.com to purchase your tickets. Our aquatic centers are getting a facelift. What happened to, that's the wrong slide. Thank you. Our aquatic centers are getting a facelift, but that means they're closing. So South Cobb Aquatic Center is closed now until March 31st. Central Aquatic Center is closed April 1st to June 30th. Mountain View Aquatic Center is closed July 1st to September 30th. And the West Cobb Aquatic Center is closed February 1st to April 30th. There will be renovations include resurfacing the pool, painting of the natatorium, and replacing pool gutters. And last week at the Northeast Cobb Business Association, our speaker was Insurance and Fire Safety Commissioner John King. He gave us a great presentation, and he also awarded me with an honorary state fire marshal certificate. And I'm going to have a lot of fun with it with Nick Dahl and Bill Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sheffield.
That was 2 minutes.
I had the privilege of attending a significant event where Austell was selected to develop a city agricultural plan in partnership with the Atlanta Regional Commission and the Food Well Alliance last Saturday. This plan is a roadmap for improving our local food system over the next 5 to 10 years, focusing on building a healthier and more sustainable community. It is exciting because it means we're working together to make Austell an even better and healthier place to live. I am thrilled to announce the grand opening of Chipotle Mexican Grill on Friday, March 29th at 10:45 a.m. The restaurant will feature the brand's signature Chipotle lane, a drive-through pickup lane that allows guests to conveniently pick up digital orders without leaving their vehicles. This exciting addition promises to bring not only delicious food and employment opportunities to our area, but also fulfills the community's desire for more dining options in the vicinity. Chipotle is located at 4835 Floyd Road in Mableton, adjacent to Kroger Shopping Plaza. Join me and Planning Commissioner Michael Hughes for Marches in the Zone community meeting tomorrow or today at 7 p.m. We will be joined by the applicant for Z19, which is an upcoming zoning application for April. Our monthly meetings are virtual and a great way to learn about upcoming zoning cases in District 4 and connect with your neighbors. There are currently 11 applications to be heard for April. Please email rwanda.mcintosh@cobbcounty.org for the meeting link. Join me and Keep Cobb Beautiful for our annual district-wide cleanup on Saturday, April 20th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. as we honor Earth Day. Get ready for a fun-filled day of making a positive impact as we tackle litter together. We will kick things off with music, breakfast, and community fellowship. Lunch and T-shirts will be provided with advanced registration. There were 125 volunteers last year. Let's exceed that number this year. The meetup location will be at Walmart, located at 1133 East-West Connector in Austell. I look forward to seeing you there. And finally, Happy Easter. As we approach the Easter holiday, I extend warm wishes to each one of you for a joyous and blessed Easter weekend. May this time be filled with love, laughter, and cherished moments with family and friends. In recognition of Good Friday, county offices will be closed on March 29th. I wish you all a happy Easter filled with hope, peace, and joy of new beginnings.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank all of you for joining us tonight. Have a good evening. We're adjourned.